Chapter 552. Cheg walked through the broken window with his arms around his waist. Together with him, 7 pairs of iron-soled riding boots stepped on the broken glass and entered the hall. The 8 of them stood up and drew their swords at the same time. The hall was a mess. Corpses were scattered all over the place, and blood flowed like a river. The cultists were everywhere, but the bodyguards of the important figures had already stabilized themselves. Among them, the princess and her entourage were particularly eye-catching. The young man beside Count Yenbao held a great sword in his hand. Cheg's gaze locked onto him. He squinted his remaining eye, and the muscles on his face twitched. Cheg had been famous among the mercenaries for a long time, but he was known for his ferocity. He turned around and saw that most of the other 7 people were similar to him. Regardless of background or strength, the strength of a gold ranker was enough to shock anyone. Everyone nodded silently. Since they had already come here, there was only one possibility left in their hearts. There was no turning back. The 8 high-ranking warriors took a step forward, and an invisible aura hit them in the face. The bodyguards beside the dukes were stunned. They stopped and looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Although there were no less than 20 gold rankers under any of the powerful figures present, most of the gold rankers were talents who could hold their own. The dukes ruled over vast territories, and their gold rankers rarely gathered together. At this moment, Griffin seemed to have noticed something. She turned around and saw Duke Cypher smiling. His bodyguards had already stopped fighting. Duke Arek's face was cold, and there was not a trace of emotion in his deep indifferent eyes. One of his hands was habitually pressed on the hilt of his sword, as if there was only air in front of him. The other nobles were scared out of their wits. Marquis Balta of the Sword Castle seemed a little nervous. He could not help but lower his head when his eyes met with the beautiful half-elf girls. Suddenly, Griffin understood. Vero, Karsuk, Count Grey Mountain, and Count Vito Kin had not appeared at the meeting. Their attitude was obvious. Griffin clenched her teeth, lowered her eyelids, and moved. When she raised her head again, Griffin coldly glanced at the only 2 priests from the Holy Cathedral. The head of the Holy Cathedral did not appear at all, and these 2 priests would not be able to bear any responsibility. Cheg frowned. There was no time to waste. He pointed at Fleetwood with bloodthirsty eyes and said, "That old man is a court mage. We can't let him finish his preparations." The 8 of them nodded at the same time and bent down to attack the royal faction. At this moment, the surrounding nobles finally realized that the target of these vicious people was the princess. At this moment, they no longer cared about the dignity of the royal family and quickly moved aside. At this moment, the flower of the royal family was no longer dazzling. The last of the colors on Aween's flag gradually faded away. The 8 famous experts simultaneously assumed an attacking posture. The atmosphere on the field changed, causing everyone's expression to change. However, the princess did not say a word. She did not say a word as she watched the scene coldly. She did not take a single step back. The unyielding strength that was nurtured in her bones seemed to have burst out at this moment, forming a towering banner. Even Brando could feel the hidden strength behind him. He sighed slightly. This was the belief in the glorious flag. When did the country of Erewhon and its nobles reach this step? There was no turning back. Brando raised his sword. A genius. Cheg's eyes lit up. He only just realized that Brando had touched the elemental wall. Geniuses were all proud, and Cheg's greatest hobby was to stifle this pride. He could not help but laugh cruelly. Although Brando was strong, he was still slightly weaker than him. Furthermore, he believed that with his battle experience, these hotheads could not compare to him. Geniuses also needed time to cultivate, but they were often too young to have the time. Cheg licked his lips as if he had tasted the sweet taste of victory and blood that he had been longing for. It was like a bloody wine flowing down a throat that had been dry for a long time. The carefree taste was enough to make one's every pore tremble in excitement. Every sword strike of Chai Ge's was perfect. It was because of this that he could enjoy the battle to his heart's content. It was a stunning move. Even the most picky swordmaster would not be able to find a single flaw in it. Princess Griffin's expression changed when she saw this move. She was a famous swordswoman in the royal family, but after seeing the real battle, she realized how naive she was. She may have excellent swordsmanship, but only now did she understand why her swordsmanship teacher told her that she might need to experience 1 or 2 real battles to truly stand out. That was the reason. The antelope's antlers were untraceable. Griffin's lips moved, but she did not remind Brando, because that meant that she did not trust him. "Ah, be careful." Count Yenbao, who was standing at the side, called out softly. Griffin turned her head and glanced at her former close friend. She suddenly felt a little sad. As a member of the royal family, she was destined to have no freedom at all. This was the so-called responsibility of the royal family. Chaig's sword was already in front of Brando's eyes. The tip of the sword flashed with a cold light, bringing with it a cold aura of death. But Brando was expressionless. He was unmoved. He raised his sword and parried the sword with the most standard move in the textbook. So rigid. When the sound of metal clashing pierced through the air, it shook everyone's eardrums. But the first thing that came to everyone's mind was this: everyone saw clearly that the young man beside Count Yenbao had used the most basic move of Erewhon's military swordsmanship. Raising the sword horizontally was the first thing that every soldier learned to protect themselves. But it was just the basics. It was like a clumsy instinctive reaction. In everyone's eyes, it was the worst response. Some people could not help but have the strange thought that this move was not worthy of Chaig's sword at all. But it did not matter. Anyone who knew a little about swordsmanship would understand that such a rigid response would at most force oneself into a dead end. A master swordsman's sword would never only have one move. Scared out of his wits? A trace of vigilance flashed in Chaig's remaining eye. Some people were called geniuses, so there must be a reason for them to be proud of them. Chaig was never careless, because his blind eye was used to prove this point. Brando's unexpected move, which looked like a desperate dog jumping over a wall, aroused a deep sense of vigilance in his heart. He felt his heart palpitate, and instinctively wanted to withdraw his sword and retreat. But it was too late. A sword suddenly appeared on his neck, and then it pierced through his neck. The dark blade tore through his flesh, and the scarlet liquid like a line cut through the air, and then turned into a bloody mist. The Halran Gaia broke his cervical vertebra, and let Chaig's last vision look around the hall. His unwilling gaze revealed the last thought of his glorious life. How can he be so fast? There were 2 Brando in the hall. Then they disappeared one by one. Only the young man and his raised sword were left. The blade was flat and smooth, as black as ink, and the blade was shining. The whole manor was dead silent, as if the world had stopped at this moment. It made people see double, but all the fantasies eventually turned into nothingness. The soft breathing in the crowd was like ripples. Devard the eagle widened his eyes. He would always remember this sword technique, the sword technique that cut off his arm. Ah! What sword technique is that? Brando retracted his sword and turned around. No one dared to look at him. The Moon Inheritance, the head of the 3 swords, returned to the world after thousands of years. With just one look, it made people remember its shining pride forever. There were only 7 people left, and with one face, the gold rank was destined to fall. Such a scene was destined to only happen in the terrible war decades ago, and hundreds and thousands of years later. Every war that shook people's hearts, the atmosphere of the fierce battle seemed to be directed at people's hearts. People's hearts were shaken. The 7 gold rank warriors felt a chill run down their spines. They did not know how many years they had not experienced this feeling. In their eyes, Brando had turned into an ancient beast, and had coldly bared his white teeth. The battle instincts accumulated over the years made them react. The 7 of them raised their swords, and the 7 of them took a step forward. Kill him. There was no one else in the hall. They knew that this was a life and death battle, and there was only a thin line between victory and defeat. The warriors united, and there was no longer a predetermined path on the battlefield. Brando turned his head, and the three of them went straight behind him. On the other side, the assassins formed a concentric circle on the battlefield. Brando could no longer see the figure behind him, and for some reason, Dilfari could not help but clench her hands nervously. Those were clearly the bandits who threatened her. "Be careful behind you." But the fate of victory and defeat tied them together, and Count Yenbao finally could not help but remind them. But the assassins might have forgotten that Brando was never alone. The light door had already opened. The snow-white slender hand grabbed the blade of his sword, and the magic sword seemed to be sucked into the metal, making a sad sound that made people's hearts ache. The Mephistopheles' eyes were shining with the light of battle. "Your opponent is me. Don't be rude to my master." It was only in front of Brendel that the vampire trap would show his docile side, while his wild side was like a raging river of blood. The assassin's expression changed. He found that his sword had turned into a pile of scrap metal in the opponent's fair and weak hand. What kind of power was this? On the other side, the vampire princess did not say a word. As soon as she appeared, she used the blood as a sword, and the bright red liquid on the battlefield that was full of corpses and flowing into a river seemed to be given a new life. The girl's face was cold as she gently raised her hand. Like a blood-red rainbow, a splash of blood rose from the ground and gathered into a machete in her hand. One on the left and one on the right, a pair of wings spread out in the blood pool. With a dragon's roar, two blood-red dragons pulled out a huge body from the blood pool. They raised their heads and stared coldly at the pitiful insects under their feet, the three assassins. Brando bounced off the sword in front of him with a clang, and still had the time to look back and see this scene. He suddenly felt a little pity for the assassins who were fighting against Andrique. Andrique was an expert in blood magic, and these pitiful insects had killed so many people that blood flowed like a river, turning the hall into her territory. She was now at her peak, and Brando knew that he might not be able to win against her, let alone at this moment. As the saying goes, the sins of heaven can be forgiven, but the sins brought on by oneself are the hardest to bear. But he still turned back and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Do you really think I can fight against 7 of you? Ah." At this time, Oberway, Makarov, and the female knight beside Dilfari finally reacted. Brando's performance was too shocking, and they had forgotten that they were still in a battle of life and death. With the addition of 5 gold rankers and Brando's terrifying strength, the situation on the battlefield finally changed. Mephistopheles dealt with his opponent first. His opponent was a strength-type swordsman, but unfortunately, humans were too weak compared to blood descendants in terms of strength. Not to mention, the speed of the vampire trap was enough to make him die 1,000 times over. After the Mephistopheles figured out his opponent's attack pattern, he directly closed in and pierced his opponent's heart with his sword. The next one to retreat was Brando. The reason why he delayed for a while was because he wanted to see through his opponent's swordsmanship. Unfortunately, he did not get what he wanted, so he had no choice but to use the 9 luminaries sword art to kill his opponent in one clean blow. But among the 3 of them, the one who had the easiest time was the vampire princess. Andrique did not even have to do anything. Dozens of people, including more than 10 silver pinnacle experts, formed a blood dragon that suppressed the 2 assassins. After she threw a few negative black magic spells, the 2 assassins died with hatred in their hearts. Out of the remaining 3, the one who ended the battle the fastest was the Wolf Knight. It had to be said that Oberway was a true swordsman. Although his opponent was weaker, his flawless swordsmanship allowed his opponent to understand the origin of his title, Lone Wolf. He was fast, accurate, and ruthless. Once he succeeded, he would retreat thousands of miles away without hesitation. He used a rapier, and his opponent almost died from excessive blood loss. After Oberway's battle, the Knight Nia and Makarov's battle also came to an end. To Brando's surprise, the Knight Nia was a Templar knight just like him. Her skills as a knight were superb. She was wearing heavy armor, and once she activated her conflicting halo, the assassin could not even get close to her. When the Mephistopheles joined the battle, the assassin could only admit defeat. Brando immediately understood why the Yenbao family chose her to be Dilfari's bodyguard. She was a super meat shield. The weakest among them was no doubt Makarov. Makarov's skills were something to be proud of among the Erewhon nobles, but he was a tactician after all. He was not good at fighting and was almost killed by his opponent. But at this time, Brando had already freed himself and blocked the opponent's attack with his sword. The assassin's expression changed as he realized that his companions were all dead. He was shocked, but he reacted quickly and retreated without hesitation. At this time, Fleetwood finally made his move. He shouted, "Freeze!" A ripple appeared in the air, and the assassin was nailed to the ground, unable to move. At this moment, the terrifying advantage of a wizard against a warrior was displayed. Although they were only one level lower, a fully prepared archmage could decide your life or death with a single word. It was completely different from a warrior's battle. A wizard's battle did not have a trace of fireworks, but victory and defeat were often decided in the blink of an eye. This was not the first time Brando cooperated with a wizard. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air and pierced his opponent's heart with his sword. Brando landed on the ground and stood up. He turned around and looked at Duke Arek. Duke Arek was slightly startled and slightly opened his squinted eyes. There was a trace of coldness in his eyes. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 553. The Ivy Corridor in Roshby Palace was as smooth as a mirror. From time to time, monks in red robes would walk past, and the sound of footsteps would fade away. Brando sat on a bench in the inner courtyard, fiddling with his attribute menu in boredom under a laurel leaf. The pale green screen stretched and shrank in front of him, and from time to time, new windows would pop up from the side. But other than him, no one else could see this strange scene. 3 hours had passed since the thrilling morning, and the dust had yet to settle. The massacre in the Sephora Manor had shaken the entire holy sanctum. It was said that the upper echelons of the holy sanctum had launched an investigation, but there would not be any results in a short time. What surprised Brando was that after killing 2 gold and a few silver monsters, the EXP he gained was just enough for him to level up once. Now, he was a level 16 Templar Knight. As a Templar Knight was an advanced profession, the EXP required to level up was much higher than the basic professions. The EXP required to level up a level 16 Templar Knight was almost the same as a level 25 warrior. However, when calculating the number of advanced professions, the basic professions would be treated as one, and the attribute points gained with each level would be much higher than the basic professions, so overall, it was still a strengthening of the character. In the past, in the Amber Sword, the first advanced profession was considered a beginner. Back then, the game only had its first veteran profession after 2 years. But now, Brando was a full year ahead of them. This was all thanks to the Book of Mavakart. But now, the 9 Luminaries sword art was just like a black hole, sucking in EXP. While checking his new attributes, Brando seized the time to absorb the EXP from the Book of Mavakart. After leveling up, he was one step closer to the peak of gold. Excluding his levels in Militia, Scholar, and Elementalist, Brando estimated that he would enter the Elemental Realm around level 60. But unlocking the Elemental Realm was a long chain of quests, and now that he had chores to do, it was really troublesome. If I don't reach the Elemental Realm as soon as possible, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect myself in the coming demonic wave. Brando suddenly shook his head. No, the demonic wave had already arrived. The storm in the loop of trade winds was just the beginning. Although it had not yet affected most areas of Wonde, it was inevitable. Recently, there had been news from various places that the activities of the monsters had become more frequent. In the south of Erewhon, the astrologers believed that this was the after-effect of the loop of trade winds. They had guessed half of it right, but this was not the after-effects but the beginning. As someone who had experienced everything again, Brando knew this very well. He used his finger to fiddle with the plus symbol in the skill bar, and confirmation messages kept popping up on the window. The Templar Knight's Blood of the Sun and Crown of Thorns were also upgraded to LV10. Middle grade skills required the profession level, and after that, he would have to wait until the Templar Knight reached LV30 to unlock them. However, the LV-10 blood of the sun could reflect 50% of the damage. The conflicting aura that had been upgraded to LV-11 also increased his defense by 11 points. Until now, his defense could barely be considered as that of a warrior. His whole body was almost as strong as a full-body armor that had been strengthened by magic. Before this, he was more like a nightingale or a ranger. Brando could not help but feel a little dumbfounded. Although he leveled up quickly in this life, his equipment could not keep up with the pace. Although he had good items such as the Crimson Blessing, the Ghost Knight's Crystal, the Warrior's Ring, and the Halran Gaia, the other parts of his body would have looked like beggars in his previous life. He even had items such as the Elemental Bracelet and the Ring of Flame. Although these items were around LV-20, they were not as good as his current level. Although the flesh armor was good, it could not keep up with the pace of his leveling. Not to mention, he still did not have a decent armor. This was all because he was busy with mundane matters and did not have time to clear dungeons. Ever since he left Fortress Reden, his original plans were all messed up because of the Red Bronze Dragon mercenaries. Although he had Tonagel, his personal strength was actually far below what Brando had expected. Fortunately, he was able to make it in time for the Ampere Seal Conference. Otherwise, he would have doubted the meaning of returning to this world again. Thinking of this, Brando could not help but frown slightly. History had finally changed. The Ampere Seal Conference that was supposed to be held in the morning was postponed to the afternoon by the Holy Cathedral of Fire, and the venue was also changed to the Anderla Cathedral's Rockshby Palace. Just this point alone was completely different from the past. Brando could not help but raise his head. His gaze passed through the dark ivy in the inner courtyard. For the first time, he felt that his vision was covered by layers of fog. What was the reason for the assassination in the morning? When Brando's gaze met with Rex, he had already confirmed that the old fox was involved. But this was not normal. Wasn't it in his interest to help the royal faction behind the scenes? What exactly happened? It seemed like Duke Arek was on the same side as the Cipher royal family, and the nobles of Erewhon, big and small, seemed to have smelled something unusual. More than half of the nobles in the morning's conference were absent. Brando would never believe that they did not get wind of this beforehand. Even the thunderous anger of the Holy Cathedral on the surface aroused deep suspicion in his eyes. Ampere Seal was impregnable under the management of the Holy Cathedral. Even if Brando wanted to bring a group of people in to assassinate, he would have to rely on the power of the Cards of Fate. With so many cultists appearing under the nose of the Holy Cathedral, how could the deacons and priests not know? This was obviously impossible. But Brando was still not sure if the situation would be one-sided. In history, although the princess's side was weak, at least they had a lot of support. In the end, with the support of Duke Arek, they finally became the victorious side in the civil war. But now, these people who were supposed to be on the side of the royal faction seemed to have disappeared. Brando did not understand why this happened. He kept searching for every suspicious point in his mind, not letting go of any details. His advantage was that he was familiar with the future and everything that had happened recently. Although history had changed, the general trend was always moving forward. Brando believed that he could infer the result with just the clues, but it would take some time. He pursed his lips, and his frown deepened. At this moment, a figure came in front of him and entered his field of vision. Brando felt his breath stop for a moment. Brando. Freya was wearing Erewhon's military uniform. Her long ponytail hung softly behind her head, looking valiant and formidable. But her expression was soft, like a little wife. Erewhon's future Valkyrie seemed to have realized that something was wrong. She blushed and said, "Long time no see." Freya. Brando could not help but smile happily. He did not know why, but when he saw this girl from Bucci, the darkness in his heart seemed to be swept away. "Did you only come to see me to say this?" he asked with a faint smile. The image of the strong and unyielding Valkyrie in his heart had unknowingly faded away and became blurred. On the contrary, his first meeting with Freya in Bucci became clearer and clearer. He still remembered Freya's anxious expression when she asked him to lie down and be careful of his wound. She was obviously angry, but it was especially cute. At that time, he thought that it was the Valkyrie, but now it seemed that it was Freya, and nothing more. You. When Freya saw Brando's expression, she could not help but feel a little angry again, even though she was clearly looking forward to it. The princess sent her to see Brando to pass on a message, but Freya could also see that the princess obviously knew about her relationship with Brando. She was still a little nervous, and did not know how those important people saw through it. Brando, why are you here? You forgot, Freya, I was the one who asked you to get close to Princess Griffin. Brando replied. Yes. Freya remembered. Because she was angry, her nervousness subsided a little. Because you said that only by going to the Royal Knight Academy can I help myself and everyone in Buchi. But Buchi has now been occupied by Madara. Brando, do you want to start a war? Brando shook his head. He raised his head, his gaze still penetrating the ivy outside the courtyard, looking at the darkness behind him, and asked, Freya, you are no longer the Freya of Buchi. What do you think of Erwin? What do you think of the princess? Freya was silent for a moment. She did not say a word, and quietly sat down beside Brando. She combed her long ponytail, and replied softly, to be honest, Brando, I never thought that our country would be in so much danger. When I was under Captain Martin, I always thought that the kingdom might have some problems, but it was still very strong. At that time, life was so peaceful, as if war was so far away. Do you think this country can still be saved? Brando turned around and looked at the girl's beautiful face. I don't know, but I will live and die with it. Is this what you learned in the Royal Knight Academy? A little. But I feel that these feelings have always been hidden in my heart, just that I couldn't understand them before. Brando, I actually want to thank you. It was you who made me decide to go to the Royal Knight Academy. Now I know that this is the most precious experience of my life. I feel that it may have changed my life. Freya thought for a moment, and replied seriously. Brando smiled. However, the feeling in her heart was indescribable. In the end, she still came to this point. The future goddess of war was sitting right beside her. She had already recognized her true nature. She was born to be that kind of person. She was like the sun, burning until the last ray of light was extinguished. Brando once hoped that he would not change this girl's future path, but today, he felt that the ordinary Freya of the past might be her true self. Who did this rotten kingdom change, and who did the war change? Brando's thoughts of playing games faded a little. He suddenly felt the voice of this world from another perspective. To everyone, history and the future were like a kind of unchanging fate. It was so heavy that it made people bear the burden of faith and glory, and bet their lives to change everything. What do you think of the princess? Brando asked again. Freya did not answer, but asked back, Brando, can you tell me? How did you know that the princess would stand out from the nobles of Erewhon? So, you agree with the princess ideals? Sly, I asked first. Freya stared at Brando, and asked angrily, Brando, are you a member of the royal faction? Brando was stunned, but he sighed in his heart. This girl from the countryside of Buchi had already grown up. Although she was still the same Freya, she had gained a lot of knowledge, and even knew about the royal faction. But he shook his head. You know, I am a Highland Knight, and Highland Knights have never had any dealings with the royal faction. The girl was slightly stunned, and then nodded. She remembered that Brando used to talk to her like this, but at that time, she did not understand what he meant by a royal faction, Highland Knight, and Wizard of the High Tower. Freya blushed a little, and at that time, she still foolishly thought that Brando was a noble. Although this despicable guy was indeed a noble. For a moment, the two of them were immersed in their memories. They remembered the starry sky of Buchi, remembered Johnson who almost died in the hands of the Lich, remembered the mountain path, remembered the golden tree, remembered the prison in Fortress Reedon, remembered the battle under the night sky and the burning city. Fate was like a strange line, and because of a change in a certain point, there was an unimaginable twist. After a long time, Freya asked, Is the Roman all right? You didn't bully her, right? I'm fine as long as she doesn't bully me. Brando replied. The girl could not help but laugh, and it seemed like that was indeed the case. Then she said, "The princess wants to see you, Brando." "Yes." Brando nodded. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 554. Marquis Yoakum stood in the dark, watching Brando and Freya leave the inner court in confusion. Who is that woman? She seems to be the knight of Her Royal Highness, my lord. So, Yenbao intends to get close to the royal faction, or is this their hidden move? Marquis Yoakum frowned. He believed that Brando was Count Yenbao, and this sudden move made him feel a little threatened. It's just Yenbao. It's not worth mentioning, my lord. A rough voice came from behind. Marquis Yoakum turned around and saw a bearded military officer standing behind him. He recognized this man. It was Count Vito Kin, who did not show up at the meeting. He was the Black Blade Squad's Legion commander. He was a soldier and one of Duke Cypher's loyal followers. Marquis Yoakum. A young man with red lips and white teeth stood beside Count Vito Kin and bowed slightly to the king's brother. Marquis Yoakum noticed the young man. The young man had the aggressive aura of a young soldier. His eyes were astonishingly bright, like an eagle that was about to spread its wings. Marquis Yoakum's eyebrows twitched as if he recognized the young man. However, he did not intend to answer the question of the head of the Black Blade Squad. Yenbao was naturally not a concern, but it was different with Archbishop Wood behind him. Marquis Yoakum sneered in his heart. He did not intend to reveal this information to this vulgar country bumpkin. On the contrary, he was pleasantly surprised and greeted, "Cecil? I thought you weren't coming. I will never forget the hunting ground in the Grey Mountain. The scenery is beautiful, the weather is pleasant, and it is much better than His Majesty's royal hunting ground. Why, do you still welcome me as a guest when you have time?" Count Vito Kin frowned. Cecil was his real name, but among the nobles, only enemies and close friends would call him by his name. Marquis Yoakum was obviously not his close friend, but he could not be considered an enemy. He also knew that the Marquis was famous. However, when Cecil mentioned the hunting ground in the Grey Mountain, he could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth and change his expression. The last time Oberg 7 came to Vito Jean for an inspection, the Marquis actually raped his sister. Of course, this wasn't a big deal, but the bad thing was that her fiancé was also in the castle at that time. Naturally, he did not dare to shame the king, so he could only let his sister bear the responsibility. That poor woman was still a nun in the convent. Thinking of this, Count Vito Kin could not help but feel a little flustered. Fortunately, he also knew that it would be useless to vent his anger on Marquis Yoakum. Count Vito Kin knew that his king's younger brother was petty and vengeful. No one would want to offend such a person. Not to mention, the other party had a big shot backing him up. "Lord Marquis, you must be joking." Count Vito Kin forced a smile. "How would I dare to compare it to His Majesty's hunting ground? That young man should be the one you met a few days ago, right?" Marquis Yoakum pretended to change his expression, and at the same time, he secretly cursed the old man for being well informed. "Which one?" He pretended to be puzzled. "Lord Marquis, you don't have to hide it. This young man is a rare genius. Being defeated by him is not a shameful thing." Count Vito Kin smiled and touched his chin with his hand. He did not mind that his beard was prickly. However, it is not a good thing for a young man to be arrogant. The elves have a saying, the strongest beast often becomes the hunter's prey. Hearing Count Vitokin's sarcastic consolation, Marquis Yoakum's face turned livid. He secretly cursed this guy for having bad intentions. However, he rolled his eyes and suddenly saw the young man beside Count Vito Kin. He quickly pretended to be angry and said, "What bad luck. I thought he was just a country bumpkin. I don't know how he got the favor of the Archbishop. Presumably, in 10 or 20 years, this guy will be one of the top existences in Erewhon." As soon as he said this, Count Vitokin and the young man's faces changed. How could they not know the meaning of this sentence? The current Black Blade Squad commander, Count Vitokin, had been blessed by the previous archbishop. That was why he had the status he had today. In fact, his ability was far inferior to Brando's. He was also aware of this. In this way, it could be imagined that in the future, Brando's achievements would be far greater than his. He frowned and thought that Joachim was implying something. He could not help but secretly look at Joachim. He found that Marquis Joachim's face was livid. It did not seem like he was deliberately instigating discord. Vitokin was stunned for a moment, but then he felt relieved. He looked down on the king's younger brother from the bottom of his heart. Naturally, he would not suspect that Joachim was scheming. At this time, the young man beside Vitokin smiled and said, "Indeed. In terms of individual strength, I am afraid that at this age, there is no one who is more talented than him in Erewhon." However, aristocratic politics was never based on personal strength. The aristocrats of the north would probably not give up the benefits that they had obtained for the sake of a genius. Powerful people like the Sword Saint can only show off their bravery on the battlefield. Is that so? Marquis Joachim showed a disgusted expression and said, "I am afraid that there is no one who is more talented than him in Erewhon. I heard that there is a hero in Tranquil who stepped into the Gold Realm at the age of 20. He also showed extraordinary talent in military affairs. What do you think?" The young man's face turned red. Comparing him to a bandit was the biggest insult among the nobles. If Count Vitokin had not warned him in advance that Joachim was always fearless with his words, and that the difference in status between the two was too great, there would have been an internal duel before Duke Cypher could even attack the royal faction. But even so, the young man was so angry that he could not say a word. He could not do anything to the king's brother, but in his heart, he hated Brando who started this topic. As for the hero in Tranquil that Marquis Joachim mentioned, the young man was not willing to degrade himself to the point of arguing with a bandit. In his opinion, the difference in status between the two was too great to be measured. They were not people of the same world. At this time, Vitokin finally realized that something was wrong and could not help but curse Joachim in his heart. However, he did not suspect him and quickly changed the topic. "Alright, Tranquil is a matter for that bastard Randner to worry about. It has nothing to do with us, right?" "Naturally." Marquis Joachim shrugged and said, "This one is just mentioning it in passing." Count Vitokin finally could not stand Joachim's sloppy attitude. He gritted his teeth and said, "All right, Marquis Joachim. You know that I'm here to speak on behalf of that important person. Let's get back to the main topic. The scapegoat that you prepared made that important person very dissatisfied. Anyone with a discerning eye can see the flaw in it. Oberway and Makarov are both shrewd people. Aren't you afraid that they will see through it and be alerted?" "So what if they are alerted?" Marquis Joachim smiled. "I didn't support this in the first place. I don't think that my cute niece can make any waves. Why don't you just let her abdicate the throne? She hasn't ascended the throne yet. Why should she abdicate? Besides, it's Haru's business if she wants to abdicate." Count Vitokin cursed in his heart, but he still reminded him in a low voice, "Do you want the people to have the impression that the nobles of Erewhon backed down under the threat of crews? So what? Isn't that the truth?" Marquis Joachim smiled slightly. "Do you think that I care about that little bit of reputation? In fact, I just want to drag you down with me. Since you want the throne, you naturally have to pay a price, right?" Count Vitokin was almost angered to death. "You're crazy. What did you say?" Marquis Joachim's face turned cold. Vitokin then remembered that he was facing a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He quickly replied, "Nothing, it's just that, this is too crazy. If the people think that the Holy Cathedral of Fire and Crews can influence the opinions of the nobles of Erewhon, I'm afraid it will be detrimental to the rule of House Cypher. At that time, Erewhon will only exist in name. Even if it's for the sake of your nephew's future, you should at least be more serious, right?" "What does that have to do with me?" Marquis Joachim sneered. You want to reap the benefits without paying the price. You want me and Erek to take the blame? It's not that easy to be a bitch. To be honest, although the plan this morning was a little unexpected, I believe that old man Erek is not surprised at all. Do you really think that you can stop Fleetwood and Her Royal Highness with just 8 gold rankers? You underestimate the power of the royal family. Now there are only 2 paths in front of you. One is to force my niece to abdicate with the help of Cruz, and the other is to return to the north to prepare for war. I think that old man Erek is waiting for you to choose the second path. Marquis Joachim replied with a smile, as if all this had nothing to do with him. Count Weidekind's face turned red and white. He couldn't even ignore the fact that Marquis Joachim had called him a bitch. His back was drenched in cold sweat. After a while, he raised his head and looked deeply at Marquis Joachim. So that's what you think? Is this what you want to say to that big shot? I understand. Marquis Joachim shrugged. Do you think that I'm as afraid of Cruz as you are? Like a mouse that sees a cat. That's true. Marquis Joachim is naturally not afraid of anything. Count Wedekind spat out these words and then left the inner court. But as soon as he turned around, the smile on Marquis Joachim's face turned cold. He rubbed his slender fingers, and the killing intent in his eyes was unrestrained. Marquis Joachim, do you know that young man? At this time, the attendant beside him whispered. That should be Weidekind's designated successor. I happen to know him. He fought a few beautiful battles with the Lion Beast men. He is perfect and is also a genius. If there is no accident, the next leader of the Black Blade Corps will fall on his head. What a lucky man. Marquis Joachim smiled. If there is no accident. The black tea in the white porcelain teacup had completely cooled down and solidified into the color of agate. There were only a few people in the splendidly decorated study. Soft light shone through the floor-to-ceiling window onto the carpet. The light separated the people in the room into 2 sides. One side was Brando and Freya, and the other side was the quiet princess. Beside her stood Maynard, Fleetwood, Makarov, Oberway, and a balding middle-aged noble that Brando did not know the name of. Erwin's future little king, the young man named Haruz, stood beside the middle-aged noble. It was the first time that Brando had time to carefully look at the princess since he came to this world. After the mysterious halo in his impression faded, the half-elf girl's beauty became clearer. Fortunately, he had seen a lot of beauties, so he had some resistance. He compared the beauties in his memory and suddenly realized that the princess in his previous life did not leave much of an impression on him other than her strong, unyielding, and shining faith. Instead, she was like a beautiful symbol. But the one in front of him was obviously much more genuine. If Brando had to give an evaluation, then she was just a beautiful half-elf girl. Her silver curly hair shone under the afternoon sun, and her slender shoulders seemed to be wrapped in a soft halo. But there was a trace of undetectable distress between her eyebrows. This girl who was supposed to be in the prime of her life was obviously carrying too many things. At least, as half of the soul of a modern person, Brando could not understand how a girl of her age could understand the dirtiest and darkest side of the political struggle and voluntarily participate in it. Brando had seen some analysis topics on the forum, and one of them was about the princess's memoirs. She saw herself as a commodity and accepted the high honor of being the princess of Erewhon. In the eyes of others, it was an honor, but in her eyes, it was a responsibility. Brando did not have close contact with the princess in his previous life. His senior once said that she was a silly child. He could not help but look curiously at the shrewd girl. Was she really stupid? In reality, Brando had always kept a respectful distance from such people. But here, he felt an inexplicable attraction, like a moth drawn to a flame. Fortunately, after experiencing so many things, Brando's temperament was no longer the same as before. He silently looked at the princess for a while and then withdrew his gaze. In fact, Brando did not think that the royal faction, including the current princess, had made the right choice. But it was true that there was no one more suitable than Erewhon for this position. Brando was a lazy person. In his opinion, as long as he helped Erewhon get through this difficult time and prevent history from repeating, there should be no problem for this country to continue for another 100 or 200 years. As for the future, he had never considered it. There was no dynasty in the world that lasted for thousands of years. He just wanted to make up for his regrets. In fact, he was more interested in exploring the world beyond the wilderness. First of all, I would like to thank you for saving us during the meeting, Mr. Brendel. The princess was the first to break the silence in the study. Her voice was soft and pleasant to the ears. But I really can't bring myself to say thank you. The royal faction has never met you before, but you have given us a lot of help. I haven't even had the chance to thank you every single time. Speaking of which, it's really rude of me, Your Royal Highness. Brando habitually opened his mouth. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he noticed that Griffin's eyes lit up. Most of the other people's faces also changed. Brando paused for a moment before he realized that he had made a mistake. The royal princess was the king's sister. This title was only given to her after Heru's coronation and Griffin became the regent princess. It was a slip of the tongue that he said that, which was really disgraceful. Fortunately, the royal faction did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. In their opinion, Brando's words were an acknowledgement of Heru's position. This was an act of choosing a side. In politics, it was taboo to choose a side without knowing which side to take. Brando had made his stand clear from the start, which won him the favor of Fleetwood, Makarov, and the others. Even the old court mage who was prejudiced against Brando couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. This young man was smart and steady, to be able to think of such a way to choose a side. As expected of the descendant of a great family, everyone thought so. Brando naturally did not know that his slip of the tongue had caused so many misunderstandings. He smiled bitterly and continued, "What happened in Tonajul was actually me using the royal princess. Your Royal Highness does not need to apologize." "Is that so?" Griffin was in a good mood. She smiled and said, "But then again, we haven't really met Mr. Brando yet. There are rumors that you are a Highland knight. May I ask if this is true?" Brando nodded. Author's note: I made a few mistakes in yesterday's chapter. First, I added Crown of Thorns and Blood of the Scorching Sun, which were originally LV5, to LV10. I also added Conflict Aura into the list. Conflict Aura was added to LV10 in Chapter 274. Also, the unlocked level for mid-tier skills was LV30 instead of LV25. The second mistake was that I accidentally changed Jonathan from almost dying to a necromancer to Jonathan being killed by a necromancer. Damn, I can't believe Jonathan would come to me with a face full of blood and say that I died a horrible death. I immediately kneeled down to Jonathan. Also, there is a prerequisite for the experience gained from killing people. That is, these people are disguised as cultists. In fact, you should know from the previous chapters that cultists like the disciples of the Black Flames who believe in chaos are seen as monsters. In short, you can just treat them as if they are not humans. Instead of staying in the Order faction, they chose to join the Twilight Dragon. This is the worst kind of evil that can't be escaped from. As for the compensation for yesterday's mistake, can I roll around and act cute? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 555. What a young hero! Fleetwood exclaimed. "Mr. Brando, just call me Brando." Brando interrupted her. "Brando, I'd like to hear your thoughts on the current situation. Is that all right?" Princess Griffin placed her hands on the desk, gently holding the white porcelain teacup. The black tea rippled slightly, like ripples on the surface of the crystal. She looked up, her eyes bright, and her beautiful eyes seemed to be plated with a layer of silver light. Brando's gaze swept across everyone in the study. The royal faction was as calm as ever. The princess looked innocent but was actually very shrewd. Only the little prince seemed to be a little timid as he carefully observed Brando from behind the noble. Only one cold and sharp gaze was fixed on him. Brando looked at the black-haired female knight standing behind the princess. Her name seemed to be Maynard. Brando's heart palpitated every time he saw her. He looked away. Forgive me for being blunt, but for the royal faction, it's not much of a situation right now. Brando replied bluntly. The North has long since fallen to Duke Cypher's side. The White Lion Legion and the Black Blade Legion are in the hands of the nobles in the north. The Southern Legion was attacked by Madara, and its structure is still unclear. I'm afraid this is the reason why Count Randner has not signed an agreement with Insursta. He paused for a moment. Although there were still Duke Viro, Duke Karsuk, and Duke Grinoires in the south, they were all insignificant. The difference in power between the north and the south was too great. In fact, the princess was the only one who truly raised the flag of Corvado. The cold winter had stopped the Northern Legion from moving southward, but as long as the snow melted, the hope of the princess would also crumble. However, this was the reason why the royal faction chose to be in cahoots with Erech. The kingdom is surrounded by powerful enemies, and the situation is precarious. The conference in Ampere Seal does not belong to you. In fact, I'm afraid that you are here to persuade the Chamber of Commerce and the Holy Cathedral to remain neutral, and not to participate in the conference, right? Brando retorted. There was a moment of silence in the study. Everyone looked at Brando with a surprised gaze. Ever since Oberg VII's death, the situation in the kingdom had changed drastically. Everyone could see the weakness of the royal faction at a glance, but Brendel was able to guess their true intentions. Everyone thought that they wanted to use Erech's power to turn the tables in the Ampere Seal conference, but this young man in front of him saw through their intentions without any hesitation. Makarov and Fleetwood felt a chill in their hearts. If this young man was an enemy, he would be too terrifying. Only Oberway looked at Brando with admiration. After all, Brando was chosen by him from the refugees in Fortress Reden. The more outstanding Brando was, the better Brando was. Griffine's eyes were also filled with admiration. She looked at Brando as if he was the closest person to her. This was because no one knew that there was a secret between her and Brando. When the half-elf girl first replied to Brando's letter, she was influenced by the story Oberway told her. She also had a yearning for the romance of a knight. Coupled with the fact that the royal faction was in a precarious situation at the time, or perhaps it was because she wanted to use a lot of money to buy a horse's bones, she secretly appointed Brando as her knight. Her Highness was only 17 years old this year. She had not reached the age where she could attribute everything to luck. However, other than luck, there was only fate. Thinking of this, the half-elf girl's heart was slightly moved. I have seen Princess Magadol before. I heard that she is a close friend of the princess. Brando replied. But in reality, he knew that the royal faction's true motive was not because of this. History was like an open book in front of him, and the greed of Awin's nobles in this era could not escape his eyes, let alone the schemes that the royal faction laid out on the table. The reason why he said this was because he did not want to be seen as a demon. Makarov, Fleetwood, and Oberway nodded slightly. With the relationship between the nun princess and the Holy Cathedral, as well as the Holy Cathedral's influence in the Merchant Guild, it was not difficult to guess the connection. However, when everyone's attention was on the meeting of the nobles, this young man's eyes did not miss out on the details around him. This calmness and sharpness could be considered as a first-rate talent among the nobles. You guessed correctly, Mr. Brando. Because of this, there are only two ways for my brother's army to enter the south from the north. If we obtain the support of the Holy Cathedral and the Merchant Guild, or at least make them remain neutral, then the nobles in the north will have no choice but to pass through Erech's mountains. So you intend to marry Erech? This way, no matter how aggressive the nobles in the north are, they will have to face reality. In the mountains, they were no match for Erech. As a result, Viro, Grinoires, and Karsuk, whose safety was assured, would naturally be tied to the royal faction, or rather, to Erech's chariot, when they were assured of their safety. In the long run, the royal family of Covardo will be able to rise again. Brando raised his head, but there was not a trace of joy in his eyes. Then I will congratulate the princess in advance. Do you think there is something wrong? Griffine's face turned pale. Brando's power was insignificant in the eyes of the royal faction, but in her heart, he was important. She vaguely felt that Brando might know the real her, the goal she had been holding on to since she was a child, even going against the royal faction. But in the whole of Erewhon, there was only one person who understood her. This person was right in front of her. She had thought that he could understand her sacrifice. But compared to this understanding, everything else was insignificant. She saw the shining light in Brando. She had been holding on to her beliefs independently, but it was like seeing another light in the storm. The surprise of finding a companion in the dark and lonely wilderness was indescribable. Whether it was in the letters or in his actions, it was not difficult for her to see that he had the same determination as her, but this person was looking at her with a cold expression. Griffin took a small breath. "Can you tell me the reason?" Her tone was very gentle, but it was not difficult to see a trace of dissatisfaction under her frowning eyebrows. Presumably, if Brendel could not give her a satisfactory answer, it would be in exchange for the princess's disappointment. She is as arrogant as the rumors say. Brando thought to himself. But if she did not have such a personality, she would not have been able to hold on to this step. "There are a few problems," he replied. Oberway raised his head slightly. In fact, he was not very supportive of this plan either. But Fleetwood and Makarov agreed. Fleetwood had great influence in the royal faction, and was the only elemental ranker in the royal faction. On the other hand, Makarov also represented the opinion of his allies, and he could not object. First, the war between the Holy Cathedral of Fire and the Holy Cathedral of Earth is imminent. Cruz would not be happy to see Erewhon lose control at this time. Although the people of Erewhon are no longer under the control of Cruz after becoming independent, they have to admit that we are also part of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Brando replied, "At this time, although the Holy Cathedral cannot openly interfere in the kingdom's internal affairs, they can still open the door for the nobles in the north. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, the North is much stronger than the South, and the fastest way to end the war is to let the North win as soon as possible." "It's impossible that we haven't considered this, young man," Fleetwood finally spoke. Brendel's suspicion towards him had completely erased his good impression of him. "But if Duke Arek joins forces with the royal faction, it won't be easy for the northern barbarians to win. If the Holy Cathedral interferes, it will only lead to an even larger civil war. Furthermore, the Lion Beast men have yet to prepare their rations, and the war between the Holy Cathedral of Fire and the Holy Cathedral of Earth is even more ridiculous." Brando did not say anything because he knew that this was history. In history, the royal faction had turned the tables just like that. But he had a real reason, but it was difficult to say it out loud. Could he say that Arek was up to no good? The problem was that the royal faction was not stupid. They naturally knew that Arek was up to no good. The princess was trying to pull chestnuts out of the fire. She thought that she could succeed. But history proved that she had failed. But Brando could not say that he was from the future and that he was a fraud, right? He was silent for a while, and the disappointment on the princess' face grew. She clenched her fists imperceptibly, and for a moment, she even hoped that Brendel could prove her wrong. The 17-year-old princess had been unable to sleep for the past few weeks. She knew that she was walking on a tightrope, but she convinced herself that she had to do it. The study fell into silence for a while. Freya was a little uneasy. Although she was much more knowledgeable than before, she still did not understand a single word of the debate between Brando and the royal faction. The girl from Butchie was even a little annoyed. She thought that this annoying guy only knew how to cause trouble. Even if he did not agree with her, he should not have said it in front of her. At the end of the day, she was still on Brando's side. Compared to the life and death of the royal faction, she was more concerned about Brando's safety. Oberway and Makarov felt that the atmosphere was a little strange, but they could not help but feel dissatisfied with Brando. They felt that this young man was exaggerating and was even being an alarmist. But there was only one strange gaze that stopped on Brando for a moment, and no one even noticed it. Maynard's expression quickly returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. At this awkward moment, there was a knock on the door. Everyone's gaze shifted as a servant brought in a letter from outside the door. Her Royal Highness opened the letter and read it, then frowned. She paused for a moment and placed the letter on the table, and then broke the silence. The results from this morning are out. Everyone was shocked. They obviously knew that this was the result of the assassination in the morning, but they did not expect the Holy Cathedral to act so quickly and find the mastermind in just 2 to 3 hours. Only Makarov frowned, as if he thought of something. Brando could not help but listen. The assassination in the morning had changed history, and he wanted to know the reason behind it. The mastermind is called Xerxes. Oberwei frowned. I know this person. He is a small noble from Ampere Seal. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression changed. To be able to order such an assassination, the mastermind behind it was definitely not simple. No one would believe that a small noble could cause such a huge commotion. This unlucky guy was obviously a scapegoat, but the fact that the investigation results were given by the Holy Cathedral meant that there was a big problem. For a moment, everyone's expression was a little ugly. Only Brando's expression was normal, as if he had expected this result. Although Brando did not know what went wrong, he saw the cross assassin in the morning and knew that the Holy Cathedral must have done something. The letter also mentioned Mr. Brando, Griffin continued. After a pause, she added, the letter said that Mr. Brando not only brought weapons into the Holy Cathedral, but also that 2 of his subordinates were blood descendants. The Holy Cathedral suspects that Mr. Brando is involved with the evil cult and hopes that we will hand him over for him to cooperate with the Holy Cathedral's investigation. After reading this paragraph, Aween's Princess Royal's face was already ashen. Brando's heart also tightened, but more than that, he was angry. He had not even gone to find trouble with the Holy Cathedral of Fire, but he did not expect them to target him first. This was simply too much. However, he did not flare up, and was prepared to see the reaction of the royal faction. At this time, Oberwei sneered, the Holy Cathedral does not allow us to bring weapons, but they are very lenient with assassins. Since when did having blood descendants as subordinates become evidence of being involved with the evil cult? Erewhon is close to Madara, and I think many of the Grand Dukes have dark nobles exiled from Madara as subordinates, right? The royal faction deeply agreed with this lone wolf's words, and all of them had a look of disdain. Your Royal Highness? The servant asked softly. Erewhon's people have never handed over a guest to Cruz's people, let alone such a ridiculous excuse, Her Royal Highness replied coldly. It's just that someone wants to test our relationship, you just have to answer them directly. Tell them that Mr. Brando is one of us, and he can't be an assassin. Brando watched the servant leave the study and could not help but feel a little touched. Although he knew that there was an element of show in it, at least the royal faction's attitude was clear at this moment. He looked at Oberwei and the others, and the prejudice in his heart from the previous argument faded a little. It seems that the Holy Cathedral's attitude is not as neutral as you think. But he could not help but mock, and then tilted his head to look at the people of the royal faction. After all, he was not a real politician, and there was still Sophie's gloating factor in his bones. The half-elf girl's eyebrows sank sadly, and she sighed slightly. She was so helpless that it made Brando feel a little sad, but she did not dwell on this issue. Mr. Brendel, we're not in a good situation. Please excuse us. But no matter what, we still want to get your help. You are a Highland Knight, so I would like to ask you to help us gain the support of the Highland Knights, is that okay? The princess lowered her status and asked in a pleading tone. She could see that Brando did not have any bad intentions towards the royal faction, but there were some misunderstandings. But she believed that the end result would prove that she was right. Brando shook his head. You all know that the Highland Knight is not the same as you, and I can personally support you. However, it may not be easy to gain their approval. Even though he was not a real Highland Knight, he was confident that he could fool the most astute person with his disguise. In fact, even the county would not be able to find any fault with Brando's words. The people of the royal faction also knew that Brando was speaking the truth, and they could not help but nod solemnly. But fortunately, Brando still had control over Tonajal, and this insignificant place was the key to restricting Count Randner. Otherwise, the members of the royal faction would have doubted that it was a wise decision to fall out with the holy cathedral for this young man. But it's not impossible, Brando suddenly smiled. Karsuk is the most affected by Madara, and the northern nobles' attitude towards compromise has already caused the dissatisfaction of the Highland Knight. As long as you all show them goodwill, I'm sure they will be willing to join the royal faction. But the key is the situation. After all, no one wants to join the ranks of the losers. Griffin nodded. She knew this was the case, but the problem was not that simple. She did not take Brando's suggestion seriously. The meeting between the royal faction and Brando was for the sake of the Highland Knight. Now that her hopes were dashed, she suddenly felt a little mentally and physically exhausted. She quietly looked at the hourglass. It was almost time for the meeting to begin. Mr. Brando, I have one last personal question. Is it convenient for you to answer? Griffin looked up at Brando and asked. Brando nodded. You and Yenbao. She had always been concerned about this question. Even though she did not think that Brando was Dilferi's retainer, at least Yenbao had not joined the royal faction yet. If he was a retainer, Brando's actions were clearly out of line. Besides, she also thought that Brando should be her knight. But what she cared about was the relationship between Brando and the young lady of the Yenbao family. With her shrewdness, she could not imagine how great it would be if she could pull Yenbao into her camp. No, actually I have nothing to do with the Earl. In fact, it's the opposite. In fact, I only forced her to bring me into the meeting. Brando smiled and answered truthfully. Everyone was stunned. Although it's a little rude to say this, the invitation to the meeting was only sent to Duke Karsuk. As a small Highland Knight, you have no right to enter the Sephora Manor. I think you can understand the difficulties of a young person like me. Brando shook his head and added. The people of the royal faction finally reacted. For a moment, they could not help but look at Brando with a strange expression. This guy had the guts to kidnap and threaten a noble under the nose of the Holy Cathedral. If it were not for the fact that they knew that it was unlikely, they would have suspected that the assassins in the morning were related to this young man. Princess Griffin smiled slightly. She did not believe Brando's words at all. The reason was simple. She and Dilferi were good friends, and in the morning, anyone could see that the Countess was obviously concerned about Brando. Would the person who was kidnapped care about the kidnapper? Perhaps it was possible, but definitely not in that kind of situation. However, she did not intend to expose Brando's clumsy lie. Instead, she smiled and said, Extraordinary people do extraordinary things. Your actions in Tanajul have already taught us a vivid lesson. I didn't expect that you would give us another surprise when we just arrived in Ampere Seal. But Dilferi is a little too pitiful. Mr. Brando does not know how to be gentle with a woman at all. After being reminded by Princess Griffin, Brando remembered the resentful look in the Countess' eyes. He could not help but sweat. This was not intentional. He thought to himself that he did not know beforehand that the Countess was a soft girl. But at the same time, he sighed slightly. Looking at Princess Griffin's calm face, Brando knew that his persuasion had failed. Although he did not have much hope in the first place, he was after all an outsider compared to the royal faction. If the princess changed her mind because of a few words from him, then he would have to wonder if this half-elf girl was a fake. Thinking of this, Brando could only prepare for the next step. But vaguely, he had a bad premonition. The attitude of the Holy Cathedral not only stunned the princess and her party, but also greatly exceeded his expectations. Archbishop Wood's promise was still in his ears. He did not expect the Holy Cathedral of Fire to go back on their word so quickly. There must be something wrong. P.S. Yesterday, I saw the comments section saying that it was too late to update an hour earlier. I'll try to update an hour earlier tomorrow. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 556. Brando kept the second and third words in his heart, but he did not say them out loud. Some words were not suitable to be spoken in front of the royal faction. He knew from the start that the royal faction and Princess Griffin's path were destined to be different. When he turned to leave, the kingdom behind him had already turned into a crumbling palace. It was as if he saw a sea of fire. The drunken nobles of Erewhon had already destroyed the foundation of this ancient kingdom. Even the most outstanding people in the kingdom, such as Makarov, Fleetwood, and Oberway, were limited by tradition, or perhaps they were afraid of change. History was similar. As long as one compromised, they would win. The royal faction had obtained the best chance to turn the tables. However, it was not the same for the princess. Brando had already seen what she wanted from her eyes. Unfortunately, it was something that the old nobles of Erewhon could not give her. However, to Brando, only destruction could bring new life. What they could not give, he would give. Sometimes, a sentence was enough. Some people were not worth saving. He and Freya arrived at Raksh Palace. "Sue!" Freya called out happily. A young girl with dark skin and braided hair stood outside the palace with a smile. She was wearing the clothes of a merchant's daughter. "Miss Freya, you have grown taller," she replied gently. "Sue, pass this letter to the Nagas." Brando took out a letter and handed it to Sue. Sue nodded and accepted the letter silently. She was a quiet and reliable girl. Brando had always been at ease with this daughter of the copper dragon Reto. "Nagas?" Freya turned around and asked in surprise, "Brando, I heard that the Nagas were pirates who roamed the shining sea." "I didn't know that you even knew them." Brando could not help but laugh and teased her, "I know a lot of people, but you don't know most of them." "Humph, damned aristocrat." Freya gritted her teeth. Sue looked at the two of them and could not help but shake her head. She kept the letter properly. This letter represented the collapse of the negotiations. As the daughter of a bartender, she did not care about the future of the kingdom. However, that did not mean that Freya could remain indifferent. The girl suddenly raised her head. "Brando, what do you think now?" "I have done my best. I plan to return to Tonajul and wait for the princess to join forces with Arek to start a war." Before he could finish, he saw Freya staring at him suspiciously. Brando couldn't help but sweat, thinking to himself, "Am I that untrustworthy?" "Speak the truth, Brando." Freya closed her eyes and replied snappily. This guy liked to lie just like the Roman. She didn't believe that he would let go just like that. He had the ability to achieve whatever he wanted. The key was that his determination was always stronger than others. Freya knew this very well. Brando was already the synonym of omnipotence in her heart. Moreover, she subconsciously did not want the princess to ally with Arek. As a commoner and a highly educated person, she did not trust Erewhon's rotten nobility. "Kill." Brando replied calmly. Freya was slightly startled and raised her head to look at Brando. Brando did not say anything more. The royal faction had given him an answer, and now he had to give everyone an answer. He couldn't be bothered to explain too much to people like Makarov and Fleetwood, because only swords could explain everything. When he realized that the royal faction's stubbornness was irreversible, he had already decided to carry out the second plan. The plan that he had already decided on. He would use force to interfere with the peace talks in Ampere Seal and start a war with his own hands. Then, the kingdom would be plunged into a great war. The flames would burn everything, and the old would be reduced to ashes. Only those who could withstand the test would be able to survive. Brando had personally participated in this war. It had a name, Erewhon's Civil War. At this moment, a melodious bell rang above the harbor. Brando turned around and saw that the Ampere Seal Conference had already begun. In history, this meeting lasted for 7 days. The nobles argued and argued endlessly in the meeting, refusing to give up an inch of land. Then, they used a completely different result to draw a perfect end to the peace talks: war. The nobles were just that ridiculous. Brando. Brando heard a voice calling him. He thought it was Orthless. He had previously discussed the situation in Erewhon with this wind elf lady who was like his teacher. But when Brando turned around, he saw Dilferi standing in the Rockshby Palace. Count Yenbao was dressed in formal attire, and behind her stood the knight Nia. It seemed like they were preparing to attend the conference. But now she stopped and stared at Brando angrily. The conference is about to start. What are you waiting for? Brando was stunned. Since he had already decided to start a war, there was no point in attending the conference. In fact, he had only snuck into the conference today to see Griffin. He had no interest in this kind of conference. Besides, didn't he say that he would separate with the young lady once he entered the conference? What did she mean by this? Brando could not help but look at Dilferi in confusion. The Countess gritted her teeth. You are my retainer. If you don't attend the conference with me, do you want me to become a laughingstock? Freya stared at Brando suspiciously. Her eyes said, Didn't you say that you forced this young lady to bring you into the conference? Brando of course noticed this pure and simple look, but he also had a big headache. Who knew what was wrong with this young lady? But now was not the time to explain this. Since Dilferi had already said so, if he did not do anything, it would only make people suspicious of his identity. He still needed to stay in Ampere Seal for a few days, and did not intend to expose himself to everyone so early. Thinking of this, Brando could not help but shake his head and walk over. He looked at Miss Dilferi in annoyance and asked, Young lady, what's wrong with you? Aren't you afraid of being associated with a cultist like me? Dilferi rolled her eyes at him, and a faint blush appeared on her snow-white face. You gave me so much trouble, and I asked you to attend the conference with me. Are you going to refuse? Seriously speaking, you still owe me a favor. You should have no right to refuse my request, right? You're not having stage fright, are you? Brando saw Dilferi's shy look and suddenly asked strangely. So what? The Countess snorted softly. You are a sword saint. With you by my side, I will feel more at ease. Brando sighed, and suddenly felt that it might be a good idea to participate in this conference. Erech and the Holy Cathedral's attitude towards the king's faction had changed subtly. He vaguely had a premonition that something might happen in this conference that was beyond his control. This premonition calmed him down. The Ampere Seal Conference was one of the famous events in Erewhon's history. Because it happened in the early days of the game, only a few players witnessed this noble event. Brando was not one of the witnesses, and he never thought that he would have the opportunity to personally participate in this historical event. The conference was held in such a circular hall, and the huge round table was filled with elites from all over the kingdom. There was no light in the hall, only a ray of natural sunlight hanging down from the vault. In the soft light, dust floated up and down, forming a sharp contrast with the surrounding darkness. For a moment, even the faces of the participants could not be seen clearly. Brando and Dilferi sat together on the south side, while the female knight, Nia, did not sit as a guard. It took him a while to get used to the light, and he could faintly see the faces of the nobles in the dark. Opposite him on the north side was the king's faction and the princess. Brando noticed that Princess Griffin was also paying attention to him, and his heart skipped a beat. On the other side was the cold-looking Grand Duke Erech and his entourage. This old fox from a military background was very shrewd, and Brando could not see the slightest useful expression on his sharp face. Below Grand Duke Erech sat Marquis Balta, who looked a little restless and nervous. Looking further down, there was a serious middle-aged man. This guy looked like the kind of person who would rather break than bend. Brando recognized this man. He was Count Janelesu, the commander of the royal fleet, and also the captain of the flagship, Fronta. He should be one of the few people who were loyal to the royal family, and he did not belong to the king's faction. He was not present in the morning, probably because he was delayed by others. Brando remembered this count and continued to look down. Then he saw the bearded Count Vito Kin and the ashen-faced Count Greymountain sitting beside him. These two people were also from House Cipher. Brando only glanced at them and then passed by them. Then, he saw a group of knights dressed in green warrior clothes. He was slightly startled and couldn't help but curse in his heart. These knights were none other than the Highland Knights. In fact, What really made Brendel cursed was that when he looked at the knights, the middle-aged man who was obviously the leader of the group turned his head back as well, as if he had noticed Brendel at a glance, and even smiled at him. Brando immediately cursed. His disguise as a Highland knight could be said to be deceiving everyone, but he could not deceive these locals. Brando's mind suddenly spun rapidly, trying to guess what the guy meant by smiling at him. In fact, the Highland knight rarely left the Karsuk province, and Duke Karsuk himself did not like to interfere with the kingdom's politics. He did not even plan to participate in this event personally and send a group of knights to be the ambassadors. Why did he send a bunch of Highland knights? Aren't the ones in charge of diplomacy in Karsuk usually sent by wizards? Brendel cursed. Why did he send a bunch of Highland knights? Aren't the ones in charge of diplomacy in Karsuk usually sent by wizards? He looked away guiltily, and then saw Duke Viro's diplomatic envoy on the other side. The current Duke Viro's temper was exactly the same as Duke Karsuk's. This fellow had a feud with Count Randner, and because of Brendel, they were fighting fiercely at the borders. He did not care whether the Holy Cathedral of Fire was the ruler of the kingdom in name or not, and even sent a bunch of random people to represent the kingdom. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. Of course, because of the same reason, Count Randner was not present. Therefore, it could be said that because of Brando, two important figures who should have been present in history were absent. This so-called Ampere Seal conference suddenly became a little out of place. Seeing this scene, Brando could not help but feel a little proud. Although he did not know what was going on with the Holy Cathedral of Fire, no matter what, he still changed history, didn't he? Duke Grenoires came as scheduled, but Brando knew very well that this guy was here to be a bystander. If he did not suddenly remember that he still had a stolen item in his hands and was about to sell it, Brando would have probably forgotten about this guy. Duke Cypher also came in person, followed by Prince Lu Ku. The eldest son of the king did not seem to be present. Brando narrowed his eyes. In theory, since House Cypher was here, House Covardo should have let the current eldest son of the king represent them. But the eldest son of the king did not come, which meant that this position was left to Griffin by default. Brando did not know why House Cypher would make such a mistake. Was it because they did not trust the credibility of the Holy Cathedral after the incident in the morning? Wasn't that assassination planned by you guys? Why are you pretending to be innocent? Brando could not help but think with some disdain. It was at this time that the last three participants finally arrived. The first person Brando recognized was the consul of Ampere Seal, but he did not care much about this person. This person was obviously here to be a peacemaker. He was more concerned about the representative of the Holy Cathedral. He looked up and saw that the first person to walk out was the bishop who presided over the conference. This person was insignificant, but the representative of the Holy Cathedral of Fire who walked out behind the bishop made Brando open his eyes. It was right to come this time. Brando's heart skipped a beat. The representative of the Holy Cathedral of Fire who walked out from the darkness was the current owner of the Anderla Cathedral, the Archbishop of Ampere Seal. But it was not Wood, but a man with deep-set eyes, a hooked nose, and a cold face. Brando recognized this guy at a glance. It was Archbishop Moros, the representative of the radical faction of the Holy Cathedral. He was also the high-ranking priest of the Holy Cathedral who was supposed to succeed Wood's position in 2 months. How could it be? Brando could not wrap his head around it for a moment. How could Moros have arrived in Ampere Seal so early? But he suddenly reacted. No wonder the attitude of the Holy Cathedral suddenly changed 180 degrees. Since Moros had already entered the Anderla Cathedral, it meant that Cruz was ready to intervene in Erewhon's political affairs. Wood must be in trouble. Brando immediately thought of this, but now was not the time to think about the trouble of the Archbishop. The question now was, why did Moros appear here in advance? In history, it should have been Wood who presided over the conference in Ampere Seal. Brando suddenly felt that the history he knew had cracked open a big hole, and something had changed forever. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 557. The Archbishop will be leaving Ampere Seal in 3 days. He is currently in his meditation room and is not receiving any guests, Miss Magadal. The guards of the Holy Cathedral were dressed in red robes, their silver breastplates glistening under the sunlight. They held spears in their hands, and although they had a polite smile on their faces, they did not look like they were going to bend the rules. The nun princess sighed softly. She turned around. The dome of the Holy Cathedral was bathed in endless light, but it seemed to reflect the last ray of light of the kingdom. In the hazy light, the sound of bells echoed, announcing the end of an era. In the Roxby Palace, the 6 Grand Dukes and their envoys sat on both sides of a round table and began to divide up the remaining riches of the kingdom. Knives, forks, and fish were all on the plates. The buzz of discussion rose into the air, and the roof of the palace, supported by the black jade pillars, echoed with the sighs of thousands of years. Among the many different opinions, only one voice solemnly announced, since the founding of the Erewhon Kingdom, the late King Eric led the people to overcome all obstacles and built this glorious paradise from the wilderness. The late king made an oath that the fate of the kingdom would be decided by the nobles and the people together. Today, the kingdom is once again facing division. Because we cannot bear to see the innocent lives lost in the flames of war, we gather here, and with our fingers on the sword, we make a new contract for the future of the kingdom. Duke Cypher finished this oath and raised his head. The hall was as silent as the winter snow. His eyes shone with a cold and wild light. My colleagues here, if anyone still agrees with this ancient contract, please raise your hand with me to prove that the blood of the nobles of the Erewhon Kingdom flows in your veins. After he finished speaking, he slowly raised his right hand, as if he was holding a sharp sword in his hand and pointing it to the sky. The giant beast in the shadows bared its sharp teeth. The hall was filled with a collective noise. Except for the 2 Cruz bishops, everyone stood up and raised their right hand. Just like their ancestors did in the wilderness, the ancient nobles crossed their swords and made a sacred oath in front of the Lionheart sword. I vow to lead my people. I will lead them away from strife and slaughter, away from the arrogance and greed of the nobles of the empire. I swear that in order to not repeat this cold-blooded mistake of history, I will make the nobles of this new kingdom follow the spirit of the knight, fair and strict, upright and brave, benevolent and generous. I swear this oath, and I will use all my strength to keep it. Brando was the last to get up. He raised his hand, but looked on coldly from the side. Not only had these people lost the Lionheart sword, they had also lost the swords in their hands. Therefore, they had long forgotten about the sacred oath. The sacred contract lost its effect. The cities of the kingdom turned into illusions, and the vast territory melted like snow before him. From the mountains to the plains, from the forests to the sea, only one voice echoed. Revolution. Brando gently closed his eyes, and the Halran Gaia vibrated close to him, as if sensing its master's agitated emotions. The sword was about to break out of the box, but Brando calmed down a little. It was not time yet. Flames were spreading from the ground, and magma was about to swallow everything, but it was not time yet. 260 years ago, my ancestor, the last king of the Cypher dynasty, lost the responsibility of the Lionheart sword and gave the throne to His Majesty Luxon I. He was also the founder of the Corvado dynasty, the founder of Erewhon's resurgence. It is undeniable that this wise king created the prosperity of Erewhon for nearly 100 years. However, 2 centuries later, the kingdom declined again, and history returned to square one. Duke Cypher continued, my niece, Princess Griffine, is the descendant of His Majesty Luxon I. Do you agree? As soon as he finished speaking, there was another round of discussion in the darkness. Everyone knew that under the high-sounding rhetoric, there was an unconcealable desire for power, but it was undeniable that Duke Cypher's words resonated with many people. It was undeniable that the Corvado royal family had an undeniable responsibility for Erewhon's decline. Everyone looked at the eldest princess of the kingdom. Princess Griffine raised her head without changing her expression. I don't agree with your words, Your Grace. There was an uproar. Brando looked at the princess. He knew that she had a noble wish in her heart, but she had no choice but to submit herself to the mud. He wanted to see what she would say, and how she would support Erwin's fragile faith in the darkness. Compared to the 10 years after Erwin's death, this was undoubtedly the darkest moment before dawn. Erek was still expressionless, and he did not say a word. Almost everyone was on Duke Cypher's side, and the princess was like a lone boat in a storm. The royal faction, which seemed to be in harmony with her, could not even make a weak sound. So, House Corvado intends to abandon everyone and stick to their own course. Duke Cypher's expression was cold, and his voice was as sharp as thunder. The Corvado royal family will fulfill their responsibilities as royalty, but if someone wants to break the promise of the ancestors, I will not take a step back, Griffin replied fearlessly. What did you say? According to the agreement, my brother is the rightful heir of the kingdom. No matter how eloquent you are, my uncle, you cannot change this fact. As for my brother, the Corvado royal family will not allow someone who killed his own father to ascend the throne, let alone my stepmother. As long as I am alive, I will not allow her to break the sacred agreement with those despicable people and frame Erwin. The moment the princess said this, the hall became so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Even though everyone knew that there was something fishy about Oberd VII's death, they didn't think that the princess would be so unyielding as to reveal such a shameful matter in front of everyone. Duke Cypher sucked in a breath of cold air, and his face turned pale. Nonsense. Duke Cypher shouted angrily, Your Highness, please maintain your dignity. Maintain my dignity? Griffin seemed to be enraged. She gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. Your Grace, you want me to maintain my dignity? Then let me ask you, who was with my father when he was dying? Then let me ask you, when my father secretly sent me a secret letter asking me to save him, where were you when I was stopped outside the palace? As a daughter, you could only watch as your father died at the hands of despicable people. Your Grace, do you still want me to maintain my dignity? Her voice was close to sobbing as she spoke. Everyone saw the strong princess actually shed tears. Her whole body trembled, her fists clenched, but she still proudly stuck out her chest, proudly facing all her enemies. At this moment, she was no longer Erwin's princess, but a daughter who was filled with grief and indignation for her father. However, the pride of the royal family overlapped on her, giving everyone the illusion that King Oberd VII was right in front of them, denouncing the crimes of the queen. Everyone looked at each other. Most of the nobles looked at Duke Cypher and the archbishops of the Holy Cathedral. Duke Cypher's face was pale, as if he had been stabbed by Griffin's gaze. He took a step back and couldn't help but exchange a look with Archbishop Moros not far away. Only then did he calm down. Your Highness, I think you might be too agitated. The late king's health has always been poor. There might be some misunderstanding here. He was well aware of his sister's actions and could not help but reply with some embarrassment. Griffin bit her lower lip and glared at him. At this time, Moros finally came to the rescue. Your Highness, I understand how you feel, but we are not talking about the death of King Oberd VII. Please consider the millions of people in Erwin. Once the kingdom falls into war, the people who will be sacrificed will be your father's people. If the late King Eric was here, I'm afraid he wouldn't have the heart to let this happen. Does everyone still remember the oath you engraved on your swords? Although the new archbishop's face was gloomy, his voice was unusually gentle, as if it had the power to bewitch people. Brando secretly praised him. He didn't pay much attention to this old guy before, but now he realized that this guy was an expert in Erwin. The moment he opened his mouth, he hit the princess's weak spot. None of the high-ranking people in the Holy Cathedral of Fire were incompetent. He looked at Griffin again, wanting to see how the princess would respond. Once the kingdom falls into the flames of war, Her Royal Highness turned her head, the tears on her cheeks still wet. She smiled a little bleakly. Aween is so poor and weak, but you still don't repent. The kingdom will be engulfed in the flames of war, and the kingdom will be engulfed in the flames of war. 100 years later, this land will only be in ruins. I wonder if all of you will have the face to meet Aween's ancestors, and how will you have the face to meet King Eric? There was an uproar in the hall. Brando was so shocked that he almost jumped out of his seat. He stared dumbfoundedly at the weak 17-year-old half-elf girl. She stood there, isolated and helpless, but her eyes seemed to penetrate the heavy fog of history and saw the inevitable end of Erewhon. She actually saw it? She actually saw it. Brando had always thought that the princess had chosen the wrong path and would eventually follow the kingdom into the abyss. But he didn't expect that the princess had already seen her destiny. She had already seen the darkness and thorns, flowing with blood, burning with hellish flames that could not be changed. What was the power that controlled her, that she was just supporting a hope? Or was it the responsibility of the royal family? Brando looked at the 17-year-old half-elf girl, and for a moment, he couldn't breathe. "Your Highness, you are being an alarmist." Moros replied faintly, "The Holy Cathedral of Fire will never allow the kingdom it protects to be destroyed." Griffin looked at him calmly, "Lord Archbishop, please speak. It is time for Erewhon to choose a new ruler. The nobles of the kingdom are all here, and according to the ancient agreement, let them once again decide the fate of the kingdom." Moros replied, "Presumably, this will also be the voice of this ancient kingdom. We will let it once again echo in this sacred hall and sign the sacred contract. Glory and justice, it will all be here." Duke Cypher's face was full of pride. Duke Erek's eyelids drooped, and his face was expressionless. Most of the other nobles agreed, except for Duke Viro's group of envoys. Count Janelesu, the admiral of the navy, looked at the princess alone and also expressed her opinion. For a time, the situation in the huge side palace was completely one-sided. The royal faction looked at Duke Erek, but did not receive any response from him. Brando saw this scene and could not help but be slightly surprised. This was very different from history. The royal faction was in an absolute disadvantage in the meeting. He stared coldly at Erek, and his hand that was placed on the hilt of Halran Gaia loosened a little. The development of the situation was beyond his expectations, and he once again suppressed his murderous intent. Fortunately, he looked at it again. "Your Highness, I will not allow it." Griffin seemed to have expected this situation, and answered coldly and decisively. "Your Highness, I suggest that you do not be stubborn." Bishop Moros's face changed. He did not expect that the princess would not even give him face. Even the royal family needs the nobles to rule the kingdom. If you are stubborn, you will only cause the Covardo family to be isolated. I think you do not want the nobles of the kingdom to kill each other, right? This was a blatant threat. However, there was no trace of fear on the princess's face. She replied calmly, "There is no king above the throne. When the time comes for the nobles to bleed, Erewhon will choose a new king, but there is one condition that must be fulfilled. I think, have you all forgotten the ancient oath? The Lionheart sword." Everyone's face changed. Only then did they remember that if Duke Erewhon wanted to choose a new king, he would first have to abide by the oath of the late king, King Erek. If one day, the nobles of Erewhon forget their duty, then this sword will return to where it came from, and will no longer protect the kingdom. The Lionheart sword had been lost for more than 260 years, and no one knew where it was. This sword happened to be lost by the Cipher dynasty, and it was also the reason why the last king of the Cipher dynasty passed the throne to the Covardo family. As long as the sword did not return, it meant that the Cipher family did not have the right to reclaim the throne. Everyone was stunned for a moment. The oath of the late King Erek was a heavy shackle that locked the hearts of the nobles of Erewhon. It was the foundation of the Erewhon kingdom, and no one dared to deny it because it was tantamount to denying the existence of the nobles. When the princess said this, the hall suddenly became so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Then, everyone suddenly remembered something. Everyone present turned around and looked in the direction of Brando. To be exact, it was Countess Yenbao, Dilferi. Brando was slightly stunned and turned around. He found that the countess' face did not have the slightest bit of shock. She seemed to have expected this scene. Her expression was calm, but her snow-white face was a little absent-minded. She looked at Griffin not far away, and there was a complicated look of struggle in her eyes. "Dilferi? Mr. Brendel, do you think that Mother Marcia always cares for those who are pure and righteous?" The countess sighed softly and suddenly asked in an almost undetectable tone. Brando was slightly stunned, but Countess Yenbao, Dilferi, had already stood up in front of everyone's eyes. She wore the glorious emblem of her family on her chest, the emblem of a broken sword. Brando looked at the emblem and suddenly remembered something. A rumor about the kingdom's most mysterious family. His expression changed, but the Countess had already said to Princess Griffine in the distance, "The House of Swords greets the King of Erewhon. Your Highness, 3 months ago, the Lionheart Sword's throne was broken, and it is time for the kingdom to choose a new king." When Dilferi answered this, her body could not help but tremble. She was Griffine's best friend, but she knew that when she said this, she was hurting her. "I'm sorry, Griffine. I don't know why this happened either." When the throne was broken, the House of Swords lost its meaning of existence. "Your Highness." The Countess could not help but cry after she finished speaking. "It's all right, Dilferi. The kingdom will bring glory to you once again. The Lionheart Sword will never let down anyone who is loyal to the kingdom and its people." Griffine smiled. She raised her head and saw Duke Cypher, who had a victorious look on his face, and Moros, who had a gloomy face. "Your Highness, the truth is in front of you," Duke Cypher said proudly. Duke Cypher said proudly, "The throne of the sacred sword has been shattered. It is meaningless for the royal family of Covardo to remain on the throne. It is time for the kingdom to choose a new king. According to the sacred agreement, now is the time to return the choice to the nobles of Erewhon." Moros nodded. "Is that so? Then who do you think will be the new king of Erewhon?" Princess Griffine suddenly asked. Of course, Duke Cypher immediately opened his mouth. He knew that the nobles present had long been suppressed by the Holy Cathedral. Even Duke Arek was no exception. The Holy Cathedral supported House Cypher to regain control of Erewhon. Now, it seemed that even the will of the heavens was on his side. The shattering of the sacred sword proved all of this. He was full of himself and was only waiting to say the name that could not be changed. But at this moment, Duke Cypher opened his mouth as if he had seen a ghost. He realized that he could not continue speaking. This was because he saw a girl. Or rather, a female trainee knight. The female knight was standing next to the princess. Duke Cypher felt that she looked familiar. Right, the girl's face vaguely resembled the famous scepter of fire, Everton. Could she be his descendant? But this was not the key. The key was the sword in the female knight's hand. The sword was 4 feet long, and the guard was like a pair of spread wings. A golden lion was biting the edge of the sword, and the blade was as cold as a pool of silver. The blade swayed slightly as it was raised high. The light on the sword was like the first ray of sunlight when the snow melted in winter. It flowed into the eyes of everyone present. The sacred Lionheart sword. This is impossible. Someone in the crowd could not help but scream. If one day, the nobles of Erewhon forget their duty, then this sword will return to where it came from. It will no longer protect this country. But as long as there are people who are loyal to the oath on the sword, it will still protect everything that belongs to this glorious land. The House of Covardo has never forgotten the oath of the late king. I wonder what the rest of you think. Princess Griffine looked at the sword and was a little intoxicated. But she turned around and asked in a cold voice. No, Duke Cypher was a little incoherent because of this dramatic scene. No, this can't be true. The sacred Lionheart sword has been lost for more than 200 or 300 years. There is no trace of it. There is no way they can find it. Archbishop Moros, please believe me. This must be a fake. Archbishop Moros turned around and stared at Princess Griffine with his sharp eyes. Your Highness, can you prove that the Lionheart sword in your hand is the real one? Archbishop, are you suspecting that I am lying in this situation? Princess Griffine asked coldly. No, Your Highness. I am just maintaining the strictness of a notary. Princess Griffine frowned. For a moment, the hall fell into silence. The sacred Lionheart sword was like a symbol of Erewhon. No one thought that the Archbishop and Duke Cypher would dare to deny it in front of this sword. Some of the sharper ones immediately realized that the conflict between the two sides had reached a point where they would not rest until one of them was dead. Everyone stared at the princess and Duke's cipher, wanting to see the final result of this confrontation. Even Duke Erek raised his eyelids slightly for the first time. At this moment, a steady and solemn voice sounded from outside the hall. "I can prove that this sword is the real Lionheart sword." Everyone was shocked and turned around at the same time. The door of Rockshby Hall opened, and a figure stepped into the hall through the flowing sunlight. His back was facing the light, and the light was like sharp swords behind him. Everyone could not help but squint their eyes. However, these sharp swords dissipated one by one, and then everyone saw the person who came. It was a knight wrapped in emerald green armor. Ah! Countess Dilfery was stunned for a moment. She sat down on a chair in a daze. How is this possible? This is the Knight of the Lake. Brando also stood up from his seat. He suddenly felt that history was too strange. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 559. A group of guards in red robes hurried through the busy market, the metal edges of their cloaks clanging against their breastplates like a whirlwind. Amandina's gaze followed them as they traversed the market. The Holy Cathedral's guards disappeared on the other side, and the sound of their uniform footsteps faded away. She turned back and felt that the tension in Ampier's Seal was even more intense than 2 days ago. I didn't expect the Lionheart sword to be in the hands of Her Royal Highness, but the nobles of the North may not be willing to give in just like that, right? There were only 2 people in the carriage, and as the carriage moved forward, the smell of Brendel's perfume permeated the space covered by the curtains, making Amandina a little uneasy. She asked in a low voice, "What is it?" "That's why they've postponed the next meeting for 2 days." Brando replied with his eyes slightly closed. The subtle changes in the meeting made him give up his original plan. Duke Erek seemed to have given up on the alliance with the royal faction under the pressure of Cruz and decided to remain neutral. Some of the original arrangements could not be used, at least not until the true intentions of the Holy Cathedral were clear. The intervention of the Holy Cathedral was unexpected, but also expected. The Holy Cathedral certainly did not want Erewhon to be divided or fall into civil strife, but what if a civil war was inevitable? It was just like what had happened in history. The key was that there were still a few months before the Lion Beast men could prepare enough food, so it was not impossible for the North and South to change sides. As long as Her Royal Highness showed enough strength, it was not impossible for the Holy Cathedral of Fire to support the South. But what Brando guessed was the reason why the Holy Cathedral was so eager to intervene in Erewhon's affairs. It was not just a coincidence that Moros took office nearly a month earlier than in history. History was changing in secret, and it made him feel that not everything was as he expected. Some things might not be as simple as he thought. The atmosphere in Ampier's Seal was a little strange now, and Brando had to suppress his desire to make a move. He was prepared to observe first. After all, he had other things to do today. In 2 days, they will be able to find evidence to prove that the sacred sword in the princess's hand is not the Lionheart sword. I'm afraid it won't be easy to prove that it's not the Lionheart sword. Even though it's a little different from the old Lionheart sword, the guardian of the sword, the Knight of the Lake, is the real deal. Count Yenbao can also prove that. Brendel sighed and decided not to think about it anymore. In any case, the Holy Cathedral still had Archbishop Wood and the people he wanted to meet today. He would eventually find out what had happened to make the Holy Cathedral so anxious. Yenbao? Amandina looked at her lord curiously. Hee, I didn't think that there would be things that you don't know. The first ancestor of the Yenbao family was King Eric's attendant. Before the late King Eric passed away, he made a will for them to protect the holy sword for generations to come. That was why the Yenbao family had such a high status in Erewhon. The guardian of the Lionheart should be the knight beside Yak. Brando replied. How is that possible? Amandina's eyes widened. Then wouldn't he be hundreds of years old? The Knight of the Lake is not a person to begin with, but an existence contracted to the sword. He has dedicated his life to the sword. In terms of the state of existence, he is more similar to an undead. Brando chose some reliable rumors from his memory to answer. In fact, he was not completely sure. After all, this information came from the mixed-up forum. Then isn't it very powerful? Her Royal Highness will have another strong support. Amandina's thoughts immediately returned to politics, and Brando couldn't help but find it funny. It's not as scary as you think. The Knight of the Lake has the strength of elemental activation, but because he doesn't have a body, he's slightly weaker than Veronica of the Cruz Empire. His subtext was that the Knight of the Lake was level 57, and Veronica was level 59, which was the late stage of elemental activation. Greysword Saint Mephistopheles must have the strength of level 60 at the peak of elemental activation, and above that would be the ultimate realm of elemental activation. The dragon race was born with such strength, but Erewhon did not have such an existence at the moment. It took a long time for humans to go from the peak of gold to elemental activation, break through the elemental activation wall, and finally reach the ultimate realm of elemental activation. But for the gold and silver bloodlines, it was as simple as eating and dressing. Brando couldn't help but sigh. I understand. The nobles of the north are trying to stall for time and find a justifiable excuse for war. Amandina reacted. Brando nodded, very satisfied with Amandina's reaction. In fact, the north and south had no intention of negotiating at all. Both sides came because of the attitude of Ampere Seal and the Holy Cathedral. Now that the Holy Cathedral's attitude was clear, the only thing left for both sides was to fight. But they did not expect such an accident to happen. The princess's side actually took out the Lionheart sword. Duke Cypher must be so worried that he lost a lot of hair. Princess Griffine was as smart and sharp as the rumors said. She took out the Lionheart sword not to win the support of the nobles, but to announce the legitimacy of the royal faction's inheritance in front of everyone. Without a doubt, she succeeded. The prestige of the Lionheart sword among the people of Erewhon was unimaginable. Under the pressure of the Holy Cathedral, the princess was still able to fight back calmly. This was indeed unexpected. But as Amandina said, the nobles of the north would not give up so easily, and the purpose of Brando's trip was to find out more information. Of course, there was also a secondary purpose. Princess Griffine is really smart. Amandina could not help but praise. At this time, the carriage stopped. The carriage stopped for a moment, and Brendel lifted up the curtains to see his own carriage parked side by side with another carriage. He carefully observed the other carriage, then knocked twice on the window. The door of the carriage opened, and a person came out. That person immediately got onto Brando's carriage. Mr. Brando, Magadal lifted her skirt and jumped onto the carriage, looking at Brando. The nun princess was wearing a light white dress today, looking gentle and quiet. But she seemed a little nervous, her chest rising and falling slightly. After getting on the carriage, she looked outside nervously before closing the door. But Brando interrupted her, shaking his head and putting a finger to his lips. Magadal looked at the two of them, puzzled. When does the auction start? Brando asked. The auction. If we go now, it will be just in time. Mr. Brando, my friend is a very reliable person, don't worry, he will definitely arrange for your auction items. But unfortunately, the people of Ampere Seal are in a state of panic recently, and many people are selling their art and collections. Originally, the manager wanted to auction Mr. Brando's item as the finale. Magadal understood Amandina's hand gesture. Brendel wanted her to not mention those things for the time being, as the walls have ears. The nun princess was a smart person, and she immediately understood what he meant. It's okay. Brando replied. Actually, this was better, after all, the painting of Princess Anya was stolen, and it was not good to be too conspicuous. Magadal took a deep breath, suddenly looked up, and anxiously made a series of hand signals to Brando. It was sign language. Brando was slightly startled, thinking that this was not good, he did not know sign language. But this princess was really talented, and history said that she was a language genius. Before she got married, she had been a diplomatic envoy of the Holy Cathedral to other countries, but he did not expect her to know sign language. He was slightly startled, but at the same time, he felt Amandina holding his hand. Brando turned his head, and found that his Amandina had opened his hand, and was using a finger to gesture on his palm. He was stunned for a moment before he realized that Amandina was helping him translate. Archbishop Wood is under house arrest. Brando looked up, and stared at the nun princess of the Holy Cathedral of Fire in surprise, only to see the latter nodding seriously. This news quickly made Brando frown. Wood and Moros were colleagues in the same organization, and there was no personal grudge between the two. At most, there was some disagreement. He could believe that Wood was pressured by the Holy Cathedral to reach a compromise with Moros, but Moros actually put the former under house arrest. This was tantamount to falling out. Was this necessary? Or was the Holy Cathedral already so anxious? What was the reason for the Holy Cathedral to be so anxious? He thought for a moment, and suddenly turned his hand over to hold Amandina's soft hand. Amandina did not even dream of this change, and her face turned red, but she was still calm, and only trembled slightly. Brando did not notice this, and just wrote on her hand, "Is there any news about the Holy Cathedral?" Amandina bit her lower lip and gestured. Brando knew that this princess was a true friend of Princess Griffin, and could be trusted. And Magadal had also heard of Brando's deeds, and did not doubt her good friend's knight at all. In fact, she was now under surveillance, and could not see Griffin at all. But the outside world did not know Brando's identity, and so she was in a hurry to find this mysterious young man from Tonajal. In fact, she was still secretly sizing up Brando. This young man, who was rumored to be arrogant and unruly, did not seem as barbaric as the rumors said. Some people said that he was the leader of the bandits, but when Magadal met Brando for the first time, he left a good impression on her. She could even say that he was a model of gentlemanly nobility, and not a hypocrite like Marquis Yoakum. Magadal nodded, and she was about to gesture, but Brando raised his hand to stop her. "If you have anything to say it when we get there. It's hard to say it here," Brando said. And so, the carriage fell silent. The carriage quickly passed through the city center of Ampere Seal. In fact, Brando had been to the auction house that Magadal mentioned in his previous life, and he asked that question just to not attract attention. This was a world of magic, and although there were no eavesdroppers, there were spells that could pick up sounds in the wind, so he had to be careful. The carriage passed by Sanbino Square in Ampere Seal, and they were very close to the auction house. Brando even had the time to lift the curtains and look at the scenery outside. But at this moment, the coachman's scream and the horses' neighing could be heard. Then, the carriage suddenly came to a halt, and the carriage was almost thrown off the road. The sudden turn of events caught the two ladies off guard, and they immediately screamed and rolled off their seats. If it was not for Brendel's quick reflexes, he would have hugged them by their waists, and the two noble ladies would probably have had intimate contact with the floor of the carriage. The carriage shook violently, and Brando held the two ladies against the side of the carriage, and it took a lot of effort for him to maintain his balance. But for a moment, the posture of the three of them was inevitably a little indecent. Brando held Amandina with one hand, and used his elbow to support himself against the carriage wall. Amandina's slender body seemed to be squeezed into his strong body, and even her small breasts that were not perfectly developed were tightly pressed against his chest. Amandina's usual calmness did not allow her to be shocked by the sudden change, but she was clearly aware of her situation, and her face was almost dripping blood. Princess Magadal, on the other hand, was completely blank. She was so scared that she did not even realize that Brando was holding her by the waist. The nun princess did not have the slightest ability to protect herself. Her body was as soft as a feather, and it made Brando think that he was holding a ball of cotton. He could not help but look back. Her face was pale, and her eyes were closed. She looked so pitiful that his heart could not help but beat faster. After a moment, the carriage finally stabilized, and with a loud crash, it fell to the ground. "Ah!" Magadal cried out in pain. It turned out that Brando was on top of her. This time, the nun princess finally realized her situation, and could not help but struggle slightly, wanting Brando to let go of her. But Brando did not care so much now. Although he did not know what was going on outside, it was obvious that the horses were frightened. If they were to go crazy and drag the carriage on the ground, he would be fine, but Amandina and the nun princess would inevitably be injured. Brando reacted quickly. He immediately pulled out Halran Gaia from the dimensional space, and with a loud crash, he cut a large hole in the side of the carriage. He then grabbed Amandina and Magadal, and jumped out of the carriage. Brando's strength was close to the peak of the gold rank. Although it was a close call, this series of actions was not difficult for him. The passers-by on the street only saw the carriage fall, and suddenly there was a loud crash. Before they could see what was going on, a young man landed on the street with two beauties in his arms. Wow, this guy is so lucky. This was the first thought that came to most people's minds. But Brando was filled with anger. While Amandina and Princess Magadal were still in shock, he raised his head and saw the two horses that were pulling the carriage were lying in a pool of blood. The coachman's head was also bleeding, and he was lying moaning beside the carriage. It was obvious that the two arrows that pierced through the horse's head were the culprits behind all of this. Brendel could not help but raise his head and stare at the group of men in black armor not far away. He asked in a cold voice, "What are you doing? You did this?" To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 560. It was a group of cavalrymen. They wore dark blue jackets under their black half-body armor, and the lower part of their lapels was dyed white, revealing a double row of bronze buttons. They wore high helmets, which were similar to the Spanish helmets that Brando had seen in his previous life. This was the standard uniform of Erewhon's cavalrymen, and it was a regular army. They were not the guards or patrolling cavalrymen that he had seen in Bucci, nor were they the private soldiers of the nobles. Although these light cavalrymen did not carry any long weapons, each of them had a long sword hanging from their waists, and crossbows and arrow barrels hanging from their saddles. It was as if they were ready to go to war. A group of more than 20 people domineeringly occupied the entire street. The surrounding people were angry but did not dare to say anything. Even the carriages on the road had to stop and let them pass. Brando immediately understood what was going on. His carriage did not have the insignia of a noble. The coachman must have stopped a little too slowly, and was taught a lesson by these arrogant fellows. Brando could not help but feel annoyed and a little dumbfounded. He did not even dare to offend people like Erek and Cypher in the noble parliament. He did not expect that he would suffer in the hands of these ruffians. They are the cavalrymen of the Black Blade Squad. At this time, Amandina finally came to her senses and grabbed him. Of course, Brando recognized the identity of these bastards. The Black Blade Squad was originally loyal to the royal family. Speaking of which, Count Vitokin was also indebted to Griffin's mother, but this ungrateful bastard followed the king's eldest son and sided with House Cypher. The most hateful thing was that the Black Blade Squad had always been favored by Oberg VII. It could be said that the royal family of Covardo had treated them well. However, after Vitokin's betrayal, these soldiers were as if they had been married to a chicken or a dog. They had a clear conscience. Oberg VII must have raised a group of ingrates. In fact, Brando also noticed the purple-dyed feathers on their helmets. This meant that they were the Rangers, the elites of the Black Blade Squad. In fact, the Earth Dragons that they were riding also proved this point. The Black Blade Squad was not so extravagant as to equip all the cavalrymen with Earth Dragons. These Rangers must be Count Vitokin's personal guards. Brendel narrowed his eyes and looked left and right, wondering if that ungrateful bastard was in the vicinity. "You've gone too far." Magda helped the bleeding coachman up and could not help but turn around to glare at the arrogant ruffians. Overboard? The group of people did not care about Magadal and Brando at all. Instead, they laughed out loud. There were also a few of them who were sizing up Magadal and Amandina with glowing eyes. It was obvious that they were plotting something. However, they did not dare to snatch people on the grounds of the holy temple, so it was inevitable that they would resort to underhanded means. "Miss, we're just teaching him some manners." One of them, who looked quite refined, took the lead and answered. "You, very good." Magadal was so angry that her face turned red. She was about to reveal her identity. But at this time, Brando had already retracted his gaze. He did not see Count Vito Kin, and did not want to waste his time talking to these people. He lightly tapped Halran Gaia on the ground, and for a moment, the ground under his feet rippled and spread in all directions. The soil seemed to have a life of its own as it formed a water surface. The ripples spread out for about 30 to 50 feet and swept across the ground where the rangers were. Before the rangers of the Black Blade Squad could react, the earth dragons that they were riding had already lost their balance and fell to the ground. Naturally, the cavalrymen could only scream and curse as they fell to the ground. Many of them were crushed by the huge mounts. The rest of the cavalrymen were shocked and angry. They were shocked because of the sudden earthquake and angry because most of their mounts had broken their leg bones in the previous accident. The earth dragons were extremely precious in the Erewhon army. There were only about 300 of them in the entire Black Blade Squad. To the rangers, or the Erewhon people called them Night Rangers, they were undoubtedly their closest companions and most treasured personal assets. But they did not expect that they would be crippled in a dispute before they had even entered the battlefield. Furthermore, the other party was not even a noble and had an unknown background. For a moment, the rangers' eyes turned red, and they clamored to surround Brando and teach him a lesson. Brando looked coldly at these people as they drew their swords. He did not want to kill people easily, but he had made up his mind that if these people dared to come forward, he would not hesitate to teach them an unforgettable lesson. But at this time, an angry voice came from the crowd. "Everyone, stop." The angry rebuke seemed to have a miraculous effect. It woke up the cavalrymen who were blinded by anger. They had already unsheathed their swords, but they were blinded by anger. In layman's terms, the arrow on the bow had to be released. But when the voice came, everyone immediately put away their swords. Brando could not help but be slightly startled when he saw this scene. He could tell that the voice was very young, and it was definitely not Count Vito Kin. To have such prestige in the army at such a young age, perhaps even Count Vitokin's son might not be able to do so. Erewhon had many famous generals in the future, and most of them emerged in this era. But the one in front of him was obviously from the opposing camp, and it immediately attracted Brando's attention. His subconscious was still influenced by Sophie, and he pursued effectiveness like a player. If the other party was too famous, he did not mind getting rid of a future threat first. After making up his mind, Brando raised his head and narrowed his eyes slightly. At this time, the person behind the rangers had separated them and walked over. Just as he expected, it was indeed a young man. And it was a handsome young man with rosy lips and white teeth. Brando nodded his head when he saw this. He wondered why the genes of this era were so good. Legend had it that Insursto was also a handsome man. Although Brando himself was not bad, at most he could be considered good-looking. Compared to this young man in front of him, he was a little ashamed. The young man glared at his subordinates, then came to Magadal's side and bowed slightly. "Princess Magadal, please forgive my men's recklessness. It was because the two of you did not have the insignia of nobility on your carriage that they mistook you for commoners. Please allow me to apologize on their behalf." Brando could not help but feel a little strange when he heard this reason. He thought that commoners could be bullied by others. But he did not expect Magadal to accept this explanation. She replied with some resentment, "Please restrain your soldiers. This is your duty, Viscount von Downing. Do not let Erewhon be humiliated because of you." Magadal's words were very harsh, and Viscount von Downing's face turned green. He could not help but raise his head and stare at Brando hatefully. "Then what about the matter of this gentleman injuring a dozen of my ground dragons? Your Highness, you should know that openly attacking the royal guards and injuring the precious ground dragons is a serious matter no less than treason. I need an explanation." Magadal frowned, and the little bit of goodwill she had for this young viscount disappeared. She thought that he was a reasonable person, but she did not expect him to be so unreasonable. Brando was her guest, how could she hand him over? Even if he was just a passerby, the pure and innocent nun princess would still protect Brando. But just as she was about to speak, Brando smiled and said, "Then this gentleman, it seems that you are not going to let me go. Do you want to settle this privately or publicly?" He had already recognized the other party, von Downing. This guy should be the heir of one of the nobles under Widukind. He was considered a genius in history, and had made great contributions in the war against Tokunin. He became famous earlier than Brando, and the royal faction was very optimistic about his future. Even Princess Griffine had personally inquired about him. But later on, Widukind led the Black Blade squad to serve the eldest son of the king, and von Downing himself joined Cypher's side. This genius general of the past had become a thorn in the side of the royal faction. Freya had told him personally that the three most outstanding youths in the Royal Knight Academy under Princess Griffine were Breton, Loka, and Enrique. Brando knew all three of them. Loka, Enrique, and Freya were the famous Erewhon trio in history. Freya was known as the goddess of war, Loka later became Erewhon's god of war, and was the favorite student of Sly Fox and Lone Wolf. Enrique was once the captain of Griffine's personal guard, and the famous sword saint. Of course, he was still far from that now. But what Brando did not expect was that Breton was among them. His results in battle tactics were second only to Loka's, and his swordsmanship was second only to Enrique's. His overall ranking was even higher than the two of them, and it was obvious that he would have a bright future. Brando knew that he had changed history, and that Breton must have died in Bucci. Brando could not help but sigh when he thought about how such a talented person was killed by Madara before he could even grow. But what made him sigh even more was his relationship with Breton. He knew that Breton liked Freya, and even a fool could see that Freya had feelings for him. That guy must be planning to go against him until the end. Brando could not help but feel a headache coming on. But among the future outstanding generals under Her Highness, there was no one who could compare to Viscount von Downing. After all, the latter had years of military experience, and compared to Breton and the others, he was a complete academic. Freya had heard from Maynard that in a real battle, among the new generals under Her Highness, she was the only one who could barely stop this young man who was rising like a comet. But Brando retracted his killing intent. There was no other reason, but he happened to know another part of history that was even more famous. An unknown country girl defeated the kingdom's recognized genius, and from then on, Erewhon had a goddess of war. This guy was Freya's first stepping stone, and it could be said that the title of goddess of war was obtained by stepping on this unlucky guy, in the following civil war. Looking at this unlucky guy, Brando did not plan to kill him. Viscount von Downing was slightly stunned. What is public, and what is private? Public means official business. Didn't you say that I attacked the royal guards? But I would like to ask which royal guards you are. We can discuss this issue, and if you can prove your identity, I am willing to compensate for your losses. Brando replied with a smile. When the young man heard this, he was dumbfounded. Who was the legitimate royal family of Erewhon? Wasn't this the question to be discussed at the meeting in Ampere Seal? If the few of them could reach a conclusion here, then what was the point of having so many Grand Dukes and members of the royal family in Ampere Seal? Moreover, by the time this question was settled, the war between the North and South would have started. By then, the Black Blade squad would not have time to find trouble with Brando. I think this is a private matter, so let's settle it privately. Fortunately, he was quick-witted, and quickly added. Settle it privately? Brando's face turned cold, and he took off his white gloves and waved them in front of Viscount von Downing. It's easy to settle it privately. Your subordinates collided with my carriage, and I hurt your drake. For the sake of both our reputations, let's have a fair and honorable duel like nobles. Viscount von Downing's face was no longer green, but green. He originally wanted to use the name of the Black Blade squad to make Brando suffer, but he did not expect Brando to challenge him to a duel without saying a word. The nun princess could not help but chuckle. Brendel's words were too mean. Everyone knew that he had defeated an elemental awakened great swordsman with the strength of a gold-ranked advanced swordsman. Even though they did not know that Brendel had used a little trick, his mastery of swordsmanship was recognized by the world. Viscount von Downing must have recognized him, but he purposely said that. It was a little too much. However, Magadel did not feel that Brando was arrogant at all. She only felt that this Highland knight was not playing by the rules at all, and was very interesting. She could not help but look at the two's reactions with interest. Amandina could not help but shake her head. She thought to herself that this idiot had to provoke her lord. As far as she knew, her lord had never suffered a loss before. Viscount von Downing's reaction was simple. Of course, he could not agree. He was just a silver beginner swordsman. Although he was considered talented among the younger generation, he knew that he would not be able to defeat Brando even if there were 10 or 8 of him. Asking him to duel with Brando was the same as asking him to die. However, it was even more impossible for him to refuse. He did not want to lose face in the circle of nobles. This was not just a matter of his face. Brando's words included the Black Blade Squad and asked him to fight for the Black Blade Squad. Tears were about to fall from his eyes. He thought that this guy was too evil, forcing him to a dead end with just one sentence. Brando held Halran Gaia and looked at the unlucky man calmly. Viscount von Downing's expression changed constantly, which made Brando sigh. He did not think that a human could have the ability to change colors. But at this time, Magadel knew that she could not intervene. Of course, she could not let Brando kill Viscount von Downing here. In fact, she knew that Brando did not want to do so, but only wanted to tease him. She looked at the Viscount's pale face and could not help but sigh. As the saying goes, evil is the hardest to bear. Forget it, this is St. Pino's Square. Bishop André wanted to build this square to commemorate the truce between Erewhon and Cruz. Duels are not allowed here. She reminded softly. Exactly. Viscount von Downing suddenly felt that the nun princess's voice was simply heavenly. If that's the case, my duel with Mr. will have to be postponed. There's such a story? Brando turned to look at Magadel, only to see the nun princess playfully winking at him. Brendel couldn't help but smile in his heart, thinking that this princess wasn't so inflexible after all. He nodded and said, then when in Rome, do as the Romans do. I'll let you go this time. Why don't we set a time first? Viscount von Downing's expression changed, and he hurriedly replied vaguely, let's set it after the conference. He also knew that the conference in Ampere Seal was still far away, and both sides needed time to prepare. Moreover, after the conference, the civil war between the North and South would begin. When that time comes, he would return to the army and have plenty of ways to deal with this guy. But now, he didn't dare to stay here for even a second longer. After leaving behind these harsh words, he immediately led his men away with their tails between their legs. Brando shook his head. Young people. Amandina rolled her eyes at the side. At this time, the alarmed manager of the auction house finally came up to them. He had already seen Brando and Princess Magadel, but he did not dare to offend the soldiers of the Black Blade Squad. Thus, he decided to wait for the dispute to end. He also knew that it was not very kind of him to do so. After all, Brando and Princess Magadel were his VIPs. Thus, when he came over, he was a little embarrassed. Are the two of you all right? Those guys have always been so arrogant. The VIP room is ready, would you like to enter now? Magadel knew his difficulties and did not intend to argue with him. She only turned to look at Brando. Brando nodded. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 561. Brando, Amandina, and Magadel were led to a private room on the 3rd floor of the auction house. The room was actually a balcony in the shape of a fan. Sitting here, one could have a panoramic view of the entire auction house. The view was excellent, and Brando was very satisfied. However, he did not know that Amandina was slightly surprised. Amandina expected the auction house in Ampere Seal to be extremely luxurious, or at least far more luxurious than Braggs's. However, the decorations here were not very eye-catching, and even a little shabby in her eyes. The surrounding walls made of black wooden planks looked very simple, and the thick curtains hanging from the ceiling were stacked together in a very ordinary color. The seats were not as intricate as the ones in Braggs's auction, but she felt surprisingly comfortable sitting on them. However, the daughter of a small noble from Bragg's would never have thought that the seemingly inconspicuous black wooden planks were actually precious black wood, which could be used to make magic staffs. The fabric hanging from the ceiling was also from the southern desert country, and the cushion she was sitting on was made of camel hair. Any of the ordinary things here were worth a few years of hard work. The extravagant lifestyle of the nobles in Erewhon had long exceeded her expectations. Although Amandina was also considered to be a noble, her family had long declined, and she could not afford such luxuries. The balcony was surrounded by a continuous soundproof spell, and a layer of semi-transparent feather-like curtains prevented others from seeing the identity of the guests on the balcony. The protective measures of the auction house were very good, but just in case, Brando still cast a soundproof spell. Casting a spell that was not even a first circle elementalist was very simple for a level 20 elementalist. However, seeing that Brando did not rely on any tools, the nun princess' eyes lit up. I didn't expect him to know magic as well. A swordsman in his early 20s who has already stepped into the realm of gold. How did Mr. Brando train? Is there really such a big difference between a genius and a normal person? Princess Magadal curiously raised her thin eyebrows slightly, and her heart was full of surprise. Although she had always thought that her close friend, the Princess of Erewhon, was already a genius, but compared to Brando, she paled in comparison. This was because she did not know that Brando had only used a little more than a year to advance from the iron rank to the gold rank. Otherwise, she would have suspected that one of Brando's ancestors was a dragon in disguise. There were even rumors that this young man might be the most outstanding star in Erewhon's history. However, this new star was from the Yenbao family, and was very close to the princess, which made some people gnash their teeth. Magda was the only one who felt at ease, knowing that her close friend had such a talent in her camp. "All right, you can speak now, Your Highness. May I ask what happened to the Holy Cathedral? If I remember correctly, Archbishop Wood should be in favor of maintaining the status quo in Erewhon. Is his opinion not enough to represent the opinion of the upper echelons of the Holy Cathedral of Fire? As far as I know, although there is more than one archbishop, there are not many in the Holy Cathedral, let alone in a special parish like Ampere Seal. I want to know what caused the change in the Holy Cathedral's intentions." Brando immediately asked after finishing his spell. The beautiful nun princess was stunned for a moment before she came back to her senses. It should be a letter from Moros. The handover ceremony was originally scheduled to be held a month later in the Anderla Cathedral, but not only did Moros arrive early, he also brought a letter. After reading the letter, Archbishop Wood locked himself up. In fact, his last order was that we were not allowed to leave the Holy Cathedral at will. I found an opportunity to bypass the guards to meet you, Mr. Brando. Archbishop Wood is not a person who cares about human feelings, but he is one of the rare people who has a firm belief. So, the letter that made him go back on his words must have come from the core of the Holy Cathedral, but why did the Holy Cathedral change their attitude so quickly? Generally speaking, the archbishop of a parish represents the attitude of the Holy Cathedral, and there are very few cases in history where their opinions are completely different from the Holy Cathedral's. So, it must be because of an emergency. But there are not many situations like this in history. Brando could not help but frown. The moment he frowned, the auction outside finally started as scheduled. The first item was a magic sword. The Ampere Seal auction was indeed a few levels higher than Braggs's underground auction. The quality of this magic sword was extremely good, and it was even better than Brando's original elven sword, the Thorn of Light. The starting price was 50,000 tor, and Amandina could not help but gasp when she heard the starting price. However, Brando was not interested in the sword. The Halran Gaia in his hand was considered to be one of the top fantasy weapons, and its only flaw was that its level was a little low. However, under the same level, it was indeed qualified to defeat all weapons below the level of divine artifacts. Otherwise, it would not be called the Holy Sword of Earth. In the Amber Sword, there were not many weapons that could be called holy swords. If only I could see the contents of the letter. His attention was only attracted by the sudden commotion outside the auction hall for a moment, and he immediately turned back to reply to himself. Mr. Brando, can you help Princess Griffin? The Holy Cathedral's current intention is to help the northern nobles unify the whole of Erewhon. Maybe even Duke Arek is under pressure to join this alliance. If that is the case, it will be very dangerous for Princess Griffin to stay in Ampere Seal. Magadal said worriedly. You think the Holy Cathedral will make a move in Ampere Seal and leave the princess here? Brando could not help but frown. Although he doubted that the northern nobles had the courage to do so, he had to consider this possibility. The Holy Cathedral claimed that they would not interfere in the internal affairs of the kingdom, but in fact, they had done so several times in history. Even Arek was forced to submit. The Holy Cathedral's attitude this time is quite strong. But what are they trying to do? Aren't they afraid of causing a backlash? He was puzzled. Erewhon was not the only vassal state of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Cruz's actions were likely to cause the other vassal states to feel sympathy for the loss of their own kind. Historically, the Holy Cathedral of Fire had interfered in the internal affairs of other states for special reasons. What was the reason this time? The nun princess nodded. Moro's attitude is very strong. He seems to be in a hurry to end the civil war in Erewhon. But the royal faction still has power in the south. If Princess Griffin is released back to Vladipest, it will take at least half a year for the war between the north and south to end. We don't know how long the recovery period after the war will take. Looking at Moros, I don't think he can wait that long. The clamor outside the auction house grew louder and louder. The magic sword had been sold for a high price of 120,000 tor, and it was won by a swordsman in the end. But the clamor outside did not attract the attention of the two people in the box. Brando's brows were almost knitted together. He asked, "How does Her Highness want me to help?" "I'm afraid that the northern nobles will do their best to delay. If I'm not wrong, the northern army has already begun to mobilize. But if Princess Griffin is the first to fall out and withdraw from the meeting, I'm afraid the Holy Cathedral will use this as an excuse to make a move. When that time comes, if I want to stand on Princess Griffin's side, Your Highness, do you want me to declare war on the Holy Cathedral?" Brando replied calmly. Brendel. Amandino was taken aback. He was probably the only person who dared to say such a thing. Declaring war on the Holy Cathedral? She did not even feel fear. The kingdom had belonged to the Holy Cathedral of Fire for centuries, and the Holy Cathedral of Fire did not only control Cruz and Erewhon. In their vast territory, Erewhon was just the most insignificant stone. Magadal looked at Brando awkwardly. She was a devout believer herself, and of course she knew how terrifying the power of the Holy Cathedral of Fire was. The small duchy she was in was completely under the protection of the Holy Cathedral. The reason she was able to retain her freedom with her extraordinary beauty was all because of her title as the Nun Princess. This title was also given to her by the Holy Cathedral. It could be said that without the Holy Cathedral, she would not have everything she had today. Mr. Brando, I know that you have always been leaning towards the royal faction. Then can you answer me, to what extent are you willing to help Griffin? She could not help but ask as she thought of her friend's situation. No, you are wrong, Your Highness the Princess of Antiburo. I have never supported the royal faction, and I do not agree with their views, nor do I agree with Her Highness' views. Brando could not help but frown when he heard the name of the royal faction. Ah! Magadal was shocked. How? Could it be that everything you did in Tonajol was for your own benefit? Brando shook his head. For his own benefit, he did not need to do those things. With his ability, in Cruz, Grecius, and even in the Wind Elves' Empire Saint Tossol, he could obtain a position that ordinary people could only dream of. There was no need for him to go to such a desolate place like Tranquil to start from scratch. I admit, I do have a good impression of Princess Griffin. But it is not because of her views, nor is it because of the lost glory of this kingdom. First of all, I am not a knight, Princess Magadal. What I care about is more important. I only want to protect the people I want to protect, and I only want to prevent the tragedy from happening again. He asked faintly, do you understand what I mean, Princess Magadal? Princess Magadal looked at him blankly, her face blank. I'm sorry, Mr. Brando. I don't quite understand. Are you trying to say that you like Griffin? Brando almost choked. This princess's imagination was too rich. He quickly coughed twice and sighed. You can think whatever you want, but I just want to say that I will not participate in this political struggle because I support the royal faction or Her Highness. I am neither a chess player nor a chess piece. Princess Magadal, if you really want me to interfere, then everything will have to be done according to my way. At this time, Ramona and Yao's painting from the First Era of Glory, which was also Brando's auction item, was placed on the auction stage. This was the fourth item to be auctioned. The Wind Elves of Saint Tossol were highly skilled in the arts, and Princess Yao was also known as a genius. This painting was from her golden age and was even more precious. Thus, the auction reached a small climax as soon as it started. The high starting price of 1 million tor attracted Amandina's attention. The commotion outside could not suppress Magadal's soft voice. Mr. Brando's way? Before answering this question, Princess Magadal, I want to ask how you want me to help Her Highness. The nun princess was stunned and frowned. Of course, I hope that Griffin can leave this dangerous place. Ampere Seal is not safe, Mr. Brando. She did not originally think that way. At first, she did not think that Brando could change anything. She only hoped to persuade him to join the royal faction. This way, the more powerful Griffin was, the safer she would be in Ampere Seal. But she did not know why, but Brando's words had unknowingly shaken her original thoughts. Brando replied, but you have to understand, if Princess Griffin chooses to leave Ampere Seal, she will forever lose the chance to gain the support of the Holy Cathedral. She will not even be able to maintain her original strength. The royal faction will be at an absolute disadvantage, and defeat will be imminent. Everything that Her Highness and the royal faction stand for will be for naught. Princess Magadal was slightly stunned, but she immediately replied, I only care about Griffin. She is my friend. Then let me answer you, so am I. Brando lowered his eyelids slightly and replied. I understand. Magadal took a light breath. But why does Mr. Brando dislike the royal faction so much? Your actions in Tranquil are just like a true knight. Isn't the royal faction's ideology the path you are pursuing? Why don't you choose to advance and retreat together with them? Erwin, there are very few people like you who are righteous. Why don't you unite? Instead, you let the old nobles of the north win. Mr. Brando also loves this ancient country deeply, right? Brando shook his head and replied indifferently, the Lionheart sword in Freya's hand now promises to protect the people, and not to be the proof of the legitimacy of the country. Her Highness the Princess, the Valkyrie, and the citizens of Bucci, if they cannot even protect the people who are guarding it, then what is the point of the country's existence? A country is ultimately made up of people. Knights are fighting on the front lines to protect, not to sacrifice the people they want to protect. Do you understand? Relying on the legitimacy of the bloodline and the glory of the royal faction, the so-called persistence of the royal faction is nothing more than the stubbornness of the nobles. Your Highness, have you been to Bucci before? Bucci? Then you must not understand what Erwin really wants. King Eric's sword is a sword that protects everyone. What about the sword of the royal faction? I'm afraid it might not be directed towards the nobles, right? The nun princess did not say a word. She did not quite understand the thoughts of Brando and Griffin, and even the royal faction, but she secretly felt that perhaps Brando was right. Mr. Brando has a similar temperament to Griffin, but Griffin did not see it as clearly as he did. All of us were wrong. The royal faction did not choose the right path from the start. Magadal nodded. She raised her head and asked, Can I help you, Mr. Brando? I want to see the contents of the letter to confirm the true attitude of the Holy Cathedral. If what you said is true, then I have no choice but to take the princess away by force. Brando replied. Of course. But in exchange, I hope that Mr. Brando will not call me princess anymore. Just call me Magadal. The princess said seriously. Is that okay? Brando could not help but turn around. At this moment, the oil painting of Princess Twilight was sold for a high price of 3,300,000 tor. After deducting the handling fee, there was still more than 3 million tor in profit. Amandina could not help but let out a soft, ah, before turning around to look at her lord. But Brando looked at Magadal and asked, Miss Magadal, are you a believer of the Holy Cathedral? The teachings of the Flame King teach the world to be righteous and loyal. Although I respect the Holy Cathedral, I respect the truth in my heart even more. I believe that even Lord Wood would support my decision. Magadal replied, for this, I am willing to pay any price, so please rest assured, Mr. Brando. Brando nodded softly. This princess is indeed as kind and righteous as the rumors say. He had always kept a distance from devout believers, but at this moment, he could not help but admire her. He thought for a moment and suddenly thought of the future of the princess. He could not help but remind her, Miss Magadal, have you ever thought of fighting for your own destiny? The nun princess widened her eyes. The words fight for your own destiny deeply moved her. She did not know how Brando could see through the struggle in her heart. She could not help but stare at the latter in shock. I mean no harm. Magadal hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she shook her head. The Holy Cathedral had given her too much, and she did not have the courage to resist. Just like Griffin, although she knew that she was trapped in her own trap, she still had to move forward. Seeing that Magadal was unwilling to leave the Holy Cathedral, Brando could only sigh. In fact, he also knew that this was not possible. After all, the nun princess represented her country behind her back. Humans were never free, and he was just casually asking. The auctioneer knocked the mallet for the third time, and the final decision was made. I will wait for your good news. Brando replied, please be careful. Yes. Princess Magadal nodded. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 562. The auction gradually came to an end as more and more valuable items were auctioned off. Brando managed to buy a piece of adamantine worth 300,000 tor, which was one of the main materials for making steel armor. With this piece of adamantine, along with the White Knight Ebden's relics and Amon's life savings, he would soon be able to start making the armor. Nun Princess Magadal also bought a silver ornament from the Wind Elves as a token of appreciation and gave it to Amandina as a gift. The last item of the auction was a round shield that had been passed down from the Kurlitz Empire's Kanev dynasty. However, the two of them were not interested in it at all. The situation in Ampere Seal was really unsettling. Brendel and the Princess of the Antiburo Duchy quickly reached a final agreement, and the two of them left the box early. Magadal had to return to the Holy Cathedral immediately to avoid suspicion. After that, she had to find a way to find out the true intentions of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. She had to find out what the new Archbishop of Moros was doing with Erewhon's nobles. Brando was quite satisfied with this meeting. Although he did not get much information, at least he had a solid ally in the Holy Cathedral. He also understood the attitude of the Cruz Empire. Brendel trusted Princess Magadal's character. In another history, she was known for her righteousness and kindness. She was even known as the heart is more than the exterior. Princess Magadal was not ugly, and her beauty was not inferior to the half-elf Griffin. She was known as the Queen of Ains, the Queen of the Elves who was active in the era after the War of the Holy Saints was known for her beauty. Brando asked Amandina to stay and settle the bill with the auctioneer. He then left the auction hall and stopped a carriage at the entrance. 74 Scorpion Shell Street. The carriage quickly left San Pino Square and went through a winding alley. Even in a prosperous trading port like Ampere Seal, there were still slums. The carriage stopped at a shanty area in the suburbs. The houses in this area had long been bought by Sue. Brando walked straight to a house with the back of Ampere Seal Bay. As soon as he reached the door, the gray wooden door opened with a creak. A feminine face appeared behind the door, but there were fins on her chin and ears. Her skin was like green jade. She looked at Brando with her pale yellow eyes. "Nice to meet you, Ednies." Brando smiled. She was a female shining scale Naga named Ednies. Ednies nodded and moved aside to let Brando in. "My lord." There were 2 male shining scale Nagas in the house. One of them was Sani. He had been injured in a battle with the other races a few days ago. He could not fight for a while, so he was sent here to act as the liaison officer for Tanajal's new lord. Brando was now the most important friend of the Shining Scale Nagas. He had cured the queen with holy water no. 1, but the main reason was that the shrewd Queen Koldu valued Brando's potential. There were not many people in the human world who could casually take out holy water number 1. However, it was not the Nagas who spoke first. It was Sue who was standing behind them. The innkeeper's daughter had a worried look on her face, as if something terrible had happened. "My lord, something has happened." Brando was slightly stunned. He had only been away for a few hours. What could have happened in such a short time? Could it be that the nobles had put Princess Griffine under house arrest? What happened? Did something happen to the princess? He could not help but ask with a frown. Sue shook her head and took out a letter. Brando took the letter and read it. His expression immediately became strange. Previously, he had asked Sue to find a way to collect information from the north to confirm the reason for the change in the Holy Cathedral of Fire's attitude. The letter said that the Golden Lion-Mane Beastmen of Erewhon had knocked on the door 3 days ago, and the Holy Cathedral of Earth had mobilized for war half a month ago. This meant that the Holy Cathedral of Earth had started the war about 3 months earlier. The reason was, the Holy Cathedral of Earth had asked the Holy Cathedral of Fire and the Kingdom of Erewhon to return their long-lost sacred sword. Halran Gaia. Ha. Brando held the letter and did not know what to say for a moment. He racked his brains but still could not understand why the Holy Cathedral of Fire had changed their attitude towards the Erewhon royal family. He did not expect the reason to be so simple. It was simply because the Holy Cathedral of Earth had started the war earlier. In the end, it was because of him. How did this news get in? It's from one of my informants in the north. The letter was sent through Naga. Now that Ampere Seal has sealed off the roads in and out of Ampere Seal due to the arrival of the monsoon season, news from the outside can't get in at all, the tanned girl replied methodically. Brando glanced at Sani and thought that this guy must have brought the letter in. Is the person who got this reliable? Not reliable. He's just doing things for money. But it should be enough to pass the message. Brando nodded. The news of the Lion-Mane Beastmen starting the war earlier should have been known in the north by now. It was just that Ampere Seal had blocked the news from spreading. The situation was serious. The war between the Holy Cathedral of Fire and the Holy Cathedral of Earth was just a small episode in the history of Erewhon, but it was not the same for the people of Cruz. The impact of this holy war among the players of the Cruz Empire was no less than the War of the Black Rose to Erewhon, and even more so for the people of Cruz. This was a religious war, and the Holy Cathedral of Fire would definitely go all out. And as a prelude to the war in Erewhon, it seemed that the Holy Cathedral of Fire was determined to maintain stability. Even if they used force, this was great news for the nobles in the north, but it was bad news for Princess Brando's side. My lord, what do we do now? The innkeeper's daughter did not know the subtle difference, but she knew that it was not good news. At least she had heard that the Holy Cathedral of Fire's attitude had changed recently. Her Royal Highness must have been put under house arrest. Now the Holy Cathedral of Fire will definitely not allow her to leave Ampere Seal. They will force Erek to take a stand, and the nobles and the king's faction will be in danger next time. Brando thought for a moment. The king's faction should have received the news by now, maybe even earlier than him. The king's faction must have more informants in the north. Although they did not have Nagas, they must have the means to pass information into Ampere Seal. But if even Arek had changed sides, the princess should be in a desperate situation now, and even whether she could leave safely was a problem. He suddenly turned around and asked, "Where's Roman?" Miss Roman went to the trading area. "There are many companies in Ampere Seal that have relations with us." She said that she wanted to get in touch with the leaders of these companies. The war is about to break out, and the market will inevitably fluctuate. Miss Roman is worried that it will affect the livelihood of the territory. Sue seemed to be about to talk about this matter. "She's alone?" Brando frowned. He knew that those big merchants looked good on the surface, but they were not good people behind the scenes. Scarlet went with her too. Sue glanced at him and replied. Brando nodded. After Scarlet was given the dragon's blood, she was almost at the peak of the gold rank. In terms of pure strength, even he was no match for her. With her by her side, the merchant lady's safety could be assured. When they come back, tell them not to go out again. Also, tell everyone to leave the hotel and gather here. Sue nodded and frowned slightly. Is the situation already so tense? She knew part of Brando's plan. Getting everyone to gather meant that the situation at the nobles' meeting was irreversible, and the next step was to intervene with force. But to be honest, the power of the Tanajul territory was insignificant in this huge chess game. "Sue, do you have a problem?" "I don't have a problem." Sue shook her head and threw away the trace of unhappiness in her heart. Brando suddenly became silent. He suddenly realized that it was selfish of him to bring these people into the whirlpool of this political struggle. Sue was the daughter of the owner of the hotel. The Roman dreamt of being a big merchant. Freya wanted to help the people of Bucci. Scarlet was just wholeheartedly trying to gain the recognition of others. There were also the old soldiers of the Red Copper Dragon Army and the young people of Tanajul. The fate of the royal faction and Princess Griffin did not have much to do with them. They were here because of his idea. What right did they have to sacrifice so much for the rise and fall of the royal family and to change the fate of a princess, even to the point of sacrificing their lives? Different from the deep-rooted prejudice of the royal faction and the nobles, in Brando's eyes, there was no difference between people. Even the life of a princess was not necessarily more precious than that of a beggar. Princess Griffin was more important in his heart, not because she would become the regent of the kingdom in the future, but because he could not forget the precious memories of the past. The days when he fought side by side with his companions, with the goddess of war, and with thousands of people who held the same beliefs. But these memories did not exist for others, not even Freya. His goal was originally a bit selfish, but there were some things he had to do because he knew the results. "Sue, do you trust me?" Brando suddenly asked. The dark-skinned girl raised her head and looked at him doubtfully. "What we are doing now might not necessarily succeed, but it will definitely be right. If we do it, we might fail, but if we don't do it, we will definitely not succeed. The nobles cannot save Erewhon, but they will not be able to live peacefully in a corner." Brando thought of the Second War of the Black Roses that was bound to happen in the future. The kingdom would burn fiercely in the flames of war, and the gentle reforms would not be able to save Erewhon. If he did not go all out, history would repeat itself sooner or later. Sue lowered her eyelids. "I don't understand, but Miss Freya chooses to believe you, Sir Lord. Burying one's head in the sand can only deceive oneself. Is that what Sir Lord is trying to say?" She smiled. "Actually, it doesn't matter to me. Father's opinion is my opinion. He chose to believe you, Sir Lord, not because of some great principle, but because you have never failed until now. If we fail, everything will end here. If we succeed, we can continue. Is that what you mean?" It seemed like it was indeed like that. He only had one chance, and he could not choose. If he did not succeed, then he had to fail spectacularly. Because even if he did not do it, it would still be a failure. He nodded and relaxed. He turned back. "Sani, then according to the plan, please help to attack the port. I will provide you with the location and defense details of the Chamber of Commerce and the Empire Seal Navy's warehouses. The looted goods can all be your spoils of war. But if possible, please try to minimize civilian casualties. We are not bloodthirsty villains. Sani snorted. There is a detailed defense, and we will try to avoid civilians. But is the map you gave us okay? The layout and defense of Empire Seal are in the hands of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, right? Can you get it? Brando smiled mysteriously. Of course he could not get it, and he did not need it. After decades of experience in another history, he already knew the layout and defense of Empire Seal like the back of his hand. Don't worry, there will not be too many Navy soldiers left at the port. I will create the conditions for you. Other than a few warships from the port, the navy of Empire Seal mainly consisted of monk soldiers from the Holy Cathedral. Brando was at least confident that he could lure the monk soldiers away. Besides, the storm was coming, and the Holy Cathedral would not expect the attack to come from the sea. By the way, he suddenly thought of something. Can I trouble you to use the demon whale again? He mainly wanted to use the demon whale to cover the retreat. The port still had a few warships, and the demon whale had the special effect of suppressing storms. When they retreated from the sea, they would have to pass through the storm-ravaged waters. Brando did not want to be eaten alive after escaping Empire Seal. Sani hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Brando had done a lot for the Shining Scale Nagas, and this time it was time to return the favor. In addition, the Shining Scale Nagas had suffered great losses in the West Sea War. Brando's suggestion to create an opportunity for them to loot the warehouses of the Empire Seal Navy and the Chamber of Commerce was an offer they could not refuse. Empire Seal was the largest trading port in Erewhon and the entire Southern Territory. If they could seize the Empire Seal Navy this time, the Shining Scale Nagas could almost make up for their losses in this war. Thank you so much. Brando was really surprised now. His relationship with the Shining Scale Nagas was just an unintentional act on the way to Empire Seal. He did not expect that this unintentional act would become the most crucial part of the success of this trip to Empire Seal. It's just a mutual benefit. Sani was still as dumb as he was in history. He wrote off the favor Brendel owed him with just a few words. If the shrewd Queen of Cold Dew knew about this, she would definitely punish him by sending him to the abyss of the deep sea for reform. Next, Brando decided to meet the half-elf girl again. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 563. Just as Brando had predicted, an hour after he finished reading the letter, the same secret letter arrived at Princess Griffin's desk, lying quietly on the ebony table. Outside the window was the scene of Empire Seal before the storm. The wind and rain were dark and gloomy, the haze that interweaved over the entire harbor made the whole day pass. Although it was only noon, it was already approaching dusk. Lightning occasionally flashed through the clouds, and thunder rumbled. The pale white light shone through the window and projected the shadows of the trees on the carpet. What's the situation outside? Princess Griffin asked. We've already been surrounded by 3 layers inside and outside. The possibility of breaking out of the encirclement is not high. However, if Your Highness the Princess decides, we will definitely do our best to open a bloody path for Your Highness. The knight who was kneeling on one knee was drenched. The water from his red cloak soaked the expensive carpet, but no one blamed him. No need. You can leave first and change into a dry set of clothes, Sir Letterer. The half-elf girl nodded and replied. The knight responded gratefully, got up, and left. What's going on with the Halran Gaia? She raised her head and looked at the others in the room. Has anyone seen it appear in the kingdom? This. Oberway's expression was a little strange. Actually, there is, and it's one of our people. One of our people? Griffin was a little unhappy. Why didn't I know? I just found out about it, Your Highness. Oberway hurriedly explained. It's Roves. Roves? That Roves Dalar from Audine? Dalar's youngest son, the current heir of the Audine family, Count Audine? The princess thought for a moment before remembering this person. Weren't they sent by my father to the south to find the whereabouts of the Lionheart sword? She suddenly fell silent. In just half a year, the kingdom had changed, and the Lionheart sword was now in her hands. It seemed that in the blink of an eye, Erwin had undergone a drastic change. What's going on? She asked. Audine is outside. Why don't we let him describe it personally? It's inevitable that there will be some deviation in the words of an outsider. Oberway replied. Griffin nodded. After waiting for a short while, the pale-faced Austin entered their line of sight. Previously, he had almost lost his life in the Battle of the Loop of Trade Winds, but he was saved by the great druid, Andrew, who was passing by. Although the external injuries on his body were mostly healed, the internal injuries were still there. After the long journey, he looked even more defeated now. But even so, he still respectfully bowed to Griffin. Count Audine, is your injury serious? Do you need to rest? The half-elf girl looked at him and could not help but frown on her face. Even though she had heard that this group of people had met with an accident in the Loop of Trade Winds, she didn't expect them to be so miserable. It's just a small injury. There's no need for that. Her Highness, on the other hand, is more urgent, Austin answered. In fact, before the split of the royal party, he was more inclined towards the firstborn, but in the past 2 months, his camp had unknowingly wavered. Every time he thought of the young man he had met in the Loop of Trade Winds, he could not help but remember the choice he had made. When he knew that the Lionheart sword was in the hands of the princess, he did not hesitate to come here. Then please tell us about the situation. The princess replied. Audine nodded and began to tell the story of the battle. He was not a good storyteller, but he was a good storyteller. The adventure in the Loop of Trade Winds, which had lasted for several months, was reduced to a story of less than 10 minutes in his mouth. Even so, he was still able to explain the cause and effect of the adventure clearly. When he finished, the room was silent. Oberway had already known, but Griffin could not help but take a deep breath. You mean, the sword is in that person's hands? He's the Lord of Tonagel? His name is Brando, right? Yes. Audine nodded, but in his heart, he thought that the princess knew the young man. Is it possible to get him to return the sword to the Lionheart sword? Fleetwood suddenly broke the silence and asked. Everyone could not help but shake their heads. Although Fleetwood was Erwin's top court wizard, he did not know much about politics. Halran Gaia was one of the goals of the Holy Temple of Earth, but it was not the real reason for this war. Regardless of whether Halran Gaia existed or not, the war would continue. Even if the army was mobilized, there was no way they would retreat. Audine looked at the chief wizard with disdain. He was originally from another faction and was biased against everyone here except for Griffin, especially Fleetwood, who was a capitulator. I've never heard of Aween giving up the benefits without being forced into a war. Even if the Holy Temple of Earth agrees, the Lionheart sword will not. The mobilization of an army is not a small matter, teacher. The princess shook her head. Since it has already happened, why don't we think about what to do next? My lords? Her gaze swept across everyone. Think of a way to mobilize the troops in the south, and at the same time express our stance. Duke Vero has yet to express his stance. He and Count Randner are mortal enemies, and the Holy Cathedral has very little control over the south. We can win over his support. Makarov immediately replied. Who will board the sinking ship? Someone asked. No, if we still have the 3 territories, there is still room for maneuver. The Lionheart sword has already taken the initiative to attack, and the north will be attacked from both sides. The Holy Temple will not ignore this. Everyone in the room was silent. Griffin looked deeply at the cunning fox. This plan seemed to be impossible in Pegasus' starry skies, but it was not impossible after careful consideration. Makarov had probably seen through the trick. If Tonajul's army and Viro attacked Ranner together, and secretly reached an agreement with the royal faction, the three southern territories would be on the princess side. Coupled with Karsuk and Grenoires, whose stance was unclear, the royal faction would be effectively divided into the north and south. Although without Arek's participation, the Holy Temple would not dare to touch the royal faction in Ampere Seal anymore once Tonajul's army and Viro attacked. In the end, the Holy Temple would have to compromise with the royal faction, but in that case, Erewhon would only be divided. It was a wise choice, but Count Audine furrowed his brows. Everyone present was smart, and no one could fool anyone. Oberway and the rest had their hands on the hilts of their swords. He could not help but look at Makarov. There was no need to say such words in front of outsiders. What was this guy trying to say? Was he trying to express his stance? This was probably Duke Anthony's stance. Once the north and south were divided, Arek, who was stuck in the middle, would not have an easy time. Everyone knew that Duke Anthony and Arek had an irreconcilable feud. The princess shook her head gently. I reject this proposal. The royal faction can be defeated, but Erewhon cannot be divided. Everyone's expression changed, and only Oberway frowned slightly. Audine looked up and carefully sized up the beautiful princess. It was as if he had sensed some hidden power in her for the first time. Your Highness. Makarov could not help but remind her. After we die, there will be people who will remember the glorious flag of the late King Eric. But if Erewhon is divided, there will no longer be a chance to reunite. The half-elf girl's silver eyes seemed to be able to see through the fog of the future. She sat there and answered calmly. This was the tragedy of a small country. Erewhon's fate was still in the hands of the Cruz people. This kingdom had been able to maintain its unity until now, but once it was divided, the Cruz people would not give it a chance to reunite. The princess and even everyone present knew this, but some people pretended not to know. Let's talk about the current situation first. Oberway interrupted. No need. Griffin suddenly understood something and sighed. You all can leave first. I need to be alone for a while. Tomorrow's noble meeting and future matters will be handed over to you all. The room was silent. Everyone looked at each other, nodded, and left the room. The last one to leave was Austin. He took a deep look at the princess, bowed, and closed the door as he exited. The sound of footsteps gradually faded away. When it was completely quiet, the half-elf fairy princess stood up. She was not tall, and with the petite body of an elf, she looked a little weak. She walked to the back of the chair, grabbed the back of the chair with both hands, and dragged the chair to the window with difficulty. She panted and sat down by the window, staring at the scenery of Ampere Seal in the midst of the storm. The sky was dark, as if in the next moment, the harbor would be swallowed by darkness. After a long time, the door behind her opened, and a voice said, Your Highness, Lord Makarov and the others have gone to see the little prince. Only Lord Oberway and Count Audine left together. Griffin bit her lip, and her face was pale. They were going to stake everything on one throw, but should she stop them? Could she bear to let Heruz die with her? Besides, what ability did she have to stop them? She had already expected this moment. The royal faction was already acting on their own will. As for whether it was still as pure as before, no one knew. She raised her head, and the lightning illuminated her face, making it appear as white as jade. King Eric, is everything in Aween coming to an end at this moment? She stared at the endless darkness in the east. She knew that there was a new empire growing there. Erewhon would eventually become its nourishment. The door quietly closed again. But Princess Griffin did not seem to hear it. She stared at the scenery outside the window, as if she wanted to take it all in. No matter how dark it was still Erewhon's territory. At least for now. Her face was deathly pale, but there was no joy or sorrow on her face, as if she was a puppet. At this time, it's better for your body to cry. A gentle voice said. Griffin was shocked. She reacted quickly and pulled out a silver dagger from under her skirt. Clang! A sharp sound rang out, and the dagger clashed with a black longsword. Her Royal Highness took a step back and finally saw the young man who was wrapped in a wet cloak. At the same time, Brendel heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't expect the princess to react so quickly. She almost succeeded. If the difference in strength between the two was not so great. But Brando did not expect that Griffin would not stop. Instead, she gritted her teeth and pounced on him with a determined face. Ah! It was as if Brendel had just woken up from a dream. He suddenly realized that the princess was probably begging for death right now. She wants me to kill him. She wants me to kill him? Is the princess crazy? Brando's heart sank. For a moment, even his movements slowed down. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 564. The princess stabbed her sword towards Brando's chest. The silver light on the tip of the sword seemed to split the dark rainy night, reflecting the thunder and lightning outside the window. For a moment, the whole room was only left with a single white color. Thunder roared. The sword passed through Halran Gaia's defense, but Brando seemed to have a circle of transparent ripples around him, causing the tip of the sword to slide to the side involuntarily. Griffin felt as if she had hit a smooth stone surface. The rebound made her unable to hold the sword and it flew out of her hand. The Marshal Adania, behind Brando, the commander of the White Lion Legion during the Second Renaissance era, was suddenly unlucky. The precious oil painting from the 3rd century was pierced through the left eye by the sword. Brando then reacted and grabbed her right wrist. The half-fairy princess hand was soft as if boneless, and there was even a slight touch of warmth. But before he had time to savor it, a trace of determination in her eyes made his hair stand on end. Left hand. Brando's heart skipped a beat. He grabbed the princess' left hand, and there was a shining dagger in the princess' left hand. Now that both of Princess Griffin's wrists were firmly grasped by Brando, the two's posture was a bit ambiguous. She gritted her teeth and raised her knee towards Brando's lower abdomen. Brando was scared out of his wits. He never thought that the princess would be so decisive. In a moment of desperation, he even forgot that he still had the conflict aura. He pressed Griffin's hands against the wall. Thunder rolled through the clouds, and lightning once again flashed across the earth. Ahem, Princess Griffin groaned, her face showing a painful expression. She lowered her head slightly, and her long silver curly hair trembled slightly. Before she could exert her strength, she was pressed against the wall by Brando's body, and her attack could only be stopped halfway. But the posture between the two was not ambiguous. Brando's whole body was almost on top of her, and Erewhon's princess was just an inexperienced girl. She had never been so close to a strange man before. Brando's strong manly scent made her neck a little hot. At this point, Princess Griffin finally accepted her fate and closed her eyes. Her body softened, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. She actually shed tears in a daze. Once this kind of emotion broke out, it could no longer be controlled. Sparkling tears burst out like a dam, rolling down her cheeks. In an instant, she became a beauty who washed her face with tears. Brendel immediately panicked. "My dear princess, don't cry. If you want to commit suicide, why don't you stab yourself? Why are you stabbing me with your sword? You almost ruined my little Romaine's happiness for the rest of his life, but in the end, it seems like I'm the one who caused all this." But the pitiful half-fairy princess was just too beautiful. Brando looked at the bright and white jade-like face under the thunder and lightning. Thinking that this was the future princess regent, who would hold up the whole of Erewhon, he could not help but feel a rush of excitement. "Don't cry." Princess Griffin did not seem to hear him, and her tears kept flowing. She was not a weak person, but these days in Ampere Seal had taught her what despair was. No one would help her, not even the royal faction, and they could only watch as she fell step by step into the abyss. The only thing that supported her was her belief, but now, even her only hope had been destroyed. Although she was still holding on, she could not hold it in anymore. That doesn't sound like our princess at all. How can a crying princess lead Erwin out of this predicament? Princess Griffin. If you cry again, I'm going to leave. Brando could not help but awkwardly coax her. He remembered that the only experience he had with women in his previous life seemed to be getting along with his senior. Is this considered experience? But Princess Griffin was obviously not a child. Once she could not hold back her feelings, they would completely explode. She was like a marionette who had lost her spirit. Only the teardrops that fell down like pearls proved that this extraordinary half-elf girl was still alive. After many fruitless attempts to negotiate, Brando finally could not hold it in anymore. He suddenly lifted Princess Griffin's chin and then lowered his head. Lightning pierced the rainy night in an instant, and fireworks hung in the distant sky. The half-fairy princess opened her eyes. Brando's kiss was unstoppable. He felt as if a door had opened in his heart, and the deep feelings that were contained inside surged out like a rushing river. Those were the most sincere, most honest feelings that would not lie. He thought that he was just full of respect for her ideals, but he finally understood that this respect was also mixed with the love between a man and a woman. He came here just to get her, to let her live, and not to repeat another tragedy in history. The figure that he looked up to again and again was now in his arms. Her soft body was like a feather, weightless. It was both real and illusory. He could not help but let go of Griffin's wrist with one hand and grab the girl's slender waist. He hugged her tightly, as if he was afraid that she would disappear again. He carefully felt the princess' soft lips, and then, he took an inch and wanted a mile. He gently pried open the half-elf girl's teeth. But it was at this time, Griffin's face was full of anger, and her face was red all the way to her neck. She bit her lower lip and stared angrily at Brando. It was as if everything that happened suddenly woke her up, and she even forgot about the situation at the moment. There was only one thought left in her mind. How dare you? You deserve to die. Griffin's pretty face was instantly covered with frost. She subconsciously reached for her sword, but when she grabbed nothing, she realized that she had lost her sword, and it was stuck in the oil painting behind the lecture. You are too much, Mr. Brando. I trusted you so much, but I did not expect you to be this kind of person. I'm sorry. Brando's brain was also a little blank. He did not even dream that he would be so impulsive and do such a thing. Everything seemed to go with the flow. Could it be that this was all that he wanted subconsciously? He hurriedly shook his head and threw this ridiculous idea out of his mind, but he was faintly looking forward to it. He had inherited Brando's feelings, and in his heart, he deeply doted on the willful and unreasonable behavior of the Roman lady, but the other half of his heart was Sophie. In comparison, in this half of his heart, perhaps the protector princess and his senior held a more important position. Griffin gently exhaled, as if she had calmed down. She closed her eyes, trying to turn herself back into the calm and composed princess. How did you get through the blockade of the holy sanctum? And, what are the guards outside doing? They actually let you? Yes. Was it Freya who let you in? She lowered her eyelashes, and her tone was very cold. The original, Mr. Brando, had become an unfamiliar, you. This made Brando feel a little uneasy. I have seen Freya, but it has nothing to do with her. He patted the cloak on his body. With this cloak, it was actually not difficult to get through the blockade of the holy sanctum in the rainy night. There was a little bit of trouble when he entered the manor, but fortunately, he bumped into Freya and the others who were patrolling. I will not vent my anger on anyone. Freya is the daughter of the Duke of Everton, and she has qualities that we do not have. Moreover, everyone has their own needs, and the so-called princess is probably just a joke now. The half-elf girl smiled, but her smile was a little sad. She leaned back on the chair that was half the height of a person, just like the girl who listened to Auberway's story under the warm sunshine. But with her wet silver hair, she looked indescribably sad and pitiful. Your Highness, Mr. Brando, Griffin suddenly interrupted him. She raised her head, and there was a touch of enchanting charm in her silver eyes. "Do you want me?" Brando could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. He suddenly realized that he could not refuse this proposal. He was actually moved. He knew what the princess meant, but he could not help but refuse. She was the future princess of Erewhon, the dream lover of countless people. As long as he opened his mouth, he could have her. The brightest pearl on Erewhon's crown. Brando shook his head. "I cannot refuse, Your Highness. Your beauty has long been engraved in my heart. But not now, and not like this. The princess in my heart is the princess who dared to reprimand Erewhon in the nobles' meeting. Only her strength is worthy of Erewhon's hope." Brendel paused for a moment before he answered, one word at a time. Princess Griffin's expression was a little complicated. "What do you want me to do?" Her tone returned to the previous coldness in an instant. Brando knew that she was still a little concerned about her recklessness. In fact, he was also very annoyed now. But if he could do it again, he would still choose to do it. Although he felt a little apologetic towards the future Princess Regent of Aween, at that moment, he clearly touched on something that he had deliberately avoided. His heart, his real purpose in coming to this world. That purpose was now gradually becoming clear. Brando was about to speak, but at this time, footsteps suddenly sounded outside the corridor. It was two people. Princess Griffin's face changed. If outsiders saw her and Brando alone in a room at this time, then her reputation as the Princess of Erewhon would be ruined. The princess could not help but glare at Brando. She had not yet settled the score with the Halran Gaia, and now there was another trouble. But when she turned her head, she just happened to meet Brando's eyes. Griffin's face could not help but turn red. "Quickly hide." She gritted her teeth and whispered. "Hide where?" Brando was also dumbfounded. He had heard the news from Freya that the royal faction had gone to Prince Haruz. Why did they turn back in just a few minutes? "The closet." The princess pointed to the closet on the side. At this time, the footsteps were getting closer and closer. She suddenly realized that her hair was still messy. She quickly pulled it up with her hand, but subconsciously pressed her lips. She looked up at Brando, and Brando was getting into her closet. Princess Griffin could not help but reply fiercely. "Brando, this time you have to help me. This is the payment in advance from the princess." "Payment?" Brando almost stumbled into the closet. He suddenly felt that the whole thing had become strange. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 565. Your Highness. The sound of footsteps stopped outside the walnut door, followed by a female voice. It was the female knight that Brando saw the other day. "Maynard?" Griffin held her hair with one hand and smoothed out the wrinkled dress with the other. "And this old subject, Your Highness." A low and crisp voice replied. "Lord Oberway." Griffin let out a sigh of relief, and in a few seconds, she returned to normal. "Please wait a moment, I'm about to go to bed." "Okay, please come in." The door opened, and Maynard and Oberway stood outside with a cold face. The wolf knight seemed to have been caught in the rain or had just returned from outside, and his body was wet. Maynard closed the door, and Oberway immediately said, "Your Highness, Makarov and the others have gone to meet His Highness. You don't have to say any more, I know everything, Oberway." Griffin interrupted him and looked up at her two close subjects with bright eyes. She and Maynard had known each other since they were young, and their relationship was more like that of close friends and sisters. Maynard had once vowed to become her knight, and she was now fulfilling her promise. The Princess of Aween couldn't help but smile. She wondered if her sister still remembered the oath she had made back then. She then looked at Oberway. Although Fleetwood was her and the little prince's teacher in name, in reality, her swordsmanship and political knowledge were all taught by this lone wolf. "Teacher, Sister Maynard, please get ready, "We're leaving Ampere Seal immediately." Oberwei was slightly startled and could not help but look up. He had prepared a long speech to cheer up the princess, but he didn't expect that his students' endurance would exceed his expectations. He was very familiar with the princess's character, and immediately guessed that something had happened during this time. Thinking of this, the backbone of the royal faction looked around the room suspiciously, and his eyes quickly fell on the open window. "Teacher, you don't have to guess, I've thought it through. I can't give up the future of Erewhon, and I can't let Duke Anthony divide the kingdom. You said that the glorious flag is still in Erewhon, but can I pick it up again, no matter how difficult the future is?" Griffin asked. "How do you know the result if you don't try, Your Highness?" Oberwei retracted his gaze and looked at the princess with approval. "But the most important task now is to return to my territory, where I will launch a crusade against House Cipher and the Holy Cathedral. I believe the people will stand with us. The people of Erewhon have never forgotten that they fought bravely against the people of Cruz, only those who have forgotten the oath of the nobles." Princess Griffin nodded. Oberwei bowed slightly in agreement and said, "Then the Holy Cathedral must have known that there was a disagreement among us, but they must not have expected us to break up so quickly. This is our only chance." He turned around and said, "Maynard, how many royal knights can you mobilize?" The head of the Royal Knight Regiment, Cadler, was a student of Fleetwood and a die-hard member of the royal faction. At this time, he would definitely not side with the princess. Oberwei had previously arranged for Maynard to enter the Royal Knight Regiment in order to curb the power of the head of the regiment. But until now, Maynard only had prestige among the younger knights. Maynard lowered her head and pondered for a moment, then said with a cold face, "Not more than 30%, and they are all students who graduated from the Knight Academy. They lack actual combat experience." "That's a little less." The princess frowned. "Maybe we can seek outside help." Oberwei smiled slightly. "Outside help?" Erewhon's princess panicked and couldn't help but look at the wardrobe. "Count Audine seems to be very appreciative of Your Highness' opposition to splitting the kingdom. When I sent him out earlier, he said that he intended to side with us. He has a group of mercenaries who came back with him from the Black Forest. If we can persuade him to join us, it will not only help us in our current situation." The Wolf Knight slowly explained the origin of his wet clothes. "Teacher, can you persuade Count Audine?" Griffin's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, not only because of this unexpected foreign aid, but also because her idea had been approved by the traditional nobles. Although Brando's forces that stood on her side had already made a name for themselves in the war in Tonajal, the princess still didn't think that a new force could have much power. In comparison, she valued Brando's personal use as a gold-ranked swordsman more. That was indeed the case. In comparison, Count Audine's mercenaries who had returned from the Black Forest and had experienced hundreds of battles could play a much greater role in the current situation in Ampere Seal. Moreover, Count Audine had an ancient family behind him, as well as a large number of nobles who had the same political aspirations as him. This was a huge help. To be able to gain the goodwill of this force was really precious to the princess's forces who were in danger. However, Brando, who was hiding in the wardrobe, scoffed at this. Oberwei and the princess still wanted to rely on the power of the nobles. Of course, this was understandable. The shackles of thinking were not so easy to break. Besides, the kingdom indeed needed capable people to govern. Brando had to admit that there were many knowledgeable and capable people among the nobles in this world. Oberg VII established the youth guards and established the academy to select talents from the local areas in order to break the monopoly of power of the old nobles. However, all of this had just begun, and Erewhon had already fallen into the flames of war. However, the future Erewhon still benefited from this. A large number of talented people were selected from the youth guards to enrich the kingdom, bringing about a decade of prosperity for the ancient kingdom of Erewhon. If it wasn't for the Second and Third War of the Black Rose that interrupted this process, perhaps the Princess Regent would have been able to slowly get the broken car of Erewhon back on the right track. Thinking of this, Brando couldn't help but sigh softly. He continued to listen to Maynard's cold voice outside. "The secret passage leads out of the city, but the nearby areas are under the control of the Holy Cathedral. Further south is the territory of Duke Arek. The students of the Knight Academy had already planned their escape route in advance, and the only conclusion was that they had a chance to escape Ampere Seal by water. But we don't have a ship, Oberwei replied. A ship won't work either. The storm on the Sea of the New Moon is coming, and we can't go out to sea at this time of the year, Maynard added. No, we might have a ship. Griffin suddenly thought of something. She looked hesitant, and Maynard and Oberwei looked at the princess strangely. The royal family had arranged spies and hidden escape routes everywhere. If there was a merchant ship here, they wouldn't be surprised. There was a saying in Erewhon that the king had the most secrets. Although it wasn't completely true, it was still accurate. Unexpectedly, after hesitating for a moment, she suddenly said, "Let me introduce you to a guest." A guest? Maynard was slightly taken aback, but Oberwei was stunned for a moment before a look of realization appeared on his face. Griffin bit her lips and knocked on the wooden table with her finger. "Come out, Mr. Brando. I hope you will fulfill your promise and help us leave this place wholeheartedly." Brando didn't expect the princess to push him out at this time, but he was only surprised for a moment and quickly returned to normal. The two people outside seemed to be close to the princess. If she was willing to let him appear at this time, it meant that the princess had at least acknowledged him as a member of this circle. He exhaled, opened the door of the wardrobe and walked out. "It's you." Maynard raised her eyebrows slightly. Oberwei also raised his eyebrows, but didn't rush to speak. On the other hand, Brando was a little embarrassed. Why not? A man and a woman alone in a room, and she was even a princess of a kingdom. It was inevitable that others would have some guesses. Moreover, he did do something that wasn't so honorable. Although it was just a moment of impulse, Brando couldn't help but blush a little. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "Sir Oberwei, we meet again. I heard that you've seen me before, but it's a pity that I didn't have the chance to meet you before." He was naturally talking about the matter of Oberwei secretly following them. It wasn't the princess who told him about it, but the little female dragon who reminded him. In addition, the princess unintentionally revealed some details in the letter. Brando only needed to guess who he met. In fact, there were only a few people who could move freely around the princess. Makarov was still the leader of the mercenaries in the mountains in the south, so naturally he couldn't appear in Fortress Reden. Oberwei heard this and smiled slightly. "Mr. Brando's swordsmanship is really unexpected. I didn't dare to believe it when I heard that you were nearing the elemental realm. I didn't expect the truth to be right in front of me. Now I believe that there are indeed geniuses in this world." He complimented Brando, but immediately changed the topic and asked, "But why is Mr. Brando here now? I want an answer." "Teacher," Princess Griffin's face was slightly red, of course, not because of shyness, but because she was nervous about being exposed. "Mr. Brando has long been my knight. He is my spy, and this time he came to Ampere Seal to secretly help us. You already know about this, but I asked him to come here tonight because he has a ship that can be put to good use. If I remember correctly, Mr. Brando came to Ampere Seal on Tanagel's ship, right?" The half-elf princess glanced at him. "Since when do I have a ship in my hands? So I'm a ship captain now?" Brendel was slightly taken aback. Of course he came here on a ship, but it was a genuine merchant ship. Now that the storm was coming, no merchant ships dared to go out to sea. Tanagel's relationship with the major merchant guilds in Ampere Seal was not that close. He did not expect the princess to be able to lie so well. However, he did have a way to get his hands on a ship. It was not by buying, borrowing or renting, but by robbing. The Nagas were born to be good at robbing. Oh, they were pirates. He thought for a moment, quickly sorted out his thoughts, and nodded. Princess Griffin's words seemed flawless, but in fact, there were many loopholes. Who would have thought that the royal faction would be divided internally? Moreover, the news of the Lion Beast men starting the war in advance had only been sent to her desk 1 or 2 hours ago. Her prearranged story was actually very easy to fall apart. However, at this time, Oberwei's thoughts were still focused on Brando and the ship in his hands. He glanced at Brando and reluctantly accepted the princess's words, then asked, "But even if we have a ship, we can't go out to sea because of the storm. Does Princess Griffin intend to go through the Ampere Seal straight to the Wall of the Dead? But the sea route there is close to the sea in Erech province. Duke Erech will definitely use the navy to stop us." "No, there's no need." Griffin shook her head. "In the collection of the Anderla Cathedral, there is a ship's head from the time of King Eric. It is said that the ship's head was made from the teeth of the demon whale. It is said that the ship with this head can calm the storm. That's a good idea." Auberway's eyes lit up, "But the vault of the Anderla Cathedral is not that easy to enter. I will ask Magadal for help. As for the person to sneak into the cathedral..." Griffin looked at Brando. "Me?" Brando was stunned. He knew about the legend of the ship's head, but he did not know if it was true. Of course, it would be good if he could get this item. It was not to deal with the current situation, since he had the demon whale. Instead, he could use it to prepare himself for entering the Village of Storms in the future. The Village of Storms was a sea area south of the Loop of Trade Winds, outside of Marsh's protectorate. There was a huge instance dungeon there, where he could obtain a level 70 equipment set and a quest item to reforge a bronze body. The Village of Storms was ravaged by magic storms all year round, and it was a forbidden area for the Nagas. Without the Nagas' demon whale, the only way was to obtain items that could calm the storm. For example, the breath of holy water, the statue of Martha, or a forbidden spell that could control the weather. Of course, Brando did not want to complicate matters at this time, so he silently noted down the information and nodded. Griffin seemed to be satisfied with Brando's attitude. She could not help but comfort him. "Don't worry, Mr. Brando. Magadal can move freely in the cathedral, and entering the vault is not a problem. Treasures are not important to the saints, but it is difficult for ordinary people to enter. Your mission is just to meet her and bring the items back. Besides, you are the only one who can move freely and gain Magadal's trust." Brando thought for a while and realized that what the princess said was true. He nodded pretentiously, but in his heart, he thought that he could use this opportunity to meet Magadal. The nun princess should be gathering information in the cathedral. "Boo-hoo, I won't act cute if I don't update well. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation." Chapter 566. Griffin seemed to have untied the knot in her heart. Under her arrangement, everything was back to order. Brendel heaved a sigh of relief as he looked at the princess who had regained her strength. Although the princess who showed a rare look of helplessness was also lovely, he liked the princess in front of him more than the princess in front of him. Probably because she was more realistic and closer to the image in his mind. However, Brando did not let his guard down. Although the princess had temporarily pulled herself together, it did not change the fact that they were now in a difficult and dangerous situation. At least before everything was settled, Brando knew that the princess's faction still had an unavoidable problem to deal with. He did not intend to speak, but waited for someone to bring it up. Oberway was meticulous, and the black-haired knight Maynard did not seem to be easy to deal with. There was no need for him to act smart. However, every time Brando looked over, his eyes could not help but be attracted by the black-haired knight. Maynard stood there quietly, her entire body exuding a very familiar aura. Familiar yet unfamiliar. The room fell silent for a moment. Maynard naturally noticed the young man's gaze on her from time to time, but every time she turned her head, she would see him quickly averting his gaze. "Humph," the black-haired knight frowned slightly. Not far from her, the half-elf girl seemed to be arranging everything in an orderly manner. She turned her head and looked at Oberway. The wolf knight, who used to be sharp with his words, did not say a word. Maynard knew that he was hinting for her to speak. "Your Highness, how should we deal with Prince Haruz?" After a moment, she quietly asked. This sentence seemed to have hit the future princess of Erewhon. The girl froze, and Brando saw her slender fingertips tremble slightly. This was a problem that could not be avoided. Back in the Knight Academy, the royal faction had been in charge of the little prince's daily life. At first, it seemed like a form of protection, but now, it had become surveillance and control. Right now, her brother was already in the hands of the royal faction, and Makarov and Count Bar were both giants among men. It wouldn't be easy to snatch her brother away from them. Of course we have to seize him. We can't let my brother become their bargaining chip. The princess frowned deeply. Right now, the only thing she could command was a cavalry composed of young cadets who had yet to finish their studies. Their numbers were less than half of the Royal Knight Regiment. Moreover, on the surface, the princess had yet to truly fall out with the royal faction. It could be said that both sides had no way out. Once the royal faction lost their last bargaining chip, they might even side with the Holy Cathedral of Fire. The possibility was small, but she couldn't help but worry. The spacious room fell silent. Why don't I make a trip there? Oberwei replied, if there is no other way, we can ask the Knight of the Lake for help. Maybe, I will try to persuade Freya. Maynard replied quietly. There was not a trace of worry on her face. She was as calm as a statue. The Knight of the Lake's strength was probably second only to Andesha, whom Brando had met in the loop of trade winds. It was no wonder that Oberwei thought of him. Even though the Lionheart sword was still in Freya's hands, the Knight of the Lake seemed to be protecting the future goddess of war. But it was only protecting her, and Freya might not be able to command this great god. In fact, Oberwei might not be unaware of this, but the princess's faction really couldn't come up with any good ideas. Brando shook his head and finally couldn't help but interrupt. I'm afraid it won't work, Lord Oberwei. It won't be difficult to seize him, but we will have to adjust the itinerary. Adjust the itinerary? Everyone present was stunned. I suggest that we don't leave so early. It's best to wait until the meeting starts. Brando replied, actually, it doesn't make a difference whether we leave sooner or later. Even if we leave now, it will be a sea of fire outside. It won't be much easier than killing our way out of the meeting. Furthermore, he wanted to continue, but the princess's eyes lit up and interrupted him. Furthermore, the most dangerous place is also the safest place. If we want to escape, we definitely won't choose to do it at the meeting. Because of this idea, it might be easier for us to break through at that time. Of course, we don't have to kill our way out of the meeting. We can choose to enter or leave the Anderla Cathedral. That will be the time when the enemy's vigilance is at its lowest. And the key is that if we go to the meeting, Makarov and the others will let down their guard and think that the princess doesn't have the courage to go against them. Oberwei nodded in agreement. Everyone present was smart. Brando had thought of this before them, but it didn't mean that he was better than them. It was just that he stood from the perspective of a bystander and jumped out of this period of history, so he knew better what would happen in the meeting. And the princess's faction had to face the unknown future. Who knew if the Holy Cathedral of Fire would be at their mercy the next time they met? But as soon as Brendel poked through the window paper, everyone present realized what was going on. Then let's set it after the meeting. The royal faction still has a battle with Duke Cypher. Let's just watch the show. In an instant, the princess seemed to have the ability to grasp the situation. She smiled slightly and said with a hint of sarcasm, if the Holy Cathedral of Fire wants to make a move on us, I'm afraid it won't be in a short period of time. After all, they have to wait for the Northern Coalition army to arrive, right? Since we are going to attend the meeting, can I trouble Mr. Brando to escort the prince out of the manor? Although it was called escort, it was more like robbery. But Brando shook his head. I'm not the right person for this. First of all, I don't know His Royal Highness. Second, I'm afraid that the army under Her Royal Highness is not enough to break out of the encirclement this time. I have an army in Ampere Seal now, and I will personally command them to assist Her Royal Highness in breaking out of the encirclement. Everyone present heard this and their eyes lit up. They couldn't help but look up at Brando. They didn't expect this princess's knight to actually bring an army here. Of course, Brando's current identity was a spy of the royal family. Naturally, this credit fell to the princess. Oberwei couldn't help but look at his student again. Did she really expect today's situation? Only Princess Griffine's eyes were shining. Her Royal Highness asked Viscount Benninger to escort His Royal Highness Prince Heroes. Thunder and storm were converging over the entire city. The clouds were like a gray and black canvas. Layer by layer, the paint spread along the rain, and the storm clouds also changed shape. The rain washed the eaves, the rainstorm quickly weaved into a silver ribbon. The water droplets rolled along the brim of the hat and formed a thin stream. Fortunately, the oilskin cloak was not soaked. Freya turned her head, her gray-brown eyes sparkling under the night sky. She tilted her head and looked at Brando, her fair skin reflecting the faint light like jade. Brando nodded. The Viscount Benninger he knew was the youngest son of Duke Cypher. He stood in this camp because of his admiration for the princess. This person did not have a great reputation in history. Later on, he seemed to have become the head of the Cypher family. That was all. However, this person was loyal to Her Royal Highness Princess, and at the same time, dissociated himself from the royal faction. He was the perfect candidate for this mission. But for some reason, he had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Was it because of jealousy? I heard. Freya hesitated to speak. Heard what? Brando turned to look at her. The future goddess of war had shed some of her youthful innocence, but there was still the shadow of the stubborn female captain of the militia in the countryside of Bucci. I heard that Viscount Benninger admires Her Royal Highness Princess. He was originally the youngest son of Duke Cypher. Him coming here means that he has betrayed his family. I think there is a reason why Her Royal Highness Princess trusts him so much. Brendel gave a noncommittal grunt. Brando knew that Her Royal Highness Princess was not without tenderness when she was young, but she was more cold-hearted than the average person. Her family, House Covardo, and Benninger's family, House Cypher, could not be together. But Viscount Benninger might have really won Her Royal Highness Princess' heart. The rain poured down, and lightning occasionally lit up the whole world, blending the world into a vast expanse of whiteness. The Anderla Cathedral stood silently in the rain. The whole building was like a silent wall, with statues of gargoyles and wyverns. Each of them were priceless art treasures. The two of them were hiding in a small alley a street away from the cathedral. It was only a short while before the appointed time with Magadal. He said that he was here to steal the statue, but in fact, he was only here to meet Magadal. Now that he had the demon whale in his hands, there was no need for him to complicate matters in this troubled time. Freya was slightly envious. Most girls would not be able to resist such romantic things. It had to be said that Benninger's actions were indeed shocking in this world. As a noble, he had betrayed his family just to pursue his own love. That was a story that only existed in knights' novels. But Freya, who showed her youthful side, was also quite cute. Brando could not help but look at the future goddess of war carefully. He did not know why, but he felt that he could only show his natural side in front of the Roman and Freya, as if he could relax. When it came to abandoning everything for one's dreams, the goddess of war was actually the same kind of person. And now, for the future of the goddess of war and the future of the kingdom, it seemed that he was doing the same thing. It was just that he was working hard for a different history. When Freya turned around, she was shocked by his expression. Is there something on my face? No, there isn't. Brando quickly shook his head. Why hasn't Princess Magadal come out yet? Freya did not notice the strangeness in his heart and asked. She had always been an impatient person. Brando looked at the time. It was just right. But he raised his head and looked at the back door of the cathedral. There was still no one there. This made him frown. Usually, both parties were very sensitive about time. Unless there was a problem, it was rare for people to be late. Besides, Princess Magadal did not look like a careless person. There was a flash of uneasiness in his heart. Is there a problem, Brando? Freya saw the clue. It's already past the scheduled time. She frowned slightly. Could it be that Princess Magadal is in trouble? It's possible. Brando could only guess. Then what should we do? Brando's brows were almost wrinkled. He did not need the stupid ship's bow. He could come and get it at any time. In fact, he could almost guess the content of the letter that the new Bishop Moros gave to Wood. He came to meet Magadal just to confirm it. The safest way now was undoubtedly to turn around and leave. But Brando was a little uneasy. He felt that if he left without saying anything, it would be a betrayal to Princess Magadal, who might be in trouble in the Anderla Cathedral. It would be like abandoning a comrade. Brando felt that he could not do such a thing. Brando, do you want to go in and look for her? Freya whispered. Magadal is a good friend of the princess. How do you plan to go in? I don't know. But we can try, can't we? There will be a way. She was taking things for granted. As expected, this stupid woman's nature hadn't changed. Brando shook his head. No need. Before Freya could stare at him, he added, I know. Come with me. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 567. Miss Magadal. Even though it was raining heavily outside the Anderla Cathedral, it didn't change the silence and solemnity of this holy place. The main hall of the cathedral was a place for meditation and prayer, and during some celebrations, it could even accommodate up to 1,000 people to pray together. Thus, the interior of the cathedral was very majestic. 28 gray stone pillars supported a deep dome, and rows of benches were facing the central altar, forming a fan-shaped space. It was filled with a sense of majesty. Every day, there would be a large number of servants in charge of cleaning the place. When they saw Princess Magadal walking in, they hurriedly stood up and bowed. Magadal was a high-ranking priest and a princess of a kingdom. Not to mention, she was also Archbishop Wood's student. Now that Wood had left Ampere Seal and was about to go to the center of power in the headquarters, the status of the princess had also risen and become more and more respected. Magadal stopped and nodded to the crowd. Although she was born a princess of a country, it was rare to see the arrogance and delicateness of a noble's daughter. Although this was related to the education she had received, it was also due to the fact that she had a gentle temperament. The nun princess had always been known for her friendliness in social situations, and there was no lack of praise for her both inside and outside the holy cathedral. Is Archbishop Wood here? She asked. Lord Officiant, he doesn't seem to see any outsiders, Miss Magadal. The servants replied. I see. Magadal sighed in her heart. Although she had expected this, she still couldn't help but feel dejected. She thought for a moment and asked, what about Lord Moros? She called Wood the Archbishop, but she called Moros the Lord. Her attitude was clear at a glance. However, everyone was well aware of the truth and did not expose him. Moros was a cold person and had a strong desire for power. In the Anderla Cathedral, not many people truly acknowledged this outsider. One of the servants thought for a moment before replying, the Lord Officiator seems to be receiving a guest. Guest? Magadal was slightly surprised. What guest would there be at this hour? Who is the guest? It's Marquis Yoakum, and there's another noble we don't know. It's him? Magadal knew that Marquis Yoakum was on Duke Cypher's side, but he didn't seem to have a close relationship with the Northern Alliance. What was so important about him coming to the Holy Cathedral at this time? She frowned slightly. Thinking about what happened last time, she couldn't help but feel disgusted. Miss Magadal, do you want to go over and take a look? The waiter asked after observing her expression. No, there's no need. Magadal shook her head resolutely, a look of disgust appearing on her face. Everyone looked at each other. It was rumored that the nun princess had a conflict with Marquis Yoakum, and now it seemed that it was true. But what they didn't know was that Princess Antoinette's face was slightly hot at this time, and her palms were sweating due to nervousness. She silently repented in her heart, and her heart was restless. She didn't know if Lady Martha would forgive her for lying in public. But no matter what, this was a path she had chosen and would not regret. Martha above, please bless me with success. Magadal prayed in her heart. The candlelight in the narrow room was as small as a bean. The candlelight flickered, and occasionally, a spark would burst out, illuminating the faces of the two people around him who were similarly dark and unclear. Brando knew that the second Archbishop of Ampere Seal, Moros, was a famous villain in history. However, he was slightly different from the great priest Amon whom he killed in the loop of trade winds. Although Moros was sinister and cold, he was very self-disciplined. He lived a simple life and did not pursue materialistic desires. He was like an ascetic in his life. Note 1, Game History. Regardless of whether this image was faked, at least he maintained this image during his term. This person's relationship with the Erewhon nobles was neither cold nor warm. His political views were slightly biased towards the Cruz Empire, but at least he still maintained a relationship with the Erewhon royal family on the surface. But that was a story in history. Now, Brando was like a butterfly flapping its wings, influencing history to gradually deviate from its original track. The attitude of this new archbishop was also very different from the history. This small room was one of the guest rooms in the side hall of the Andurla temple. As the Andurla temple rarely received guests, there weren't many guest rooms, and most of them were simple and plain. Moros and Wood had been handing over power for a while, but this new archbishop had been living here all this time. From this, it could be seen that he did not pursue materialistic desires. However, the two people in the room seemed to be a little restless, especially Marquis Yoakum. Although his image as a libertine was more or less a deceptive disguise, this Marquis' pursuit of quality of life was really similar to the other nobles. This room was simply like a slum to him. Although the tables and chairs were clean and bright, it gave him the feeling that there was always a layer of dust on them. Marquis Yoakum had only sat for a moment, but he already had the illusion that ants were crawling on his heart. Not to mention that there was still a heavy burden in his heart, which made him even more annoyed. However, the master had not arrived yet, so the two did not dare to act rashly. Finally, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Soon, Moros's gloomy face appeared outside the door. His distinctive aquiline nose was like his trademark. At this moment, Moros was wearing a golden red robe that he usually wore to preside over daily affairs. He had a straight face. He always had such an expression. At that time, the Erewhon players gave him the nickname of the Iron Man. It was not to say that he was impartial, but he was just mocking this guy's lack of expression. Marquis Yoakum did not dare to have such thoughts in his heart. Not to mention the identity of this archbishop, but more importantly, there was a behemoth standing behind him. Although Erewhon had defeated the Cruz people a few centuries ago, the Erewhon nobles today had become one of the groups of people in the world who feared the Cruz people the most in the world. It was a kind of irony. Both of them stood up and saluted, but Moros just nodded in return, showing his arrogance. Marquis Yoakum and the others did not find it strange, as if it was not the case. Cruz had been accumulating power for a long time, and the whole of Erewhon felt that they were inferior to him. Marquis Yoakum, you must have something urgent to come here so late. Archbishop Moros did not have the intention to exchange pleasantries and went straight to the point. Yes. Marquis Yoakum smiled and returned to his usual self. Just as you expected, the letter we sent was effective, and the royal faction seems to have quarreled with each other. He laughed as he spoke, and when he got to the part where he was proud, he could not help but laugh sarcastically. Although Makarov and Fleetwood are very smart, they are driven by their own interests and appear to be short-sighted. They can only see the carrot on the stick and completely ignore the trap in front of them. From this, we can see the importance of a noble goal. Moros nodded and silently agreed with Marquis Yoakum's self-praise. In fact, this plan was proposed by the royal faction. They sealed off the news of the north, but at this time, they used the spies around the royal faction to spread the news of the Lion Beastmen's invasion. As expected, the royal faction was in chaos. It was an open conspiracy, but they knew that Makarov and the others had no choice but to swallow this bait. This was the nature of the nobles themselves. Moros could not help but laugh coldly. It's funny that they still want to divide the north and south. I'm afraid they won't be able to live past tomorrow's sunset. Marquis Yoakum laughed proudly. Princess Magadal, who came out from the secret passage, was shocked when she heard this sentence. At first, she thought that they were talking about Griffin, but after listening carefully, she realized that they were talking about the royal faction. The royal faction really had a conflict with Griffin. The princess could not help but hold her breath. On one hand, she was skeptical when she heard Brando's treacherous words in the auction house, but she did not expect it to become a reality in the blink of an eye. On the other hand, Magadal could not help but frown. If the royal faction broke off relations, her close friend's situation would be even more dangerous. This was something she did not want to see. She shut her mouth, not daring to make a sound, and listened carefully. The construction and renovation of the Anderla Cathedral was done by the Holy Cathedral of Fire, and she was not the only one who knew about the secret passage. In fact, the new Archbishop Moros should also know about the secret passage, but he probably did not know that there was another key to the secret passage, so he let his guard down. It was because of this that she dared to boast to Brando. Even so, she still had to be careful. Moros' strength was not considered outstanding in the Holy Cathedral, but as a high priest, he had the strength of an elemental master. Although Marquis Yoakum was known to be a playboy, few knew that he had the strength of a gold ranker. The nobleman beside him also seemed to be extraordinary. Magadal observed everything outside through the peephole of the secret passage, not daring to even breathe loudly. At this time, Marquis Yoakum had just finished expressing his opinion, and Moros glanced at him coldly, looking a little unhappy. He was cautious by nature, and hated arrogant people the most. Moreover, the royal faction was not really a fish on the chopping board. Among them, Buga and Fleetwood were elemental masters, and it would not be easy for them to stay. Among them, Fleetwood was a famous wizard, and it was common knowledge that wizards were much harder to deal with than swordsmen of the same level. He shook his head and replied, "Forget about the royal faction, the princess side is also not easy to deal with. Maynard and Oberway are both gold rankers, and among the royal knight loyal to the little girl, there is no lack of troublesome characters. Now there is also the Knight of the Lake, who is stronger than Fleetwood. The key is that the Lionheart sword is already in her hands. I heard that Count Yenbao's 3 gold rankers are in Ampere Seal at the moment. More importantly, the young man is not inferior to the elemental field." Moros looked at Marquis Yoakum after he finished speaking. Yoakum's face twitched. That's true. Although they are no longer united, we still have to deal with 4 elemental masters at the same time. Are you okay with that?" Moros glanced at the 2 people in the room coldly. "No problem." The noble beside Marquis Yoakum finally spoke in a low muffled voice. "Ah." Magadal could not help but let out a low cry. She finally saw the face of the last noble. It was an insignificant noble with a common face, but Magadal happened to recognize him. He should be one of Count Balta's retainers. The White Lion Legion. Has the White Lion Legion already arrived near Ampere Seal? The White Lion Legion used to be the pride of the Erewhon people, but that pride was no longer there. Marquis Balta was bought over by the eldest son of the king, and had already sided with the nobles of the north. However, unlike the Black Blade Squad, the White Lion Legion was a border guard, and their biggest enemy was the Cruz people. Unexpectedly, when everyone's attention was focused on the Imperial Army's Black Blade Corps, they subconsciously overlooked this force. But how dare they move away from the border? Is Duke Cypher crazy? Magadal's mind was in a mess, and at the same time, she broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, the soundproofing of the secret passage was good, and her voice was not heard by the people outside. The nun princess sighed softly. Her hands and feet were a little cold, but she could not help but continue listening. That's good. Moros nodded, and turned back. Have you chosen the person you want to identify? He stared at the Marquis sternly. This concerns the reputation of the Holy Cathedral, and is the most important part of our plan. Please rest assured. Marquis Yoakum immediately nodded, and took out a small item from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table. That person is definitely reliable, and this ring is his keepsake. Moros did not speak, and only nodded coldly as he picked up the ring. But at this time, the three people in the room heard a slight noise, as if something heavy had fallen to the ground. Who is it? The strongest archbishop was the first to react. He raised his hand and shot out a golden red ray towards a bookcase in the room. With a loud crash, the bookcase suddenly burst into flames, and wood shavings and sparks fell like butterflies. At the same time, one of the walls in the room suddenly rumbled and slid to the side, revealing a secret passage. Moros immediately looked over, and saw Magadal sitting on the ground with a pale face. Miss Magadal. The new Archbishop of the Anderla Cathedral had a pale face as he squeezed out the words from between his teeth. You have gone too far this time, and I think even Captain Wood will not be able to save you. But Magadal did not seem to hear, and only stared blankly at the ring on his hand. This is impossible, she murmured. P.S. Yesterday's chapter title was wrong, and I missed the word whirlpool, sorry. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 568. Looks like we have an unexpected guest. Let me think, this is like the deer in the fables. Miss Magadal, you are most welcome. Marquis Yoakum smiled. The nun princess glared at him angrily, but most of her attention was on Archbishop Moros's hand. Her face was full of shock and fear, revealing the uneasiness in her heart. Moros turned around and asked, Archbishop, what do you plan to do with this beautiful lady? You'd better not have any ideas about her. This woman's identity is very complicated. You can't afford to offend her. Archbishop Moros replied with a straight face. Ha, you must be joking, Archbishop. Marquis Yoakum laughed. Women. I have a lot of them. Compared to those charming and gentle women who are as soft as water, I have never been interested in those thorny roses. The head ritual master glanced at him. He looked up and said coldly to Magadal, I will send you to Wood. He will understand the cause and effect of this matter. Before this matter is settled, he will supervise you on my behalf. Your Highness, please behave yourself. He emphasized, this is also for your safety. There will not be a next time, Princess Magadal. I don't need your pity, you despicable people. Magadal's face was pale. She clenched her teeth and refused. You are using the Holy Cathedral to intervene in the political affairs of other countries. The revered Flame King Gretel's crown will fall because of you. After Ampere Seal, all of you will be sinners. Her eyes were about to spit fire. Moros was expressionless. The nun princess's words were like the highest judgment for a devout believer, but to him, it was not painful at all. The holy war is imminent. Erewhon's internal affairs are rotten. If we don't cleanse ourselves, it will only be a matter of time before thousands of people fall into a sea of fire. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Your Highness, your opinion is just a foolish woman's opinion. He refuted Magadal's words one by one. Then he raised the ring on his hand. Besides, isn't this the only thing you care about? You and I faced the trial naked in front of Martha, but I didn't feel any more ashamed than you did. In Moros's hand was an ordinary noble's ring made of silver. Under the candlelight, its surface was shrouded in a layer of faint light. The ring was carved with an olive branch and surrounded by a flame-like ruby in the center. The emblem on the ring was an olive branch, a flame and wind pattern, and a crescent moon. It was the emblem of House Cipher. The nun princess trembled and her face turned even paler. Moros winked at Marquis Yoakum. Send her to Wood. If he asks, you can answer truthfully. That's secondary, but I really don't want to meet Archbishop Wood. I can see that he doesn't like me. Marquis Yoakum replied self-deprecatingly. Moros did not say a word, but he was mocking him in his heart. Magadal lowered her head, and her heart turned colder. Hearing what they said, Archbishop Wood already knew everything, but he did not say anything. Whether it's Moros or Archbishop Wood, they both represent the Holy Cathedral of Fire and Cruz. But they are definitely not Erwin, my friend, or, she lowered her head in a daze and did not realize that Marquis Yoakum had come to her side. The latter smiled and was about to help her up. Magadal felt a wave of disgust. She waved her hand and said angrily, "I'll do it myself." But she did not expect a black object to fall from Marquis Yoakum's hand to the ground. It was a ring shaped like a snake. It represented the Ouroboros clan of All for One. The room was silent for a moment. The faces of the three people in the room changed at the same time. Magadal raised her head and looked at Moros and Marquis Yoakum in disbelief. Her mind was in a mess, and many thoughts came one after another. But in the end, they settled into one word: run. The nun princess's thoughts flashed like lightning, but her mind was clear. She immediately got up and ran. Catch her. The archbishop's cold and emotionless voice came from behind her. It was as if an ice-cold sharp sword had pierced through the princess's back, causing her to shiver. Even her last bit of hope had been completely extinguished. They are really in cahoots. How could this be? Magadal felt her heart clench. She knew that if she was one step slower, she would not be spared. Moreover, this secret was too important. She had to tell the others. Archbishop Wood? Magadal suddenly felt a little scared. She was not sure if the person who was her teacher and friend was also involved in this. Another figure immediately appeared in her mind, a lord who was exceedingly young. But would it be in time? The nun princess's heart pounded, and she could not help but look back. But when she looked back, time seemed to have stopped in front of her eyes. She first saw Marquis Yoakum looking at her with a slightly regretful expression, and then she saw the cold gleaming sword in his hand. No, Magadal felt her tears flowing uncontrollably. For the first time, she realized that she did not want to die so badly. She still wanted to live, even if it was to return to her hometown and live a peaceful life. The sword pierced through her heart from behind. The princess felt as if she was struck by lightning, and then the pain spread. "I'm sorry, Griffin." Darkness gradually spread in front of her eyes. Inside the inner courtyard of the Anderla Cathedral, the rain fell like silver ribbons from the patio, washing away the trees in the courtyard. But in the midst of the bushes, the sound of two people talking could be heard. "Hey, Jill. I say, isn't it a little too risky for us to do this? This is the temple. Think about it, those big shots only need to move their fingers to crush us like we're bugs." In an unknown place under the bushes, the ground suddenly shook, and then the whole thing sank. It looked as if a hole had been opened in the mud, and the water and soil on the ground were pouring in. "Get out of the way. Keep your voice down, ugh. I told you not to go out when it's raining, especially tonight. My new clothes are all wet. Look, it's all mud. It's all over. Boo, you stole that dress," a voice reminded him kindly. "That's not the point. Besides, what's the difference between buying and stealing? In the end, people still have to pay for the stolen goods. Alright, let's change the topic. I'm saying that the tunnel you found is completely unreliable. At least, the person who designed it did not consider the possibility of water entering the tunnel. In my opinion, either his brain is as damaged as my clothes, or this is simply the work of a stupid thief." The voice paused for a moment. "Just like us. We're not thieves, we're bandits. Come on, Jill, we're bandits," the first voice said lazily. "Once we're done with this, we'll be bandits." "Wait, someone's coming, shut up." A small head popped out from the hole under the bushes. It had to be said that the rain outside was very heavy, and in a short while, the hair on the head was completely wet. However, the young man called Jill did not seem to notice. If you looked closely, you would see that he had a pair of surprisingly large emerald green eyes. That's right, this was a greater goblin. The goblins were the largest kind of creatures. If you did not pay special attention to their eyes, you would think that they were halflings, but they did not have hairy hands and feet. In any of Won's stories, the goblins were a kind of beautiful creatures. Their distant relatives, the elves, were the embodiment of beauty. It had to be said that the greater goblins were the same. They were a very delicate and beautiful race, but unfortunately, they did not have a good reputation. If the halflings who wandered the continent and did not have a fixed residence were lazy, then the greater goblins were simply a place for thieves. 9 out of 10 legends about them were related to the goblins. Of course, the goblins were certainly desirable, but the goblins in real life did not have such a good reputation. Jill and Boone were honorable members of the Brotherhood of Thieves in Ampere Seal. Of course, whether they were honorable or not was another matter, but they were definitely daring. Jill obtained a map by chance. In fact, it was a secret design of the underground passage of the Holy Sanctum. This was not an ordinary thing. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely hide it well, or burn it, or quickly sell it for a good price to avoid getting into trouble. But Jill immediately had an idea that could be called the model of a thief. He decided to sneak into the Holy Sanctum and make a fortune. This was crazy. Of course, this was a matter of course for the greater goblins. In the ethics of the greater goblins, all the treasures in the world were ownerless, and those with the virtue would obtain them. What kind of virtue was this? It was hard to say. Jill carefully poked his head out, using the only glimmer of light in the rainy night. The vision of the greater goblins was 100 times better than that of humans. In fact, even in the dark, he could see clearly, but the pouring rain seriously interfered with his observation. It was not until the footsteps on the other side were very close that he shook his ears and heard that the other party was walking towards him. Shoo! He hurriedly turned around and gestured for his companions to keep quiet. Cloth's big mouth was famous in the Brotherhood of Thieves. There was once. No, there were several times where he had failed because of his big mouth. In Jill's opinion, if it were not for his talkative companion, the two of them would have spent at least half of the time in the prison in Ampere Seal. Fortunately, this time Boone looked very obedient, perhaps because he was tidying up the mud on his new clothes. Jill's eyes quickly widened as he saw 3 people coming out of the darkness one after another. One of them seemed to be carrying something on his back. The 3 of them stopped at the other side of the courtyard, and then opened a cover from the ground. It was an exit on the other side of the secret passage. Jill had a good memory, or rather, it was the basic skill of a nightingale. In the rain, the person carrying the bag quickly put the thing down. Another person said, "This matter is too important. Let's leave it here first. When Wood leaves, I will find a way to send it out." "Will High Priest would be suspicious?" asked a muffled voice. The voice was very soft, and if it were not for Jill's sharp and long ears, he might not have heard this sentence clearly. "Don't worry, Magadal has been sneaking out of the Holy Cathedral these days. When the chaos tomorrow comes, others will naturally think that she went missing in the chaos." The 3 of them exchanged a few words in the rain, but Jill's heart was already burning. Martha above, the treasure they buried is actually related to the Archbishop. As a qualified citizen of Ampere Seal, especially for those who knew the upper nobles like the back of their hands, they certainly knew what the name Wood represented. He did not even hear the last few words at all. When the 3 of them left, he climbed down and tugged at his companion, excitedly shouting, "Did you hear that, Boone? This time we are rich." "Yes," Boone replied unhappily, "I hope the trouble is not as big. Risk and benefit go hand in hand, my partner." To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 569. After passing through a series of intersecting tunnels filled with grain and water, Jill soon found the place where the 3 mysterious men had buried their treasure. In the narrow tunnel, a large bag lay quietly on the ground. Jill and Boo's eyes lit up. "Jill, shall we open it?" "Of course." The 2 of them untied the ropes in a flurry, but the first thing that was revealed from the cloth bag was not the dazzling treasure, but a young girl with a face as white as a sheet of paper and eyes tightly shut. The two of them screamed in unison and retreated as if they had seen a ghost. "Oh! Jill, this is not a treasure." "Of course I know." "Oh my God, this must be a murder." "Martha above, this happened right under her nose." "God is my witness, I didn't do anything." "Boo, quickly pull me up. I'm so scared that my legs are weak." "Jill, I'm the same. Not only are my legs weak, even my back is weak." Boo said with a long face. This was the first time he had seen a dead person. "Don't talk nonsense, Boo. How can your back be weak?" "It's true, Jill. It's so soft. I can even feel that the wall behind me has become soft." "Nonsense, how can the wall become soft?" "It's true. Besides, I said it was just an illusion." Boo replied angrily when he saw that his companions did not want to believe him. But before he could finish his sentence, a gentle voice spoke from behind him. "I think it's not an illusion. It's because you're leaning on my leg." "Ah!" Boo screamed in fright. He turned around and saw a young man wearing a black noble's attire and a long sword at his waist. He looked gentle and kind standing behind him. "Ah!" Both Boo and Jill jumped up at the same time. Meeting a noble in this godforsaken place was like a mouse meeting a cat. Both of them were stunned. "Oh! This has nothing to do with us, we just met by chance, please don't take us to the port." I'm just saying, please don't accuse a good person." Jill trembled as she looked at the stranger who had appeared without a sound. Although he was daring, the punishment for murder in Ampere Seal had always been severe. The punishment for murder was stripping Ampere Seal of citizenship, confiscation of all family assets, and hanging. Of course, the most severe of all was the confiscation of all property, at least as far as Jill and Boo were concerned. This was simply a punishment straight to hell. The young man who appeared out of nowhere was naturally Brando. Since half of his soul came from the future, he naturally knew about the underground tunnel under the holy sanctum. The tunnel was designed and built together with the Anderla sanctum by Rogan Nin. The tunnel was originally designed as a fortification under the sanctum, but the sanctum later used it to do many shady things. The entrance and key to the underground tunnel should be in the hands of the archbishop. Naturally, ordinary people would not be able to enter. Unfortunately, there was a quest in the Amber Sword that was related to this tunnel, so there was an extra entrance to this tunnel. This unknown entrance was connected to a sewer, and was one of the back doors left behind by Rogan Nin. During the attack and defense of Ampere Seal, the players on Erewin's side used this secret entrance many times to repeatedly attack the Anderla sanctum, which was under the control of Madara. Therefore, this secret tunnel was once known as the lifeline of the sanctum. However, in this era, the descendant of the Rogan Nin family who provided the quest should still be living in Grey Harbor, waiting for the call of fate. Brando had reason to believe that no one other than himself would know about this secret tunnel. Therefore, when he saw Jill and Boo, he was still surprised. He originally thought that Princess Magadal might also have the key to this tunnel. With her status, this princess had the opportunity to make a copy of the key. Although this was not in line with her identity, Brando could more or less guess this point from the confident attitude of this princess in front of him. However, he did not expect to meet a pair of greater fairies. He was very familiar with the greater fairies. It could be said that they were the hotbed of rogues. Many of the famous nightingales among the players were also from this race. When they appeared here, Brando immediately knew what they were here for. He was truly audacious. At this time, Freya walked out from behind Brando. The first thing she saw was, of course, the two noisy little guys. She could not help but be stunned. "Brando, why are there two goblins?" "No, we are not goblins. We are fairies." Jill was furious. He could endure being hanged, but he absolutely could not tolerate being slandered as a goblin. Although in Wonde, goblins and fairies were indeed big families of goblins, but fairies absolutely disdained to be associated with dirty goblins. In their view, goblins were all cavemen, or rather, cavemen were the ancestors of goblins. Fairies? Aren't fairies small? The future Valkyrie even gestured with her hand. She meant to say, aren't fairies only 1 or 2 inches tall? They even have beautiful wings. Those are forest fairies, we are greater fairies. Jill replied indignantly, but his tone could not help but be a little depressed. Just like how fairies looked at goblins, greater fairies were indeed a few levels lower in terms of bloodline compared to the forest fairies. I see, Freya nodded, but suddenly saw the bag on the back of the 2 greater fairies. Her face paled. Princess Magadal. Brando's expression also changed. Without waiting for Jill to speak, he separated the 2 and pressed his hand on Princess Antiburo's neck. Her body was cold, but still soft, but he could no longer feel her pulse. Brando had learned first aid from Freya, so of course he knew what this meant. But he did not give up, and called up a virtual screen to take a look. Suddenly, his heart turned cold. A line of cold words appeared on the screen. Name, Magadal Armand Loder de Antiburo race. Gender, female status, dead. The sword wound was in the heart, almost piercing through the chest. If a human received such an injury, even if they had 1 foot in the elemental realm, they would definitely die, not to mention Princess Magadal, who was just an ordinary person. Brando's hand trembled slightly, and his face darkened. He had not interacted much with Princess Magadal, whether it was in this world or in the game. But this nun princess had left a very good impression on him. She was gentle, courteous, and did not have the usual bad habits of a noble lady. She was not old-fashioned and cold, and even a little hospitable. The most commendable thing was that she did not pick up any bad habits in the circle of scheming nobles. Even in the darkest days of Erewhon and the Holy Cathedral, she still maintained the purest of heart. People who were firm in their beliefs for the sake of friendship were few and far between, even in the more advanced modern society. Princess Antiburo may be a believer, but she believed in the true truth, the most glorious side of the human heart. Freya silently squatted down beside Brando. This was not the first person to be sacrificed in this political battle, but it was the person she was most familiar with. And the princess's best friend, who was usually kind and gentle, was now lying there coldly as a corpse. This kind of shock made her bite her lips tightly. Brando sighed, and reached out to smooth the princess's messy hair, trying to make her look as peaceful as possible. Brando. The future goddess of war's voice trembled. It was not that she had never seen death, but she could not understand why people would kill each other to this extent. To the Holy Cathedral, wasn't the nun princess the most devout believer? Brando shook his head, and his heart was filled with doubts. This result was also beyond his expectations. In his mind, even if Magadal was exposed, she would at most be put under house arrest. How could the other party do such a thing? How could they dare to do such a thing? The intensity of the other party's reaction was beyond his expectations. But he could not make sense of it at the moment, and his heart was in a mess. In the eyes of others, he was never a rational person who was cold to the point of indifference. This was the complete opposite of the nobles in this land. The nobles appreciated this kind of cold rationality, and even thought that it was an outstanding trait that a good lord should have. But he did not fit in with this trait. After a long time, he finally came back to his senses. He turned around and stared coldly at Bud and Jill. Look at what you two have done. You have murdered a princess of another country on Erewhon's land. Do you know how big of a mistake you have made? You may even start a war. I have to arrest and deport all of you. Only then will I be able to quell the anger of the neighboring countries. Brendel tried his best to make his tone sound cold and businesslike, even though his heart felt like it was suffocating. Jill and Butt, who were being stared coldly by Brando, were so scared that their faces turned green. Although they did not know what this young noble meant, it sounded very scary. War, quelling anger, the two of them could not help but tremble in fear. Especially when Freya, who was wearing Erewhon's military uniform, was standing beside him. This made the threat even more convincing. Although Freya was wearing the uniform of the Imperial Guards, the two fairies could not tell the difference between the Imperial Guards and the soldiers of the Port Authority. In their eyes, Brendel was the terrifying god of death who wanted to capture them and bring them to justice. Of course, Freya knew that Magadal could not have been killed by the two of them. However, they might know something since they were here. She knew that Brando was using a trick to get information from them. Although she could not bear to see Jill and But trembling in fear, she could not help but harden her heart when she thought of Princess Magadal's tragic death. But and Jill were so scared that they could not speak, until Brando added, "Of course, these punitive measures include confiscation of all your assets, including those that you buried in the forest outside the city." "No, how do you know?" Jill was scared silly. Every time the Port Authority confiscated all their loot, it was only a small part of it. This was because the fairies had a habit of burying their belongings. Their clan would usually choose an unknown and fixed place to bury their belongings. Usually, each clan would choose a place, and only the fairies themselves would know where the treasures of their clan were buried. However, Brando was an exception. No, I mean, this has nothing to do with us, you can't do this." Jill and But panicked. If they were just scared silly before, this time they were really restless. Especially when they thought about the fact that their assets were still in jeopardy. "Nothing to do with you?" Brando raised his voice and asked coldly, "Then what are you doing here? Don't tell me you're here to steal." "No, we're here to steal." But immediately confessed to his crime, and Jill was so anxious that he wanted to shut his mouth. "Very well." Brando said coldly, "According to the laws of Ampere Seal, stealing will also result in the confiscation of half of all your assets, and you will also have to spend a year in prison. You should know this, right?" "Oh no." But regretted it immediately. Although it was not all of their assets, half of it was enough for them to suffer. Especially since it was half of their real assets this time. But there's still a chance to make up for it. Brando changed the topic. "Now that you're involved in a murder case, if you can provide some useful clues, maybe I'll consider reducing your sentence." When Brando said this, it was as if he was a judge, but the two great fairies did not think about the legal procedures to become a judge, or whether it was legal to hear their theft case here. In short, in their opinion, a noble definitely had the right to beat and kill them. The two of them hurriedly nodded their heads. "Very well, tell me, how did you find her?" Brando asked. "Her? No, sir, we only found a pocket, we didn't know this princess was inside." Jill quickly replied. "A pocket?" "Yes." Jill hurriedly revealed everything that he had seen earlier, afraid that he would miss something and cause this Lord Judge to change his original intention in anger. It was conceivable that since the other party could reduce their sentence, he could naturally increase it as well, right? For a moment, Jill was impressed by his own cleverness. His green eyes spun quickly, and for a moment, he even recalled some details that he didn't notice before. 3 people? Can you imitate their tone? Brando? Freya was slightly startled. She looked at Brando strangely, and felt that this request was a little excessive. To be honest, the tone and way of speaking between nobles were actually similar, and it was impossible to distinguish who was talking to each other from the other party, especially when one did not know who the other party was. But Brando shook his head slightly, indicating that there was no need for her to worry. He frowned slightly, and his thoughts were clearer than ever. Magadal's encounter had really angered him, and this time, the people behind the scenes were destined to face his wrath. Ventriloquism was one of the basic skills of a burglar, and Jill was naturally proficient in it. He first imitated the tone of the first person, and Brando immediately understood. Moros. He muttered in his heart. Next. Yoakum. Next. I don't seem to know this guy, but he sounds like a soldier. The Coast Guards should not be on the same side as the Holy Cathedral, and Moros and Yoakum would not believe them, so he should be from one of the major legions. Count Vitikin's confidant? Brando frowned. The question that Freya was worried about was actually not a problem for him. Ordinary people might not be able to tell, but that did not mean that he could not. Those who dared to attack Magadal were definitely not nobodies, but people with a strong background. There were only a few of these people in the whole of Erewhon, and they were all people that Brando was very familiar with. Their tone, to him, was very clear. Furthermore, the murder of Princess Magadal was something that even the Holy Cathedral would not be able to cover up. Therefore, the fewer people who knew, the better. The person who did it would definitely clean up the mess himself, and would not let others do it. And when he heard Jill's description, it confirmed his guess. It was indeed so. Brando's face revealed a cold smile, and his eyes were also filled with disdain. Freya looked at him, and could not help but be slightly stunned. Brando, you know? She was a little surprised. Although Brando's ability had made her believe that there was nothing that he could not do, but this was a little too unbelievable. Was there really someone in this world who was born omniscient and omnipotent? This thought only existed in the future goddess of war's mind for a moment, but then she saw Princess Magadal's pale face, and her heart was filled with sorrow. She vaguely understood the reason for Brando's anger. Brando. She faintly called out sadly. But Brando patted her hand, and whispered, "Don't worry, Princess Magadal's matter can still be salvaged. But no matter what, this time I will definitely teach those people who are scheming in the dark an unforgettable lesson." The last few words were squeezed out through gritted teeth. Ah! Freya was stunned, and could not help but look at her companion in disbelief. The princess, she, Brando nodded seriously. This was not to comfort her, but because he suddenly remembered something. P.S. I went back to my hometown yesterday, and today I will make up a 5,000-word chapter. I will try my best to stabilize it. Although I have been off for a long time, I still hope that everyone will continue to support me. I will naturally repay everyone with better quality, thank you. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 570. Outside the window, silver lightning occasionally flashed across the dark sea, like a dazzling flame that lit up the sky. Brando sat silently by the bed. Not far away, Princess Magadal was lying on the bed. She was so quiet that she looked like a sleeping beauty in a fairy tale. After a while, Orthlus's voice sounded in his mind, "Brando, you guessed right. This little girl is not human. She's not even a living being." Brando's tone was calm. "So you've already guessed it?" Her hoarse voice was slightly surprised. In the scripture of creation, the epic of the Cruz people, the Pale Poem, it says, "Mortal life was born from the water and multiplied on the earth. They were blessed by the wind and given wisdom by the fire." It also says that at the beginning of creation, a noble kindness walked on the surface of the water and gave spirits to the small creatures that floated on the surface of the water. Thus, life was formed. However, with light and darkness complementing each other, there was both positive and negative. Thus, the one above the gods decided that the end of life was the kingdom of the dead, where the dead would gather and be governed by a god, one. But beyond the boundary of life and death, there was a third camp, which was stone, metal, and other things without souls. Note, the god of the dead, darkness under the light, the monarch of the realm of eternal death, Ko-si. I didn't know you were so knowledgeable about the Pale Poem. I roughly understand that in this era, there are very few people who can read the ancient scriptures. And in the era of the War of the Holy Saints, these scriptures and prophecies are tantamount to lighthouses in the darkness. Although he could not see, Brando could still feel Orthlus turning her head to look out the window. He could not help but look in the same direction. Above the stormy sea, a lighthouse stood tall. In the darkness, a beam of light pierced into the deep sea. It was like a sharp sword, and also seemed to be the only truth in this world that was subverted. The magic storm at the edge of the world of order was gathering, more or less affecting the civilized world. This year's storm in the outer seas of Ampere Seal was more ferocious than usual, but there were very few people who noticed this abnormality. The sailboats kept their sails and entered the harbor, waiting for the storm to subside before going out to sea for the first time. I have a close relationship with the mages in the tower. Lady Orthless, in a sense, I'm half a mage. I'm interested in history. Not only the pale poem of the Cruise people, but I've even read some fragments of the Black Prophecy. Even though what you said makes sense, I still feel like you're hiding something from me, Orthless said with a faint smile. Brendel could feel the mischievous look in her eyes. Also, I really hope you can call me sister instead of Lady Orthless. I can't say that out loud. Brendel replied embarrassedly. Orthless chuckled. Since you are my student, it shouldn't be a problem for you to call me teacher, right? Brando called out respectfully. Orthless was not related to him, but she had given him a lot of help. She had even saved him more than once. This kind of care was like the care of a senior to a junior. Although Brando did not say it out loud, he was very grateful in his heart. Orthless laughed. Good, good. So, what do you plan to do next? Orthless was not the only one who asked this question. There were many people gathered in the room. Freya, who was standing beside the Roman, did not know that Brando was talking to a heroic spirit. But when she saw Brando's expression change, she quickly asked, "How is it, Brando?" It was only then that Brendel regained his senses. He looked at the others in the room. Sue, Amandina, the Shire, the Nightsong Tiger, Falerne, Tina, and the rest of the mercenaries of Lopez. Mephistopheles and Medisha were standing not far from the door. There was also the red-haired girl beside him who had not said a word. They were basically the core of his little group. Princess Magadel's wound went through her heart. I said that if it was a normal person, it would be a fatal blow. Ah. Freya was stunned. She could not help but tremble as she pointed at Brando. Coo. Coo. Brando, you said. Brando could not help but laugh. I said that if it was a normal person, it would be a fatal blow. Oh, Brando, are you saying that this little girl is not a normal person? Out of everyone, the Roman reacted the fastest and immediately shouted. The others also reacted immediately and could not help but look at him suspiciously. Don't forget that you are also a little girl. Brando glared at Romaine, then nodded. I hope that you will not spread this news. Princess Magadel did not suffer a fatal blow because she is not a human. Not a human? Could it be that she is a half-elf like Princess Griffin? Freya asked in confusion. She could not help but look at the princess lying on the bed. Her ears were still the same as a normal person's. No, to be exact, she is not even considered a living being. Brando replied word by word. What? Everyone was startled. Brando was silent for a moment. In fact, it was hard for him to accept this fact at first. But when he checked the princess's injuries, he realized that something was wrong. First of all, when he opened the princess's status window, her name and other statuses were clear at a glance. Magadel's original name was Magadel Armand Loder de Antiburo. Armand Loder was her maternal family's surname, and Antiburo was her fief's name. The naming rules were completely in line with the local customs of Antiburo. At the same time, it was also in line with Brando's memory. For example, this name, as well as information like gender, were all known to Brando, which was why it was displayed in the status window. But there was one detail that caught his attention. Magadel's race was? This was very unusual. Logically speaking, Magadel was a human. Not to mention humans, it was very easy to tell the difference between common races. This was common knowledge, so in theory, it was impossible for him to not be able to tell. When he first saw Magadel's corpse, Brando's mind was in a mess, and he did not notice this detail. But when he looked back, he immediately felt that something was wrong. After carefully inspecting the princess's corpse, he immediately found another problem. The battlefield emergency told him that Princess Magadel had died at least 2 hours ago. However, after a few minutes of death, a person's muscles would begin to loosen, and their skin would change color and harden. This change would be quite obvious for the first hour, but there were no signs of it on the princess at that time. More importantly, although her skin was cold, it maintained a moderate amount of elasticity, as if she was in a healthy state. In Wonde, most of the injuries and illnesses were cured by herbology and magic, so most people did not have the common knowledge of biology. But in Brando's eyes, these details were very unusual. So he quietly checked the princess's pupils, and was shocked. In the state of death, Magadal's pupils were dim, as if the originally bright flame had been extinguished. It looked like the eyes of a dead person, but the pupils were not dilated, and most importantly, there was a trace of light in the depths of the eyes that seemed to have been extinguished. In Brando's memory, there was only one kind of existence that would show such signs after death. That was the radiance of the soul core, and there was only one type of life that needed to be driven by it, a puppet. At that time, he almost screamed in fright. His first reaction was to wonder if this was a substitute of the princess, but then he realized that it was impossible, because he immediately found the silver ornament of the wind elves on the dead princess' body. This ornament was the one he had given to her at the auction in the afternoon. If this puppet was Princess Magadal's substitute, then there was no need for her to keep it, lest the matter of her meeting with Brando be exposed. Moreover, this Princess Antiburo might not be too exquisite as a puppet. Other than her pupils, there were no signs of life on her body. She was made of flesh and blood, just like a normal person. Whether it was her intelligence, personality, or emotions, she was completely the same as a normal person. Brando found it hard to believe that the girl who had discussed with him how to help his best friend, who had a firm belief and a pure heart, was a puppet. But after Orthlis examined her carefully, she finally concluded that the princess was indeed a very special existence that was very different from normal life. To be more precise, it was a very special puppet. At least in Brando's experience, he had never seen such a strange life form. This princess was obviously not a soulless, rigid construct. Brando was more willing to admit that she was a very special race, and in fact, Orthlis agreed with this point. In the memories of the Wind Elf, she had seen such an existence before. They were once puppets, but were later given intelligence and formed their own race. This race was the Rune Dwarves. Since there were similar existences, then perhaps Magadal's existence was not that strange. But what Brando was curious about was her identity. Magadal was a princess of a duchy, and was not like him who existed out of thin air. He just did not know if her parents, the Duke and his wife, knew about this fact. If not, then it would be interesting. At least for now, it seemed that Magadal did not know about it, and she had always thought of herself as a human. Even in history, Brando had not heard of this at all. But he remembered something. It was rumored that the nun princess's life after marriage was very miserable, and she even disappeared in the end. Originally, it was just a rumor in the history of the nobles, but now it seemed to be a little strange. Brando shook his head, and threw these messy thoughts out of his mind. He carefully explained his thoughts to the people around him. Of course, except for the last part, everyone could not help but widen their eyes. Wait, Brando, are you saying that Princess Magadal is a puppet? Not only Freya, but even Amandina was a little stunned. But... No, in fact, Her Highness is not a puppet, it's just a metaphor. Brando shook his head and explained, simply put, Princess Magadal's vital signs are different from what we know. She does not have blood circulation, and is not a carbon-based life form, but a construct life form. But like us, she has her own soul. What is blood circulation, and carbon-based life form? Is that a mage's vocabulary? Amandina asked, puzzled. Ahem, Brando immediately realized that he had misspoken, but with the difference in knowledge between him and these people, it was really difficult to explain. He could only cover it up and said, that's a professional term, just listen to it. In short, it's like the Rune Dwarves, right? Brando said it before, but was Uncle Odom really a puppet in the past? Roman could not help but ask curiously. This young lady's train of thought was always different from others. No, Brando replied unhappily, that was tens of thousands of years ago. If he was a puppet, it would be Odin's ancestor who was a puppet. It has nothing to do with him. Oh. But Her Highness does not know anything about this. Could it be that Princess Magadal has been lying to Princess Griffin? Although she had only interacted with the future Princess Regent for a short period of time, Freya was already thinking about her. Brando's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately gave her a look and shook his head. No, I suspect that Princess Magadal herself does not know anything. She does not know anything? Freya was slightly stunned, and wanted to ask more, but seeing Brando's look, she immediately shut her mouth. She immediately reacted. If Princess Magadal herself did not know anything, then there was a big problem. She thought for a moment and changed her words. Then how can we save her? To be exact, Princess Magadal is not dead at all. As for how to wake her up, I need to look up some information. But right now, we have more important things to do. Brando looked out of the window. There was almost no light between the sea and the sky, but the hourglass had reached the end of its journey, and the most important day in the history of Ampere Seal was about to arrive. But when it came to it, he was a little hesitant. What made Marquis Yoakum and the others kill a princess and a high-ranking priest of the Holy Cathedral? This was too important. What did Princess Magadal see in the end? The originally clear history seemed to be darkening, as if a huge vortex was forming in front of him. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 571. The star of the other side had already risen in the night sky. The howling winds and layers of dark clouds could not cover its brilliance. That was Martha's main star, the symbol of order and wisdom. It was already early in the morning, and there was a glimmer of light under the dark sea. Brando silently raised his head and looked at the horizon, silently calculating the time. There were 3 hours before the next sunrise. 3:00 in the morning. Under the coastal waters of Ampere Seal, a few imperceptible figures appeared. Their vertical fins were like blades that split the surface of the water, drawing white traces on the surface of the sea. Sani quietly came to Brando's side. This male Naga watched the Naga army pass through the bay in the storm. He could not help but raise his green-gray fins and stand proudly against the wind and rain. This is a warrior of my race. He turned his head and looked at Brando with his prismatic eyes. Brando was silent, but there was only a fire burning in his heart. Finally, this day had arrived. After half a year of painstaking planning, after going through untold hardships, history had finally returned to its original point at this moment. What the future held was still unknown, but he had already thrown away everything in his heart. If he won, then this future that was on the verge of destruction would finally be dragged away from its original track of history. Her Royal Highness, the Valkyrie, and even the little Roman, anyone and their beliefs that were attached to this ship could continue to exist. If he lost, Brando pursed his lips and looked forward, his eyes were filled with darkness. In the darkness, the lightning that tore the sky and the sea apart was like the blazing flames that burned above Erewhon in the past. His eyes were also burning with raging flames. Brando looked back at Sani, and this male Naga could not help but lean back. Its heart was slightly suffocated. This kind of determination and will, it had only seen in the eyes of Her Royal Highness, and a person with such determination would eventually set off a storm on the sea. The half-elf girl also retracted her gaze from the dark sky. The layers of dark clouds did not seem to be able to block her gaze. Behind her, the stars on the other side were slowly rising. Martha was announcing the arrival of dawn to the world. The sky was about to brighten. She turned around and saw Makarov, Fleetwood, Count Barr, Oberway, and the other ministers. It was as if the royal faction had never been divided. Nothing had changed. She felt a little absent-minded, as if history had not changed and the wheels were rolling forward. She could finally unify the whole of Erewhon with the help of these people, but there was still darkness ahead. Your Highness, please get in the carriage. Griffin turned around and looked at her mentor for the last time. Fleetwood's eyes were filled with shame. She turned around in disappointment. It would be great if they could be so stubborn. The carriage stopped in the rain, pitch black like a coffin. The princess opened the door, raised her head, and walked into the carriage like a real member of the Erewhon royal family. Cunning Fox Makarov leaped onto his horse. Even though he was a noble, he had spent his entire life in the military. His back was as straight as a javelin. Everyone's attention was focused on him as he pulled out his sword and pointed forward. "Let's go." The sound of hooves could be heard as the Royal Knight Regiment began to gather beside the carriage. Everyone was wearing a cloak as they moved forward silently in the rain. The black troop meandered through the forest. Freya tilted her head to listen to the uniform galloping of the horses. She was tired after a sleepless night. She turned her head back, and the silent Knight of the Lake was just a shoulder behind her. "Mr. Knight. Today, I might have to use it to kill someone. The other party is also a member of Erewhon, and even a comrade from yesterday. I might have brought shame to the Lionheart sword. I'm sorry. The sword will never be shamed by killing," he replied coldly. It was the first time he had spoken in a few days. Freya turned around in surprise. "Swords shall walk through thorns, the teachings of the sages." The Knight of the Lake replied proudly. After that, there was silence. In front of everyone was the stormy port of Ampere Seal. "Her Highness has set off." Carglass read the note in his hand and immediately turned to look at his lord. Although his voice was deliberately calm, it was difficult to suppress the fire in his eyes. "My lord." "I know." Brando nodded. Everyone's eyes fell on him. It was already dawn, and the dark sea in the distance seemed to be undergoing a great change. A white line had already broken out of its cocoon. "The White Lion Legion," Brendel said, taking a deep breath. "Yes." The young people roared. After experiencing the hardships of the Black Forest, the storm before them was insignificant. Instead, the strength of the enemy in front of them aroused the unyielding spirit in their hearts. Young people could not compromise, and no one cared whether this battle was right or wrong. The only thing that mattered was this battle. This day would be written into the pages of history. The royal faction has set off. Almost at the same time that Brando received the news, the same news was sent to the Holy Cathedral. Watching the messenger soldier leave, Archbishop Moros looked back with a gloomy face. Marquis Joachim and Baron Buckland, who were hidden in the shadows, quickly bowed their heads respectfully. "History is rewritten." Moros replied quietly. "Order the White Lion Legion to enter the city." At the same time, countless messages were sent through various channels to every corner of Ampere Seal. The port, which had been silent for too long in the storm, was now like a giant beast that had awakened and begun to stretch its claws and fangs. At 5:00 in the morning, the gate of the Coast Guard cavalry camp opened, and the patrolling cavalry poured out. At 5:20, the city was under martial law. Half an hour later, the port of Ampere Seal officially announced the start of storm season. The port was sealed. "Ready, get ready." Sets of standard armor were unloaded from the ship. The oilskin bags were opened and dismantled. Then, dozens of young officers of the White Lion Legion began to put on the armor. They had tried it on once or twice, but most of the time, they could only wear the training armor. But just trying it on once or twice was enough for everyone to understand the power of this armor. This set of armor was the real White Lion battle armor, and it was restored after consulting Brendel and Orthlis's opinions. It was even stronger than the original. These young people from Tonagel might not understand what this meant, but just a set of magic armor was enough to make everyone gasp. Even Grodin would not be willing to equip his personal knight with a set of magic armor. The price of a few sets of magic armor was enough to buy a rich piece of land. The new White Lion armor looked a bit like the Maximilian armor from another world, the pinnacle of armor from the medieval era. However, there was no leg armor, and the armor skirt was distributed in sheets. The helmet was still the traditional full-face helmet of the Wind Elves. The most distinctive feature was the white lion armor on the right shoulder. This design had long been removed from Erwin's white lion armor, but in Brando's hands, it returned to the land of Wond. The inspiration for this armor came from Brando. Only the unique soul in his body could create an aesthetic that transcended the world and even the era. It was an aesthetic that came from another world. But it had to be said that art was universal. The new white lion armor had a kind of beauty that moved people's hearts. When it was put together, it was full of tension that took one's breath away. Such a straightforward expression was very rare in this era of Erwin. Craftsmen were also artists. Brando's designs even made master craftsmen and Orthless shine with splendor. In the end, they could only attribute this seemingly innate talent to the word freak. Soon, the White Lion Legion was ready. All the young officers gathered and stood neatly in front of Brando, waiting for the inspection. At this moment, not only did Brando hold his breath, even the Shire could not help but be stunned. The priestess from Tonajal, Maria and Amandina looked at each other. Heavens, isn't this the legendary White Lion Legion? It's exactly the same as the records. The Shire shook his head in amazement. He was also present when the armor was designed, but he did not expect to see such an effect after wearing it. Even though I've never seen the White Lion Legion before, I really wish I was born in King Eric's era. The Nightsong Tiger could not help but nod in admiration. The White Lion Legion had been reborn. Only Brando and Orthless knew that this was the real White Lion Legion. The elites that Erwin had eliminated from history had now returned, as if they were carrying the will of the late king to save this fallen kingdom. With the sword in hand, was it time for the oath to be reborn? My lord, please inspect the armor. Cargly's eyes shone brightly as he spoke. Brando smiled slightly. In this world, the White Lion armor was a proper light infantry armor. To be more precise, it was a cavalry armor. Due to the different weight, cavalry armor usually had much higher defense than infantry armor. But only the White Lion armor broke through this limit. Its biggest feature was that it inherited the magical properties of the half-plate wind armor. The core of the armor was the reduction in weight. But not only that, even though the wind was gentle, it also had a violent side. The power of the wind on the White Lion armor complemented each other. It was one of the most perfect armors in history. Otherwise, the White Lion infantry would not have been known as the cavalry of the earth. The king led the knight to unify the south. There was only one knight with a sword. It was almost time. Brando turned around. A carriage came through the thin curtain of rain. The family emblem of a broken sword on the wall of the carriage seemed to have traveled through history. The carriage stopped not far away, and the door opened. Inside the carriage was the calm face of the countess who came out of Yenbao. Mr. Brando, the family of the Sword Protector is a man of his word. His descendants have never forgotten the oath before the sword. Now, I hope to invite you to travel with me for the last time. Will you do me the honor? Her quiet voice penetrated the sound of the wind and rain. It would be my pleasure. Brendel replied with a smile. He turned around. Cargly's, I'll leave this to you. White Lion Legion, follow the original plan and cooperate with Sani. Don't let me down, Cargly's nodded solemnly. Brando turned around again. Teacher, I'll have to trouble you. The Ash Sword Saint nodded and took the reins of a war horse from a young man who came out from behind the house. His gray eyes glanced at Brando before he mounted the horse. The Shire, Scarlet, and Mephistopheles also mounted behind him. Andrique. What is it? I know you won't ride in the rain. Come with me. Brando waved his hand and turned around to walk towards the carriage. The vampire princess snorted softly. But at this moment, a small voice called out to them from behind. Brando. Brando turned around and saw Romaine in the crowd. Don't forget the promise. Romaine shouted with all her might, but I'll support you. You know that. Brando suddenly felt like he had returned to that night in Butchie in the summer. That night, the stars were still as bright as ever. The river of stars in the sky was like a link that connected the fates of him, Roman, and Freya. It's a promise, Brando smiled at her, we'll become great merchants. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for it at Chidian.com. Your support is my greatest motivation. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.